Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, these two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet, and I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. See you in Boston, boys. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's that's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare.
For DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's that's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. He just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. Ah, that's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Go back and watch it again.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Let's go back again. Hey, Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
What's going through his head right now? What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. Everybody. He just fucking burps. That's just a fucking nightmare. Anyway, sorry. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
Hey, how we doing, people? How are we doing? How are we, everybody? Hope you're all well out there. Here we go. Right. I saw a lot of chatting this morning. Ruka, Amy, fucking you ladies chat, didn't you? I love it. Robin G, I know there's something on today. Why do I know? Because Lisa Reed wrote it, so that's how I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't remember. Hello, Kelly. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you, my darling. Amy, here she is, everybody. Here is Amy. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. I did see the Sarah Boone. Yes, also Jared Bingham's ex-wife. She's got a hearing this morning as well. What I plan on doing is streaming the trial as usual, people, to catch up if I do the Sarah Boone hearing, then we're going to be all out of whack. So depending when it's how long it lasts and stuff like that, I will play it. 100% we will play in Sarah Boone's hearing. I will 100% be playing it, but not live. I want to get through these 2 days of trials to catch up live, and I might play over lunchtime or whatever. Do you know what I mean? That's the plan anyway. Or if not, tomorrow or something. I mean, we're not going anywhere. There's no massive rush for it. We know what's coming up. I hope no one spoils it. If they do, they do. But we'll be watching it. And same with the Jared Bingham trial. His ex-wife and her husband. We'll be definitely watching that as well, that hearing as well at some point. There's just so much going on. I know the Glera is watching Sarah Boone, so if you want to watch it live, you can come watch it at the Glera. I know some of you, as we call you, slutties, will be popping over there to see the Glera. I love the Glera though, so it's fine. Cheat on me as much as you want with the Glera. Don't really, but do you know what I mean? You know what I mean. So yeah, but I will be streaming both at some point. But also, what we'll say about Sarah Boone is it never starts on time, and sometimes there's no video and stuff like that. I'll play it afterwards, so that might be the case here as well. Hello, Ruka. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well as well. Robin. Oh, have you? Sorry, I've not. I've been literally busy all morning. Sorry, my darling. I've not seen anything yet. Sorry, my darling. Thank you for messaging me. Right now, we got Ruka, Robin, and Amy talking about their tits and clams. So I will skip all that. Lovely to see it though. Toots came in the middle of it all. Hello, Toots. How are you doing, my darling? Happy hump day. Is it hump day today, is it? Wow. Hope everyone has a great day. And you, my darling. Hope you're well as well. I'm not sure what else. Crystal's in the house. Hello, my darling. How are you? Driving to work but listening. Crystal, my darling. It's always a pleasure to see you. Hope you're doing well, my darling. Oh, here she is. You know what's happening when she comes in. You know what happens. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Kelly's like, oh my god, I saw your pits. What the fuck, you dirty son of a bitch. I'm sorry, Kelly. I bet you love it though. I love it. I did not shave my pits. I did not. I need to get a Manscaped first, don't I? Need to get a Manscaped 5.0 first. Hello, Christine. Fortunato. How are we, Christine? Hope your health as well, my darling. Nice to see you, Christine, as always. Sean Doherty. How are we? Sean? Hope you're well. Top of the morning to you, Sean. How are we? Hope you're well, sir. Slauncher to you, Sean. Give him hell, Delan. We'll always give him hell, Sean. Hope you're well, sir. Lisa Reed. Now, I did see this post. This is why I remember it is Robin's birthday. So, Pembley Happy City. Pembley Happy City. Pembley Happy City. Robin. Pembley Happy City. Hip hooray, hip hooray, hip hooray. Yes, Robin is 21 again. How we doing, Robin, my darling? Robin is gorgeous. I love Robin. You're the best, Robin. I love you to bits. Thank you for always being here. Thank you for your kind messages as always. And always thank you for your support, my darling. And I hope you have a great birthday, my lovely. Hope you're well. I love Robin. There you go. I spoke to Shari D yesterday. She's busy, I think, at the minute. So hopefully she'll be back as well. Lil G, see you later, my darling. Be back later. No worries, my darling. Nice to see you. Right, anyone else here? Lisa Reed, hello to you, my darling, by the way, in case I forgot to say that. DQ Carol, hello, Disney Queen, and your sister. Your sister came into Facebook. Your sister joined Facebook. I don't know I'm singing. I just decided to sing. And I don't have a tune in my head, as you can hear. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? I haven't even got a tune. We're simply the best. Do. Carol and her sister now. Boom, boom, boom. Clarissa, she's in charge. Hello, Clarissa. It's a nightmare, honestly. Ruka, Pooka. Robin says thank you. Ooh, King of Canton is in charge. Dennis Sweeney, we love you. Dennis says, good morning, everyone. Happy days, happy birthday, Robin G. Sasmas is in chat. Hey, Sasma. Christine says hello again. Hey, hey. Ruka says good morning, Dylan. Rebecca says happy birthday. Clarissa says good morning, Dylan. Dun. Robin says thank you, Clarissa. Dana Leonard. Bow. Dana loves El Chati. He also loves El Chappy. Dana Leonard. Don't. Clarissa's now a member. Thank you, Clarissa. Let's stop singing, cause I'm gonna piss too many people off. But then she came in, unicorn. I love beautiful unicorn. How are you, unicorn? Great show last night. Dane and Tracy, they had Jen O'Donnell on. Right, let's stop singing because I'm not even making sense anymore. Here we go, chat. As I say, stop singing. I'm still singing, so here we go. Hello, beautiful chat. Hello, beautiful chat. Right, happy birthday. My sister left this morning, heading back to Virginia. Is it West Virginia with Rebecca? Or just normal Virginia? It's like when you say to somebody, no, I won't do it. That's too sick. What the fuck am I doing? Right. Hello, everybody. Member, thank you again for Christine for being a member for 13 months, my darling. Whoa. Hope you're well. I'm very well, thank you, my darling. Always well when you're in here, Unicorn. Look at me flirting with Unicorn. Hey, nah, I'm not flirting. Unicorn's a very good friend of mine. She's lovely. She's from the UK, and yeah, I love Unicorn. I miss it when you're not here, my darling. Just normal vagina, not the West vagina. Normal vagina. There you go. Not like Rebecca in West Vagina. West Vagina. Dennis says, hello, Amy. We love you. Why am I singing? I don't know why I'm singing this morning. I don't know why I'm happy. I think I'm happy, people. I just come out of tune. I'm just out of tune this morning. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what's wrong. There you go, Unicorn. Right. I know I always sing, but I don't know if you sing out of tune. Hey, is that you topless or what? Are you topless in that picture or what? Hello, Amy Boston. No, I'm I don't know what it is. I'm just feel out of tune today, but I feel happy. Thank you, Unicorn. I'm happy. That's what she said. Hey, not normally. That's normal for you, hippie chick. Singing out of tune. That's normal. Oh yeah. Dylan took his happy pills. Woohoo! There you go. Thank you, Toots. There you go. Do you want me to? I think a lot of people are doing the Florida hearing. Which one am I doing? What are we doing? Texas, we're doing. You tape anything you want, my darling. You tape anything you want. I'd very little on at the beach. There you go. Amy's topless. Every lovey Amy's topless. Everyone loves it when she's topless. Why do they like it when Amy's topless? Because boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. Big boobies. You're welcome. Thank you, Tootsie Wootsie. West Virginia, country road.
take me home to Rebecca's vagina, West Virginia, Rebecca's vagina, take me home, country road, da da da, vagina, da da da, Rebecca, da da da, vagina, Rebecca's vagina, West Virginia, Rebecca's vagina, take me home, country road. Tuss just saw the horse. I love you singing. Thank you, Vidali. I just wish I was singing in tune. That's all. Today I'm not singing in tune. Love you too. There you go. Haha. Good morning to you, Ashley. 26 years old, Ashley, from New Hampshire, but works in Massachusetts. Fucking 26. Oh, to be 26, 26 again. Ashley, there you go. All laughing. Yeah, fanny packs. Vagina packs. Jeepers. Yes, sir. Let's go. Oh, right. What are we doing today? We're doing. I haven't set anything up yet today. So, as I explained, we will be doing the Sarah Boone hearing either today or tomorrow at some point on 1.25 speed. So I'm not doing that live because I genuinely think that this trial deserves our focus. Now, obviously, if people want to cheat me, I will keep an eye on that, and I will mark you all down. And by now, you should be knowing I'm joking. Also, no, don't spoil the surprise. No, will I spoil the surprise? No, don't spoil. Will I? No, don't. Maybe. I've been thinking about the Boston schedule as well, and yes, Boston schedule. I've been thinking about it. Oh, look at this! Thank you, Unicorn. However you sing it always cheers me up. Thank you, my darling. Look at that. So nice to me, Unicorn is. Lots of you are fucking bitches towards me. I'm joking. It's only Sarah P. I'm joking. Sarah P is lovely. I only messaged. Oops. You on Discord telling you about it. That's fine. That's fine. Sometimes you do message me with some naked pickies, but that's fine. If it's just that, that's fine. You're in a mood today. I love it. Oh, I'm a little bit in a mood. I'm happy today. I am happy today. Have a good morning. Have a good morning. And I've been doing that as some of the trip. And I'll spoil it. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. Anyway. So I was thinking about this, right? If I can do it, and I need Dana and Dennis's help here, right? But I was thinking, I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, but I'll tell you exactly what it is. So I was thinking about what's the date? Because most of you come into Boston. I was going to say most of you come in, but that's that's what she said. Right, coming to Boston on the 21st. Yeah, 21st of May. Most of you are. So my plan is, on the 22nd. On the 22nd, on the Thursday, when everyone meets, is to do like a meet and greet. Like I was thinking about doing like this setup. I got this setup in my head, which is why I need the help from Dana and Dennis, where like a Q&A session with me, whatever, and then just get everyone to meet up. Only small crowd doing to meet up because I know people got social anxiety and stuff like that. So I think about doing something, getting everyone in one space. We can get space, and I don't know. I got a plan. It just means that everyone can come together. So if you've got social anxiety, doesn't matter because I'll be there. I'm gonna be topless. Dana and Dennis gonna be in the speedos. Once you see us, you'll be like, "Fucking hell." I'll give a top. I don't. You won't give a shit. So I know for a lot of you, the hardest part is to get. Well, the hardest part is that. But I mean, hardest part for you will be coming to an event. So I'm gonna try and do it so that right, one of the first people you're gonna meet is me, and that you're gonna get a massive hug off me. Do you know what I mean? That if you're not a hugger, then you're not gonna like me.
because all I want to do with all of you, squeeze it. I want to feel the titties on my titties. Do you know what I mean? Pick you up. Oh, let's squeeze. Like if Erin Hack say, I got to pick her right up. Do you know what I mean? With her feet, squeeze. So titties on titties is what we aim for. So I just want to make sure that you all feel comfortable. So I thought the first day that you're all there, it'll be good. Do you know what I mean? Because it's social anxiety is a thing. Daffodils coming now. Fucking hell. Daffodils coming. Whew. Open the gates. There you go. Dana, we will. I spoiled it a little bit. I want to surprise you, but I want to make sure people are comfortable. You may have had tits and clams. I wish. Great idea. Thank you. Yeah. Morning, Kathleen. Hello, my darling. Hello, my darling. Hope you're well. Don't be kidding. Hey, Toots. Don't be saying kidding. I know you're kidding. It's all good. I think it's funny, Toots. I think it's funny, my darling. Laugh my ass off. There you go. I'm a hugger, hippie chick. And if your husband's coming, I'm not sure if any husbands are coming. Lisa Reed, if your husband's coming, just tell them I'll be grabbing their balls. And I'm saying to them, hey, if you fuck about with hippie chick, if you fuck about with Lisa Reed, I'm going to squeeze these bad boys. Don't fuck about with my ladies, all right? And then I'll give them a hug. There you go, Rebecca. You better be coming, Rebecca. To Boston, that is. Love a go hug. There you go. No worries, Robin. Seen a bit, my darling. I just almost had a fucking panic attack. Not really, but kinda. Because I thought I couldn't chat. No chat box. And I was just told my subscribers only. I'm all, what the fuck? You're subbed. It's fine. You fixed it. Fine. Good morning, Joe. Hello, my darling. There you go, Lisa. Just tell him he's going to have to, there's some balls going on here. No, but I hope you all like the idea. Would be all over you like flies on shit. I know. I'll be fucking naked. That's the problem. I'll be fucking naked. My husband's grab boobs with you. Happy days. It's good to have booby checkers. It's always good. Thanks, Christ. Hello, loves. Hello to you, potty mouth. Hear them. No husband. There's a few husbands coming. It's fine. So there's also going to be planned, I think, to have a ladies' night out as well. We'll sort something out for you. Morning, Heather. I'm in and out. Shake it all about, Dana. Do the hokey cokey and turn around. That's what it's all about, Dana. No worries. I will have to ring you. I'm going to have a conversation with Dana about some of these things. Good morning, Heather. Are you going Trivia Friday, Dana? So, anyway, that's the plan. I think on Thursday we'll find a venue and we'll do something. Toots is going, Amy. Yes, Toots is going. She's in Boston somewhere. Toots. Amy, like you suffer from social anxiety. Would that help you, Amy? Well, would that help you as well? Knowing that there's a venue that I'm going to be there greeting you, or if it's not me, it'll be Dana. He is Toots. It'll be Dana, or it'll be there you go. Yes, you would. And before everyone says, "Oh, is this going to cost?" But no, it'll be a free event. It'll be like it's no frills. You just get together. I might get Dana to ask me some questions, or it'll be chilled. We'll have a room where we can all strip off. Ladies. And maybe that's what we do. When they say when you get nervous, when you get anxiety, just imagine everyone's naked in front of you. Well, why imagine? Just let's strip off? Let it all hang out. Do you know what I mean? So no one has to worry. No one has to imagine it then. It's just there. Do you know what I mean? Just an idea. You just Southie and Dorchester tour. Well, we'll have to do something then. Not Dana. Dennis is my chauffeur. So we'll sort something out. We have to sort something out. A strip tease. No tease, just a strip, Ashley. Before people think I'm serious, I'm joking. Don't cancel your flights and don't cancel not coming now. Because some people might be anxious now thinking, fuck, you serious? Fuck, I'm not getting my boobies out. I'm not sure what I'd do if I couldn't chat with you all. There you go. Strip off. Bring the dollar bills. Right, so Kathleen says Southie and Dorchester. Fuck, right, let me put it down my list. Deb, we'd all love it. We'd all love it. Don't be silly, we'd all love it. Crisis averted. Right, let me put that down on this. What did she say? Southie and Dorchester tour. Right, let me put it here then. Southie. I'm relying on the Sweeneys for some of these things. Hey June. But there is stuff happening now, which is good. My plan is coming together, people, so blindfolded strip off. You can just only feel the nips, feel the hips, feel the dicks, feel the clams. If you're new to the channel, I am very sorry about the language. I'm not really, but it is what it is. Okay, that's fine. Right, are we ready? Let's do this. Let's get the trial back on. Let's get the trial back on. Oh, no, nearly no crime. I need to find it first. Shit. Yes, Jared Bridgegun's killers appearing court today, pre-trial hearing, and Sarah Boone's pre-trial hearing as well. We will cover them at some point. Hello, Lady Di. Lady Di comes in now once we talk about strippers. Hey, right. Let me entertain you. 22 hours ago, was that right? I think I got the right one. Yes. Here we go. So this is day, I don't know. And the defense are on, just so you guys are wondering what. The defense are on. Right, here we go. Hey, you love it. I love it. Happy days. I'm glad you love it. I'm glad you do. And Toots, I'm glad you love it as well, Toots. There you go. Clutching my pearls. Call Tim the Toolman Taylor, see if he can investigate. Right. Here we go. So this is the defense case now. Hang on. For those that haven't seen it yet. Right. It's up here. I need it. I know, Joe. Froze myself mid-groom. No, I didn't shave them. Thank you to Dana Leonard who made the who made it. I think it's funny. If you've not seen it, this is grooming tips with Dylan via Dana Leonard. Thank you, Dana. I think it's funny. I think it's funny.
Ms. Sawyers, would like to continue.
Thank you. Welcome back, Dr. Christensen.
Thank you.
Now, when we discussed this case, I advised you over the statutory elements of this offense that Brandon was being accused of, correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And do you think it would aid the jury if they see the legal elements that I asked you to look at?
Sure.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, and it's just what was in court hire.
So this is what's on the indictment? Okay.
It's just for demonstrative, not for.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Biadia, I failed to ask if you had any issues. It was understood, I had understood it was agreed to, but did you have any issues?
Just if it takes the comments of the court as it relates to what the law is.
Your Honor, it's just a, it's just a, the elements, we went over them, it's my exact same thing, I'm just.
And there's no definitions.
There's no definitions on it.
And this is what is reflected in the indictment in front of the jury.
That's correct.
I'm going to allow you to use it as a demonstrative.
Thank you.
And that's Defendant's Exhibit 52.
Okay, so I'm showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 52, and you understand that what Brandon has been accused of is that he had a legal or statutory duty to act. He intentionally or knowingly caused serious bodily injury by failing to provide adequate nutrition or adequate hydration or proper medical care, and then an affirmative defense. And so, just one second, Ms. Williams. Yes.
I'm going to object to the allegations in the indictment. There's paragraph A and paragraph B. There's also the duty to care, custody, and control of the child. So this is inaccurate.
Your Honor, that's a subsection of the custody, care, and control. You still have to prove a legal duty. That's how. I mean, at this point, he's been designated as a parent.
Why don't we do this, Ms. Williams, if you can you just correct it and add or care, custody, and control?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so you would agree though, in looking at these, what you're really focused on is going to be this section right here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's get started. We heard about dehydration yesterday from Dr. Molina, and you would agree with me that she conceded that there was not serious bodily injury due to dehydration.
I'm going to object as a lead.
I'll overrule it. You can lead for these preliminary questions.
Did you hear her testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did she conclude that there was not serious bodily injury from dehydration?
Yes.
Okay, and so is there anything else in your review of the records that would lead you to believe that there was serious bodily injury due to dehydration in this case?
No, there was no indication in the postmortem lab values or described on his exam that would be consistent with dehydration.
Okay, and then so in regards to the proper medical care, now you'll see that one, and did you review all the medical records in this case?
Yes.
And in reviewing those, did you have an opinion as to whether or not Brandon Cervera failed to receive proper medical care for Benji?
Looking through the records, Benji was seen by multiple providers in the last 3.5 weeks of his life. Admittedly not of his own, necessarily always of his own choosing or, family's choice, but he saw multiple providers. As far as I can see, did not have any issues with, in terms of following the recommendations that were provided to him in those visits.
Okay, and so in your opinion, did Benji suffer serious bodily injury because Brandon failed to provide proper medical care?
No.
Now, moving on to the adequate nutrition. You heard testimony that Dr. Molina has come to the conclusion that this is a lethal starvation case, correct?
I did hear that, yes.
Okay, and do you agree with her opinion?
I do not.
And in regards to lethal starvation, or even starvation that causes serious bodily injury, and by serious bodily injury, some type it affects a major organ or something serious in the body, correct?
I would assume that would be my understanding of that term, yes.
Okay, and so is your opinion, is it your opinion that starvation did not cause serious bodily injury to Benji?
Yes.
And let me start with the day. You have reviewed a lot of evidence in this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've seen this picture, Defendant's Exhibit 22.
Yes, I have.
And would you agree with me that this is just 3 or 4 hours before the passes?
At this point, I'm going to lead.
Sustained. Okay. Was this prior? When do you think this happened?
My understanding of this photo, the timestamp on it was from the day of his death, the day he presented at the hospital.
And did you review videos that were associated with this photo?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And from looking at this photo, is there anything about this photo or the videos that helped you in your conclusion?
Yes, there are a number of things associated with this photo and the associated video that do not go along with the child who is on the verge of death from lethal starvation. First is his general appearance. He is a thin kid, but he is not a lethally starved child. He's still got somewhat full cheeks, granted maybe not as full as they used to be. But one of the final things you see in lethal starvation is what's called the loss of the chest fat pads or buccal fat pads. in the cheek. It gives it essentially a skeletal appearance to the face. And he still has nice full round cheeks. The other thing that you see is a substantial loss of muscle tissue. As was discussed, the body will preferentially burn fat as much as it can, and then will begin to burn protein as an energy source. And that uses up the muscles. The muscles will atrophy substantially until they are essentially no longer there. And a person on the verge of death from lethal starvation will have essentially a skeletal appearance. They have skin, they have bones, but really not much less else in underneath except the bones. You don't see changes like this. I mean, he still has substantial muscle mass on his arms. Other pictures you can see it in his legs and other places. So he's not on the verge of starvation by appearance. And one last thing. Starvation generally, lethal starvation is one of those things that when you, all of the descriptors of it are that the child is extremely emaciated. And certainly pictures in the literature, the pictures of people who are starved, in my experience, look like they are on the verge of death from starvation, and it does not appear that way.
Now, showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 121. Now, there's been testimony that this was the intake photo to the medical examiners.
Yes.
Okay, and you reviewed this photo.
I did.
Is there anything about this photo that helps you in your analysis of the case?
Again, similar findings to what is seen in the previous picture we discussed. He still has muscle mass. You can see looking at his thighs, they kind of bulge out still. He's still got muscle mass there. And there was a lot discussed of his abdomen being flat or scaphoid, sort of sloping down. That's certainly consistent with him being a thin child, but is not diagnostic of starvation.
And would you agree with me that there's a diaper on him?
There appears to be. Yes.
And were there other indications that the child had received hydration and food in this case?
Yes, the diaper was described as soaking wet, so very full of urine, and also had a bowel movement within it.
Now, let me get a little stuff. I'm showing you what States Exhibit 136, and I have placed a little sticky over the genital area. But other than that, I'd like to ask you: can you talk to me or tell me about the legs? What do you see on the legs?
Yeah, as that was similar in the last photo. You can see that he still has thigh musculature that bulges out. It's not, just a straight line from his knee. His knees aren't really super prominent as you would expect in a case of lethal starvation.
So, in lethal or serious bodily injury starvation, would the muscle, when it deteriorates, will it start to be a concave, or what would be the shape?
I mean, it would essentially be, the skin would be resting on the bone, and so it would drop from the knee to flat all the way up to the hip.
All right, and then let's talk about your general review of his life history. Here's States Exhibit 11, and just at a high level at this point, were there things that you noted over his lifetime?
Yeah, throughout his life, I mean, he was born prematurely, so he started out on the low side, but even when adjusted for his prematurity, his weight was small for his age. And from that time forward, for the period during which we have weights in the first 2 years of his life, they are all very low, many of them below the 5th percentile, many of them below the 3rd percentile. There's a large gap in the middle with no weights and measures recorded in the medical record. And then once those begin again, the first couple are somewhat certainly into the normal part of the curve. I think the highest that they come out to by calculation is about 21%. And then he drops off again. And then obviously there's quite a drop at the end.
Okay, and so when we're looking at Benji's case, are you concerned about Benji, if at all, from this point, I guess it's hard to say, before 7/21/2021? Do you have any concerns?
I mean, the children generally will follow a growth curve throughout their life. And if they're small, they tend to stay on whatever that curve is. Premature babies may start out really low. Usually by the end of the first year of their life, they're back on whatever curve they're going to hit. But his curve, he's essentially on the bottom, hovering around the 5th percentile or below for most of his life.
And the weight differential between this is the highest point and the next point when he's back on the 5th percentile curve, do you recall the difference between that weight?
My recollection is it's somewhere, I think he peaked at 14.8 kilos, and I think that weight on that date was somewhere around 13.4, 13.8 maybe.
13.8, and how much is that in pounds?
That's 2.2 pounds, that's 1 kilo. How much is 13.4?
No, I apologize, the difference.
Yeah, the difference is about 1 kilo, about 2.2 pounds.
Okay, is that a significant weight loss?
No.
For a child?
No, I mean, overall, if you look at his highest weight ever and the lowest weight that's recorded at autopsy, which is 12.72 kilos, that's a drop of about 14% of his highest body weight.
And would that concern you as a significant weight loss?
I mean, certainly if I was the pediatrician seeing him, that would concern me, and I would be doing things to investigate why that is the case, but it would not be concerning in terms of it being life-threatening.
Okay, or indicate serious bodily injury?
No.
All right, now in reviewing the case, did you find any indication that there was organ failure?
I did not.
And did you look at the weights for his organs at the time? Sorry, at the time of autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, and in starvation cases, what does the literature tell us about the weights at the time of autopsy if someone is suspected of having been starved?
The weight of the organs?
Yes.
They are quite substantially small.
Okay, and showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 44. And I don't know if you can see that. Is this your chart?
Yes.
Okay, and in your chart, what are you doing? What is this about?
So it basically lists each of the individual organs and what the weight of Benji's organs were, is what the first column is. And then from literature, documenting what the normal range for a 4-year-old is, normal range for a 5-year-old. And then the next columns after each of those respective columns is just the middle of that column. The literature regarding organ weights in starvation references it usually as a how much below, what percentage below the midpoint it is. Benji's are some of them on the midpoint, depending on which of those two columns you're looking at, but most of them are in the 80 to 90% of the midpoint. And what's described in the literature in a small series of cases is generally something substantially more than that, more like 40 to 50% weight reduction in organs.
Okay, so is there a single organ that you found that would, under the literature, qualify as an indication of starvation?
No, I mean, all of them are, as is visible there, they're all within the normal range for his age, even for a child slightly older than him. And so there was no described abnormality under the microscope to any of the organs as well. They were all normal appearing under the microscope.
Okay, we heard testimony regarding lanugo. Do you know what lanugo is?
Yes, lanugo is a fine hair that you see on newborns. Predominantly, it is described as something that can be seen in the setting of starvation. It's generally described as a colorless, pale hair that's sort of a fine hair. It's what you see on the face of people, but fuzzy babies. That's what lanugo hair is. It's very fine and not pigmented generally, and can cover really the whole body.
And we heard testimony from Amy Cepeda, who is an aunt of Benjamin, and she stated that he had always had a hairy back. Did you see photos of Benjamin at the autopsy?
I did.
And did you believe that those photos indicated lanugo?
No.
Now, let's talk about adipose tissue. Dr. Molina, would you agree, did not take photos of the internal organs?
She did not.
And so you cannot verify what she did or did not see, correct?
I cannot.
However, in your review of the case, is there, what, I guess, opinion do you have in regards to adipose tissue?
Her description of how much subcutaneous fat is present, it's not absent. She describes there being about 3 millimeters of fat, about 1/8 of an inch in the abdominal wall. So there is still some fat there. Her internal description does describe really an absence of fat within the abdominal cavity surrounding the organs. And the mesentery, which is the supportive structure of the intestine. But that's all I have to go on is what she's described it as.
Now, that is the adipose tissue, but is it, I guess, for our understanding, what is adipose tissue to include subcutaneous fat? Is it all fat, or is it certain type of fat?
Yeah, it would be all fat. Subcutaneous tissue is just the fat under your skin, but adipose tissue can be fat anywhere. Again, as I described, the fat pad in the cheek is kind of the last thing that goes, but it's also a collection of adipose tissue.
And we can see the adipose tissue in his bubble fat in his face.
Yes, and it's visible in his buttocks as well. Tends to be lost there. Kids that have starved have a very thin, kind of wrinkled skin over their buttocks because there's no fat, and sometimes usually not much muscle left either.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 126. And would you agree with me that this was an autopsy photo, correct?
It is.
And you were describing the butt cheeks, I guess, when you're talking about.
Yes.
And you can still see adipose tissue there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the bruise. First off, are you aware that he had Mongolian spots?
Yes.
Okay. And those are from birth?
Yes, they're visible in that picture. They are just a deposition of pigment within the skin, not injured.
And it's these like larger gray areas?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there were bruises that were noted in the autopsy report, correct?
Yes.
And in regards to those bruises, did you have any special findings did you have any special conclusions, not special, but what are your comments or feedback on that?
He has a number of blunt injuries that are on multiple parts of his body. They are all small. They're certainly not contributory to his death in any way. And they are non-specific blunt injuries by their nature, unless somebody is struck with or falls on or impacts an object that has a pattern to it that would leave, the mark of a grill from a car or a spatula or something else. If there's something specific, you can sometimes say that's what caused that. But for the most part, bruises that we get, we've all had that experience. I had a bruise. My wife said, how'd that happen? And sometimes we don't even know. But even if we know, you can't tell by looking what caused it.
Now, would at least going back to State's Exhibit 136, I mean, it looks like you can see some markings on the side,
Yes.
right? But I'm unclear, when a body passes and it's been 24 hours, will you see stuff that maybe you couldn't see at the time they were living?
Generally, things don't appear post-mortem. Sometimes some types of bruising may become more apparent after an autopsy. Once you've completed the exam, the organs have come out and all the blood has drained away. That sometimes makes bruises more visible. And it is possible, certainly, for a deceased person to sustain a bruise if it's in the very early period after they have passed, if they're dropped, if they're other things like that. But for the most part, you're not going to see bruising after that.
Okay, so in State's Exhibit 121, though, it doesn't appear, from what I can see, that the bruises are as prevalent. Is there a reason for that?
Not specific.
Judge, this point, I'm going to object. It's the commentary about what the source think it's not relevant for the case. She just asked the question about his observations. I'm going to object to it. Essentially, it's not relevant.
I think she said prevalent.
I'll withdraw.
In my opinion.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Mr. Villarreal.
I'm going to go on. Okay, so, but in this case, you understand that we're not here to determine, as we went over beforehand. Do you see anywhere in here where the state has accused Brandon of having bruised the child?
No.
Okay, and so you would agree with me that the bruising that is present is not causing serious bodily injury?
Correct.
And it didn't result in it killing Benjamin, correct?
Also correct, yes.
Okay, and then it's not what's being charged?
No, it's not on that list, no.
Okay. All right, they talked about, or there's been some testimony about the thymus atrophy. Can you tell the jury what your thoughts are on the thymus?
Sure. The thymus is an immunologic organ that lives up in the upper part of the chest. It is involved in helping your immune system develop so that your white blood cells know how to fight and identify infections. It's something that is very prominent at birth and will essentially go away by the time you're an adult. We occasionally still see adults with them. We sometimes don't see teenagers with them. So at some point along the way, it tends to finish what it needs to do and atrophies away, turns to fat, becomes unidentifiable as a distinct organ. It, in children, is also described as going away as a response to physiologic stress, where whatever that stress might be, it's certainly non-specific. You see sometimes it will go away in the setting of chronic child abuse. You can see it go away in the setting of chronic medical conditions and other things. It's not a specific finding for anything. It certainly is described in the setting of starvation, but it is in no way specific for that.
Okay, so it's my understanding it's not specific for starvation?
No.
And then in regards to stressful events, are you aware that Benji underwent a stressful event in January 2019?
I know that his living arrangements changed.
Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. All the men can never find. Robin G, G spot.
Thank you, Robin, on your birthday for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Lady Di, even though you're a bitch most of the times. Thank you so much, Lady Di, for the 10 gifted memberships. And this is what it's all about. Maybe we'll bring some others here to the L chat. Yes, thank you. I don't take it lightly. I really do. Yeah, I don't. Without gifted memberships, I won't survive. So thank you so much. Thank you. Literally, you don't know how much of an impact it has. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Love it. It makes me laugh. That's as long as I make you laugh and make you happy, I'm happy. Robin asked, Miss H Gold, good morning. How are you feeling? Oh, there you go. I'm doing great. Thanks. How are you today? Hopefully you all are very. I got the most generous chat in the world. I can tell you that much now. Pain in the asses, some of them, but in a good way. I'm joking. I love them. Thank you so much again to you both, and happy birthday again to Robin G. Right, here we go.
But I don't know all the details of that now.
Now, in review of the case, did you also, yesterday, as we left off, you talked about classification systems for malnutrition. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you recall during testimony from Dr. Molina that those are only used in a clinical setting and not for forensic pathology?
I don't know if that was her exact quote, but yes, something along those lines.
I apologize. What did you understand for the same?
That those were both developed for and used for the diagnosis and management of malnutrition and don't have relevance in the postmortem setting.
Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Okay, and why?
Because primarily my review of the literature suggests that these classification systems can help sort out and identify which kids are at risk and are meet the metrics that are consistent with fatal starvation.
Okay, and in reviewing the medical records and the weights and heights in this case, did you do that?
I did.
And did you formulate a chart that is a culmination of all the data that you reviewed?
Yes.
And do you think it would be helpful to the jury if they were to be able to follow your data compilation as you explain your reasons behind it?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a copy of, I'm showing you Defendant's Exhibit 52. Is this a copy of your data compilation?
So we're on 53.
Okay, I'll remark it. Okay. Is this a copy of your data compilation?
Yes, it is.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to tender it to opposing for their review and ask it admitted.
Can I take this one time for that?
Yes, sir.
As it relates to these comments, and I'm gonna show you exhibit number 53. Did you write these in here?
No, all of the handwritten notes on there are Ms. Sawyer's notes.
Okay, so these are things that Ms. Sawyers has added to your chart?
Yes.
Okay, and these, were they part of the medical records, these notes?
No.
Okay, and so this is not a distillation of the data, fair to say? These comments right here?
The handwritten notes, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I would object as it relates to these handwritten comments on the side of it, otherwise we have no objection.
So, Your Honor, it is evidence that it states they're already in testimony, as well as it's just identifying more and more particular what that data represents. It's not a comment on the data.
Can you approach, please?
Yes, Heather, I would miss every one of you, Heather. I would. I love you all.
Now, when you're looking at this data compilation, can you walk me through what some of these are? This block here, what is this block?
So the first block is the most recent completed month of age. So if he's 1 month or 1 month and a week or whatever, I just listed that as one, but that's not part of the calculations. That was just for reference. Then the next column is his weight in kilograms. And the next column is his height in centimeters. The next column is his BMI, which is generally not calculated for children under 2. That's why those numbers start lower in the chart. And then percentiles for each of those for both weight and height. And then there's also a metric that the CDC publishes called weight for height, which is a way of assessing a child's weight relative to their height, so that you know kind of what was discussed previously with Dr. Molina, a child who's 5th percentile for height and 5th percentile for weight. Those are both low, but they may be at 50th percentile. They may be completely average when you compare their height and weight. So that's what the height for weight percentile is. And then BMI percentile is the next column. The next column is the 50th percentile weight for their age. Next is the 50th percentile height for their age. And sorry, the previous one was 50th percentile of their weight for height. Meaning, so if a child is 3, the 50th percentile for a 3-year-old might be this number, but if he's a short kid, that number for his specific height will be lower, and that's what that weight for height column is.
So when we go through those three, we say the 50%, when we're talking about these 3 columns right here, did you have to come up with those columns in order to run the calculations?
Yes.
Okay, and so you've included that data to show your homework?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, so these aren't necessarily something that you need to understand the chart, but you're explaining how you get there, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right, so, and then the final columns that you have?
So there's 3 columns at the end. One is where this child sits in the Gomez classification, which compares the child's weight to the average weight for a child his age. So it's based on weight for age. The next column is what's called the Waterloo classification. The next 2 columns actually look at that for both height and weight. The next to last column is the height column, which compares their actual height to the average height for their age. And then the weight classification at the end, which is the most helpful in looking at a child's nutritional status relative to starvation, compares this child's actual weight to the average weight for a child of his height. So it is a percentage. I mean, so if a child, say, is 1 meter tall and the average, weighs, let's say 14 kilograms or 15 kilograms, and the average weight for a child that is as tall as they are would be 18 kilograms, then you divide 15 by 18 to come up with a percentage, and that's what that is reflected in that last column. The second page of this is a categorization of what the way these categorizations then take those percentages and where they rank them. In the Gomez classification, anything over 90% is considered normal or not malnourished. Mild malnourishment would be in the 75 to 89% range. 60 to 74 would be moderate malnourishment, and below 60 would be severe malnourishment. Under the Gomez classification, it only looks at comparing the weight and the child's age, does not take height into account.
And let me stop you there. So when we're talking about serious bodily injury, at what point would that become, like what color would that
it would depend on the specifics of the case, but certainly I would not expect it in the normal range, would not expect it in the mild range.
And then in regards to Waterloo?
So the Waterloo classification, as I said, compares, looks at both height and weight to give you some understanding of the chronicity of it. When you look at the height classifications for children that die of starvation under 1 year, they haven't really lived long enough to be stunted in their growth, and so you generally don't see stunting in young children. As they get older, you can see stunting. And then the wasting portion of it, again, it compares that child's actual body weight to the average body weight for a child, their height, the 50th percentile weight for their height. And if they're over 90, that's considered normal. If they're over 80, between 80 and 90, it's considered mild wasting. If they're between 70 and 80, it's moderate. And if it's under 70, they're severe. I listed at the bottom a specific reference, but there are 18 cases of fetal starvation listed in that were all classified according to this categorization. And with one exception, in a teenager, that it says in the report was they had a normal Waterloo weight classification, but their death was predominantly due to dehydration, which is not an issue in this case. All of the others fell predominantly in the severe range. Many of them were, 70 or below is considered severe, and there were kids in this classification who were in the 40s even. The prior case here from San Antonio, when those numbers are put into this calculation, that was 51%.
Let me stop you there. You're talking about the prior case that Cervera County Medical Examiner did in 2003?
Yes.
And that with a weight of 7.17 kilograms, correct?
I believe that was what it was, yes.
Is what that child had when he was with medical examiners. And the weight that Benji had at the time of medical examiners, would you agree, was 12.7?
Yes.
So, and they were only 6 months apart, correct?
I believe that's right, yes. They were both 4.
They're both 4. And so that other child, by that classification, based off those weights, would have fallen into severe, correct?
Yes, quite far into severe, yes.
Now, you talk about moderate. There's 3 that are moderate. Did you have any details as to where they fell in the moderate?
They were right around 70%. I think one was like 70.4 and one was 70.6 or so. They were very close to 70.
Okay, and 70 being the wasting, that would be severe?
Yes.
Okay, so they were at the very low side,
yes,
into the almost severe side of moderate. Okay, I'm gonna come back to the chart, and then like we're looking at, and so there's been testimony that Brandon did not, that Benji did not come to live with Brandon until January 2019. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and so the line that is drawn right here, would you agree, is the point at which, the earliest point at which Brandon would have had Benji?
At this point, I'm
just trying to identify the line.
If you could, I'll allow it for the preliminary questions instead of the new subject.
Yeah. So, this line is there to indicate when?
So if you look at the dates on the left side that we discussed previously, there's a large gap in the middle where we don't have any weights. The last run is in 2018, and then we don't have one until 2020. And that's what that line is. And that is also the period during which Benji supposedly came to live with Brandon.
And so in looking at the Waterloo for weight, because right now that's been the big focus, you said that's in regards to this case, that seems to be the most relevant.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And during Brandon's care, is he predominantly, what conclusions can you draw in regards to the Waterloo?
His Waterloo classification would put him as not malnourished, and except for the very last weight that's recorded at the time of autopsy. He is otherwise above and into the what would be considered not malnourished range, which also goes along with what's in the records that people are not commenting on his nutrition, that he was described a week before his death as well-developed, well-nourished. All of those things go along with that categorization as well. So,
in my understanding, that you not just did the numbers, but then you went and looked at the medical records to see if what the doctors were viewing was substantiated by the data.
Yes.
All right, now we have like the Gomez and the Waterloo for height. In looking at those, is there also any concern that these would pose, let's look at the Waterloo for height. Is there any concern here that he was malnourished based off of that?
No, the height data basically gives you information about stunting. And as you can see, nearly his whole life, he's been in the yellow range, which would be considered mild stunting. And whether that's because he started as a preemie, whether that's just because he's a big eater, I don't know why. But clearly the documentation is that throughout his life, he has been in the mild stunting range, but he's very short is what that essentially means.
And then over in the Gomez, again, do you have any concerns with that? The Gomez classification classify him as having any kind of severe malnourishment?
Severe, no. I mean, it certainly does list his, he dips into the low or the mild malnutrition range by the Gomez classification. But again, the reason that water low is preferable to Gomez is that it references his height as well, which Gomez does not. It's just a comparison of his weight to the average weight for his age and doesn't take into his stature into account.
Now, I want to call your attention to the bottom box. And what do these numbers represent?
So these are examples. Ms. Sawyer's asked me to look at the numbers. If I took the numbers that were done at autopsy, the 28 pounds and the 39 inches, and added decimals to those, if we didn't know, what would those categorizations be if it was, say, 12.9 kilos instead of 12.7, or if it would be 13.1, whatever those numbers, some adjustments basically, and to see that fall within the range of 28. If you don't consider the specific fraction, and those still, the numbers don't really change at autopsy.
On the classification.
On the classification.
However, would you agree with me that by adding a 0.4 to the pounds or a 0.9, that it does tend to give quite different results as far as where we see the kilograms, the conversion from the pound to kilograms?
Judge, I'm going to check this one reading. Would you agree with me?
All right, Grace, if you could please. Does it, the conversion from pounds to kilograms, does it make a difference when you convert it?
Yes, it matters how you do it, and it matters how many decimal points you include. For example, just looking at the actual data from the autopsy if you use 28 pounds and convert that to kilograms, that's 12.7 kilograms, or if you use 2 decimal points, it's 12.72 kilograms. And that even that 2/100ths of a kilogram difference makes the difference between a BMI of 13, which is what I calculated, and a BMI of 12.9 that she calculated. So even those small differences will make a difference in what shows up. It doesn't really change the classification, but it certainly makes a difference in how the numbers look.
Now, you heard testimony from Dr. Molina, that she took the BMI and tried to convert it to the 15 or 16, BMI of 15 or 16. Is that realistic for Benji?
I mean, I think the discussion that I heard around that basically described him, if he had stayed on that highest point of the curve where he ever was, would his weight loss be more substantial? The answer to that is obviously yes, but looking at where most of his life was on that growth curve, his weight loss is quite different and much less impressive overall.
And so after reviewing all the data, what is your conclusion as to whether or not Benji suffered serious bodily injury due to starvation?
I do not believe that he did.
Now, if you do not, and do you believe that he died because of starvation?
I do not.
And if he did not die because of starvation, do you have other differential diagnoses that you would, after reviewing the data, that you could consider?
Yes.
Okay, and what are those?
So if we assume that starvation is not based on this data, if I get to that point in my review, I don't think this is starvation, so what else can it be? I have a child with no abnormal organs. He's thin, but really nothing else to drive me in one direction in terms of the cause of death. So that's what we would typically describe as a negative autopsy. In that setting, there are a number of things that are known to cause death with no visible external findings. Those would include asphyxial deaths of any kind, whether accidental or intentional. It would include seizure-related deaths. It would include arrhythmic deaths, meaning not arrhythmia as a mechanism of death. If many people, all of us, when we eventually die, it's because our heart stops. Okay, we have a fatal arrhythmia at the end, regardless of what started that whole rolling. But there are certain conditions where people have arrhythmias as a primary disorder, where they have genetic predisposition to sudden death because of abnormalities in the molecules in their heart. And some of those also are associated with seizures. Those same gene abnormalities are associated with seizures. And both of those can cause death without leaving anything to see at autopsy. Other things that can do it, certainly untreated diabetes could be part of that as well. That would probably be the main things. Generally, that's not going to be a part of the differential of a negative autopsy. But in this case, it is something that I think I would consider based on the labs. And we can talk about that more.
Okay, so just because this is a big word, I'm going to write it out. Asphyxia. Not a word that we generally use, right? In like people's terms. Mm-hmm. And what is asphyxia? What does it include?
Asphyxia is a broad category of death that means someone is not getting enough oxygen. That can result from choking. It can result from suffocation. Broadly covers anything that blocks the external airway. Can be choking as an internal blockage of the airway, which can also be associated with that. It is associated with certain chemical toxins, cyanide, for example, carbon monoxide. Both limit your body's ability to use oxygen. You can breathe fine, but the oxygen is not getting in there. And then any kind of what's referred to as a vitiated atmosphere. If it's most commonly described, for example, in silos and other places where the normal amount of oxygen is not in the atmosphere, and so someone goes into that place and there's not enough oxygen to breathe, they will die because of that.
Now, let me ask you, suffocation, the word suffocation has been mentioned. Is suffocation necessarily choking?
No, suffocation is not the same as choking. It's a much broader thing. It would include smothering, for example, with a pillow, with a hand, anything like that. It would include, you can certainly have asphyxia from strangulation and other things, but suffocation really refers to blockage of the airway as opposed to pressure on the neck or something else.
Okay, and so in regards to autopsies, can we pick up, let's focus on maybe on suffocation. Can we pick up if someone has been suffocated at the time of autopsy?
So in fatal cases of suffocation, if it's an accidental thing, then there may not be anything to see. If somebody ends up with their face in a place where they can't breathe accidentally, then there's still not likely to be anything that you can see. In the setting of homicidal suffocation or smothering, certainly there are things that you can see. You may see bruising on the lips. You may see tears of what are called the frenulum, the little fold of your gums right there in the middle. Sometimes that'll be torn because the person is struggling against whoever's trying to smother them. But all of those things may not be present. It doesn't exclude the possibility.
So if someone took their hand and put it over a child's mouth, wouldn't necessarily, I mean, you're saying it doesn't always exclude that possibility?
It does not. And children in particular, because the differential in size between an adult and a child, if it's an adult trying to smother an adult, you're more likely to see injury simply because their ability to resist is much more. A child is small and doesn't have the same strength or the ability to fight off an adult assailant. And so they may, and you certainly can, if you block someone's airway, they will lose consciousness very quickly. See.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and turning your attention to the investigative report that's already in evidence. And I don't know if you're going to be able to see that on the screen, but can you see it? Or can you...
More or less.
More or less.
That's better for sure.
Can you read that to this paragraph?
Sure. On 8/17/2021, around 6:20 hours, the NOK next of kin left for work, and the stepmother got all the children up in order to take the 10-year-old to school. The stepmother reported that the decedent cried the entire time. The decedent was seatbelted into his car seat the whole way to the school. On the way back at approximately 8:22 hours, the stepmother recorded a video to send to the next of kin of the decedent standing in between the two car seats, crying and yelling for bread. They stopped at a drive-through taco shop and went home. The decedent ate an egg taco with no obvious issue. The stepmother laid the 6-month-old in the bassinet in her room and then laid down on her bed with the decedent on one side of her and the 2-year-old on the other. The stepmother reported she waited until all 3 children were asleep, then fell asleep herself around 900 hours. Around 1000 hours, the stepmother woke up and noted the decedent foaming at the mouth next to her on the bed, exact position not described to San Antonio Police Department. The stepmother called the next of kin, then gathered all 3 children into her vehicle and started to drive the decedent toward a hospital.
And can you read just the first sentence of the next paragraph?
At 11:04 hours, 911 was called by the stepmother while driving.
So in the investigative report, there's an hour between she reports finding the child and calling 911, correct?
That's correct.
And so at this stage, based off of your experience, is that an unusual amount of time to wait for medical?
I'm going to do this. This is outside the scope of his expertise as a medical examiner determining cause.
You can establish his ability to answer the question.
As a medical examiner, are y'all required to review investigative reports?
Yes, it's a routine part of the job.
To determine why, what to investigate in your autopsy?
It is done to evaluate the circumstances surrounding the death.
And so in your review of these reports, have you often had an opportunity to see fact patterns that involve calls to 911?
Yes.
Okay. And if a child is found unresponsive, does that tend to trigger the need for immediate medical assistance?
In most of the cases I review, it prompts an immediate call to 911.
And that was not done here, correct?
By that report, no.
So we've talked about asphyxia. Let's talk about seizures. Now, can an autopsy pick up whether or not someone has passed away due to a seizure?
No. So a seizure is abnormal electrical activity in your brain. And once you have passed, there's no longer any electrical activity. So we don't see seizures. There are sometimes things that we can identify at autopsy, lacerations of the tongue, evidence that the person is wet or pooped on themselves. That can go along with seizures. One thing that's described in Benji's case, consistent with that, he's described as having foam coming out of his mouth. That's indication of pulmonary edema. That is also a non-specific thing. It can be seen in asphyxia. It certainly can be seen in seizures. We see it in drowning, we see it in drug overdose, there's lots of other things, but it is basic kind of finding as well.
And so have you ever, in your experience, had the first seizure be a terminal event, meaning cause someone's death?
So that's a little bit of a complicated question. The short answer is yes. So most of the time, if someone does not have a diagnosis of epilepsy already or a known seizure disorder, it is difficult to say that that they're deaf if you're not witnessing a seizure and you don't see any changes that go along with the seizure to say that that's why they died. And even in cases where you have, for example, witnesses that say, well, I saw him seizing, I came in the room and he was seizing and then he stopped moving and was dead. Just about anything that stops your blood flow, that stops your heart beating, eventually if your brain's not getting oxygen, it's going to seize if you're still conscious or still alive enough for that to happen. So a seizure in and of itself does not mean that's why the person died, but it's certainly a possibility. But I have seen cases certainly where we do see changes related to seizures, tongue bites, and voiding in the bed and other things like that, where the person had no history of seizures. And so it is something you can see. It's certainly not a common thing, but it is something I've seen.
And then arrhythmias?
Sure. So primary arrhythmia disorders, and this does overlap somewhat into seizures as well, but there's a constellation, a collection of genes that we all have that create various parts of us and allow them to function in normal ways. Within our heart, the reason that our heart can beat, the electrical activity of our heart is driven by the ability of certain molecules, particularly sodium, potassium, and calcium, to move across membranes in our heart. And if you inherit an abnormal gene for the channels, they call them ion channels, if those ion channels are abnormal, you do certain of those mutations are well-described associations with sudden death. Many times, there are certainly genes that can cause sudden death in the heart that are not related to rhythm disturbances. They maybe make the heart large and make the heart otherwise look abnormal. But most of what we call the channelopathies or these ion channel disorders that are inherited, the heart looks totally normal. It does not have any abnormality that you can see. And so just to look at it at autopsy does not help you sort that out. There is genetic testing that can be done to look for those. Again, like most tests, they change the likelihood of various possible causes just because you find what's called a pathogenic gene. Say we find a mutation in this one specific gene that's described as a cause of sudden death. Doesn't mean that's why this person died of sudden death, but it certainly makes it more likely in that case.
And so was genetic testing, arrhythmia testing done in this case?
It was not.
And approximately how much does that run?
You can run, in our office, we would run an entire panel to look for a large constellation of arrhythmia genes, what are called cardiomyopathy genes, which are structural cardiac proteins that are abnormal, as well as seizure-related genes, and that was about $500 that we would spend to do that.
Now, moving on to diabetes, can you rule out diabetes in this case?
I think it's less likely as a cause of death, but it's certainly possible, and that's, I think, in large part because of the there are clearly behaviors and described symptoms that go along with diabetes in this child. He's described as like drinking all the time, peeing all the time, wanting to eat all the time. All those things go along with certainly new onset of type 1 diabetes. I think as was discussed, most children that will die of type 1 diabetes die of a condition called diabetic ketoacidosis, where they start to accumulate ketones in their blood. It's usually associated with a very, very high blood sugar, sometimes well over 1,000. And the combination of the high blood sugar and ketones in the blood is consistent with a diagnosis of diabetic ketoacidosis. In this case, the blood sugar, or the vitreous sugar, which is the only way we have to measure sugars at autopsy, looking at the vitreous fluid, his vitreous glucose was 45. That's not a particularly impressive number in and of itself, but certainly in a sample that it was well over 2 months after autopsy at the time that sample was tested. And vitreous glucose will drop over time. And so the fact that it's still 45 at the time of his that it's tested 2 months after the autopsy suggests it was quite substantially higher prior to that. There's no way to know for sure, but it's certainly a possibility. And it's the fact that it's not zero is kind of amazing, actually. And then the ketone testing, we did not see any. There was no ketones described in any of the testing that Dr. Molina described. She did say that they tested only for acetone. Acetone usually is an adequate test to look for ketones in the setting of DKA, but there are cases where you might want to or need to test for the other primary ketone bodies, which are acetoacetate and beta hydroxybutyrate, or BHB. That would add additional, help you to be able to sort that out, especially in a case where there's been some delay in the testing. So I don't think that can be fully excluded as a possible cause of this child's death.
And because we also heard Dr. Molina say yesterday that they did not do beta hydroxybutyrate testing, correct?
Yes.
And that they did not do
acetoacetate
testing.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so in reviewing everything that you had, it can showing you, coming back to our original, what we started out with, Defense Exhibit 52. And I asked you, did you find that there was a failure to provide adequate hydration in this case?
No.
Did you find that there was a failure to provide proper medical care?
No.
Did you find that there was a failure to provide adequate nutrition in this case?
No.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
I have some right.
I'll let you that first. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you need a break? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take about 5 minutes break.
All right, for drink. Okay, so you're not working this way for venue?
Objection, Your Honor. I asked that that be struck and
That's fine.
improper comment and
Sustained as to sidebar. The jury will disregard the last comment. Please go ahead.
So Fair said we never talked before today, as it relates to your ultimate finding.
That's right.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Dr. Molina or confer with her as it relates to your findings?
No.
So what about generally about the accreditation process? You were here during Dr. Molina's testimony?
Yes.
And you reviewed her testimony?
Not since hearing it, no. I mean, I heard her first day of testimony online before arriving in San Antonio, and then I was here Monday for the rest of her testimony.
Okay. So what is name accreditation?
Name accreditation is a process, a voluntary process, but a process by which medical examiners' offices are seek accreditation from the National Association of Medical Examiners to essentially document to their communities that they are performing their work at what name considers an acceptable level.
Okay, and you were here during Ms. Lawyer's past Dr. Molina as it relates to the Victor County Medical Examiner's Office being on a provisional status. Correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
As it relates to the Utah Medical Examiner's Office, there's it lost its accreditation in 1995, correct?
A long time ago, yes, but long before I was in the office.
Okay, so from 1995 to just about recently here in 2024, it did not have name accreditation.
That's correct.
And essentially during your whole tenure as chief medical examiner, it never had name accreditation, correct?
That's also correct.
You're getting paid to be here today, correct?
I am. I'm appointed by the board, yes.
And how much is your fee per hour?
I bill at $600 an hour.
And how many hours have you already put into this case?
I don't know for sure, but it's somewhere around 30.
Okay. Well,
It's about $18,000.
$18,000 so far. Does that include your travel here?
It doesn't include the airfare and things, no.
That $18,000 doesn't include the testimony you've already provided today? Those hours?
No.
And how much do you charge for testimony?
Essentially the same rate.
That's $600 an hour?
Mhm.
It's going about another $1,200, $1,800 so far for today.
Sounds right.
I want to talk about your history as it relates to completing autopsies on individuals who starved. My understanding is that you completed one autopsy, and that was as it relates to an adult who died from what you stated was starvation, right?
That's correct.
But that was essentially a complication due to schizophrenia.
Yes.
So in that case, the cause of death would be complication due to schizophrenia, correct?
No, his cause of death was starvation.
Okay, so you don't even consider the schizophrenia?
No, it was listed as a contributory factor.
Okay. As it relates to other cases that you have reviewed, my understanding is that you only reviewed other child starvation cases in your consultation practice. Is that?
Yes.
And when did you start your consultation practice?
Probably 10 years ago.
Okay, so while you were a medical examiner, you were also being able to do consultations?
Yes. All nights and weekends, much to my wife's chagrin.
Okay, and so you're getting paid by Utah, and then you're also doing your own side gig essentially.
Yes.
In that, how many cases do you think you reviewed as it relates to children who have died?
I can think of one for sure because it was recent. I believe there was another, but I don't know for sure without referencing my records.
Okay. As your time as the medical examiner in Greenville, your time as a assistant medical examiner in Utah and chief medical examiner in Utah, did any of those offices during your time there ever have a kid, a child that died from starvation?
Yes.
Okay. And you just weren't the medical examiner on it?
I was not assigned to those cases, yes.
So did you review them?
No, mostly not. I reviewed all pediatric death cases once I took over as chief medical examiner starting in 2016, but prior to that, no.
So from 2016 until 2024, were there any child deaths that resulted?
I believe there was one, but I don't recall for sure.
So you don't remember reviewing that case?
I don't remember specifics now.
Okay. You testified that you relied upon literature as part of your forming your opinions today, correct?
That's correct.
I want to get the. So, and that you stated that the literature provides guidance of the degree of starvation present and what to look for in making that diagnosis. Fair to say?
Yes.
So, you're on my first witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marked as safety exhibit number 224 for identification purposes. Is that the Medea article that you were referring throughout your testimony?
It was one. He's written many, but yes.
Okay. Specifically, when you were talking about there was 18 children, and of those 18 children, and basically the derivation of that data, that's what this study is, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's State's Exhibit number 224?
Yes.
Did you also review State's Exhibit number 225 as part of your testimony today?
Not as part of my testimony. I did review that article, yes, in my preparation for this case.
So you reviewed this article and used it in the ultimate analysis to reach your conclusion today?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to leave these copies here for you in case you need to refer to them. Okay. So I want to talk first about the Medea article,
Okay.
which states Exhibit 224. My understanding of your testimony is that nearly all areas of the irritant range, none were within the mile range. Is that what your testimony?
Yes, and well, I think they said, I don't remember if it was normal or mild range. There was one fatality in a child that was determined to have died of dehydration and not starvation.
Well,
Or not entirely starvation, let's put it that way.
because looking at table 50, do you agree with me? It says data of 18 infants who died of starvation with the estimation of the state of nutrition according to the Waterloo classification.
Yes,
So again, I see the next note, which says case 18 cause of death mainly due to dehydration. That's not saying that in case 18 he did die, or that child did not die.
correct, correct.
And you said nearly all are in severe range.
Yes.
And looking at that last column, weight in percent of ideal weight for height, specifically, you would agree with me that 4 of those 18 were actually within the moderate or mild range.
One was in the normal range because it's over 90, and 3 others are in the moderate range.
Okay, so that's 4 out of the 18. So that's about 22%. Would you say that's nearly all?
That 20% is nearly all
Yes.
by itself. No,
So fair to say that not nearly all that were in the severe range.
no, nearly all of them were because 14 of the 18 were in severe range.
Okay, so 22%, we can just ignore that 22%.
No.
Okay. Because 22%, let's say roughly 25, that's a quarter of those cases.
Mhm.
That's not,
Okay.
that's not nearly all, you would agree?
No, it's almost a quarter.
What if it was 50%, would that be nearly all?
No.
Argumentative.
No.
That would not be nearly all?
50%. No. If 50, I guess clarify for me. You're saying if 50% was in the moderate range,
Correct.
That would be half.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what your cutoff for nearly all.
I believe my statement before about nearly all were in the moderate or severe range, which in this table is 17 of 18 cases.
I went back and I listened, like you listened to Dr. Moline's testimony, you said nearly all in the severe range, none within the moderate range. That would be an accurate statement.
No, that is an accurate statement. Nearly all 14 of 18 were in the severe range. 1 was in the normal range, not the mild range, and 3 were in the moderate range.
Okay. So I guess we have a disagreement here at all. Of those 18 cases, do you know the circumstances of their death?
Not beyond what is listed in the article.
Okay. Do you know whether there was any medical treatment prior to their death?
I do not.
Do you know if there was resuscitation need, fluids were put into any of these children's bodies prior to them weighing?
I do not.
Okay. Fair to say it's pretty limited what you can gather from here, correct?
Yes.
And so, is it fair to say that you're basing a large portion or significant amount of your opinion based on the fact that Vinci doesn't fit in with this Waterloo classification system as expressed in this Medea article?
Yes, the Medea article outlines the data in all of these cases is from autopsies of children that died. It's autopsy data, and it is directly relevant to another autopsy.
Would you agree with me that this is the Waterloo, the Gomez, they're all anthropometric methods of classifying starvation?
Yes.
So I want you to move to page 290 of that article.
Yes.
In that right column, it says that comparison of these anthropometric indices revealed that the methods vary widely in categorizing children, with some identified as moderately or severely failing to thrive using one method and normal or mild using another method.
Yes.
And it goes on to say that according to these authors, there is no simple anthropometric measure that highlights.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to reading from a document that's not in evidence and
So it's mentioned in this, it's used relying as a learned treatise, it cannot be admitted as evidence or can be read as a list of rules.
You can ask me questions regarding this information if it was part of what you were like, all around.
Thank you. And it goes on to say, according to these authors, there's no simple anthropometric measure that highlights the degree of risk for a child, correct?
Correct. That's talking about risk of failure to thrive specifically.
Okay. And in that same article, once you go to page 288, in there, and I'll go to show you, kind of buried in the text. We're showing right here.
Yes. Okay.
It says cutoff values for fatal starvation have not yet been described in the literature. So this is not saying that, this article is not saying that moderate, severe, those are the cutoffs in order to have somebody die from starvation. Fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So using this classification system does not indicate whether somebody has necessarily died from starvation.
Can you repeat that question?
In using the Waterloo, the Gomez, whatever classification system, just falling into the severe or mild doesn't in and of itself indicate whether somebody has died from starvation.
In and of itself, no. He specifically says because most of the fatal cases fall below this amount, it may be reasonable, but there is, as he says, no cutoff for what determines fatal state of starvation has been described. But that's also partly why he lists his list of cases and shows where they all fit into classification.
And have you reviewed other articles as it relates to going through compilation of data as it relates to starved children?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what those names of those articles are?
Well, you handed me one of them, the Solarino article. I've seen 2 textbook chapters authored by Dr. Medea as well, and I have a whole long list of references in my computer that I've looked at over the course of this review, but I don't.
And I'm talking about the data compilation from specific cases, meaning I looked at 6, I looked at 10.
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of any other large compilations of data.
Okay. So in this, you agree it's limited in the sense that there's only 18 kids that are included within this study.
Yes, which is a lot when you consider this is something one pathologist might never see in the course of a whole career.
Again, but it's still, we're looking at 18 kids, and then you're making that, you're applying the standard in this case to Benji's case.
I'm applying the information provided in his classification system and how he approaches that to the way I've heard Benji's case, yes.
As a review of your testimony today, did Ms. Sawyers or anybody provide you the article that Dr. Bluetooth wrote?
Yes.
Did you review that?
I did.
And in that, it contained a group of children as well, right?
Yes.
Did you consider that in your ultimate opinion today?
I went back to look and see if I could classify them according to this. There was not sufficient data to do so. And I think there are some problems with that article, but I did not know.
Okay, so that data that was in there was not useful for you.
I read it. There are things that are probably helpful in there. I couldn't pinpoint what they are, but it's not, it didn't help me make a determination as to this specific case.
So I wanted to go through with you and I'm sorry, Ms. Williams had shown you some photos of Benji right to his death.
Bing bong, a bing bombay, bing bong, a bing bombay, bing bong, a bing bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. Sexy, everything about
I'll show you what's already been admitted is case exhibit number 76, specifically picture number 30, which the report indicates was captured on August 14th of 2021. Did you see this photograph?
I did, yes.
Okay. And looking at this photograph, compared to one of the earlier photographs that we had, it's clear that Benji's lost weight.
It appears that he has lost weight, yes. And the numbers tell us that when you look at his measurements.
Right? And the numbers tell us also that he's not growing.
Correct.
So, in looking at part of you thought that was the bubble fat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that bubble fat's around the cheeks, correct?
Yes.
And you agree with me that there is a change in the amount of bubble fat between the two photographs.
Apparently, how much you can conclude from looking at the photos directly, without the same angle and everything else, I don't know. But he does appear skinnier, yes, I will agree with you,
Okay.
in the face.
What about his legs?
Not dramatically so, not really that I would say, yeah, these look different.
What about his arms? His arms are in both. They're at an angle.
I mean, you can't see his upper arms at all in the first picture, but I don't see an appreciable difference between the two.
Okay, you can see it here. Where the skin's kind of touching. It's more skin's touching on this photograph, right?
I wouldn't say that. No.
Okay, so you can't see that there's a fullness difference in these two pictures of his arms.
In his arms, I would not say. I mean, there might be, and based on dates and weights, maybe he's different. But in terms of the appearance, I wouldn't certainly make any conclusions just based on that.
So you don't want to make any conclusions as it relates to this photograph?
No, not for his arms and legs.
But you do want to make conclusions as it relates to. But you do want to make conclusions as it relates to defense exhibit number 22.
As I described, I do believe from the exhibits you showed as well as this one, his face is thinner than it was whenever that other picture was taken. I don't know the date of that, but his face appears thinner. It just doesn't appear cachectic or emaciated.
So we spent a lot of time just basically talking about the looks of somebody. Can you just look at an individual or a child and say they died of starvation?
There is literature that suggests it is primarily a visual diagnosis, and that most of the issues around the forensics of it are tied to making sure how that happened, as opposed to that it happened. Meaning, a child who is fatally starved looks fatally starved.
Okay, let's talk about an obese individual. Let's say you have an obese individual, you lock them in a room, you don't give them any food or water.
Mm-hmm.
Would you expect them to look cachectic at the time of their autopsy?
If they had no water, they'd die long before they got cachectic.
Okay, let's say we gave them distilled water, make sure there's nothing else in it. We gave them distilled water. Are they going to look cachectic at the time of their autopsy?
If they die from starvation, yes.
So they're going to go
It'll
through.
just take them a lot longer to get there.
So you expect them to live for the entire time that their body has fat and or muscle?
It was substantially longer. I mean, that's in the literature that heavier people will live longer in a starvation state than thinner people.
So I'm talking about the elimination of food, that there's not necessary nutrients in their body. Are they going to look dejected at the time they're autopsy?
If they starve to death, yes.
Okay. So even an obese person who wasn't eating, you need things like sodium to live, right?
Yes.
Potassium.
Yes.
Other nutrients. So despite not receiving any of those nutrients as part of their diet, they would still live the entire time until they went through all the.
I mean, it's going to obviously, potentially vary a little bit that way, but they certainly might. I mean, it would take. There's pretty good data from hunger strikers and others who have said, I'm not going to eat at all. Generally, the idea that it will take somebody of a normal weight to start with anywhere from 45 to 60 days and a weight loss of 35 to 50% of their original weight before they will die. And obviously, heavier people can last longer because they have more energy reserves, they, whether they would die because of a sodium imbalance or something else because they're only drinking water, that's not described in the literature, where people only have had water. So.
Okay. So, I want to talk about the growth of the lipids. Talk about safety exhibit number 111. So, fair to say between 0 and 21 or 22 months, there's data points related to where Benji's on the growth curve.
Yes.
Right. And then
or,
we have,
not on the growth curve as the case is, most of it.
I'm sorry?
Or not on the, I mean, he's not even on it for a large portion of that.
Okay. We have data points for it.
Yes, we do. We have data. Mm-hmm.
And then between this period of time and 40 months, we have no data.
That's correct. None that I reviewed, none that's in the medical records.
So are you making any assumptions about where Benji's weight is during this period of time?
During that gap, no, I don't know.
And then when we have data points between 40 and 48 months, he's on, per CDC, the roughly 25 percentile, correct?
It's just below, yes.
Okay. That's why I say roughly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then after this high point at 48 months, then we see the decline, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So fair to say, based on this data, you cannot tell that Benji is on or near the 50 or the 5th percentile for the majority of his life.
No, I mean, you have to exclude that large period where we have no idea where he is.
Right. So
the majority of the known period of his weights, yes.
So less than half of his life, we know that he's roughly on the 5th curve. But the other points, well, there's 2 points where he's close, nearly or around the 25th percentile, and there's a gap where we don't know.
Right.
So it's not fair to say that, and I'm not saying you touched on this, but it's not fair to say that for half of his life, or the majority of his life, he was on the 5th percentile.
No, I mean, for the parts we know, he was in the low end of the growth curves, peaking at around 21. But yeah, I mean, for the parts we know, he's on the low side. But we don't know about the gap.
So then looking at the second article, I want to go over some things with you.
Okay.
What's titled The Child Starvation and Neglect. Do you have that?
Yes, it's a textbook chapter.
Okay. And I want you to go to if you go to page 967.
Okay.
WCS is the water level classification system, right?
Yes.
And in that says the WCS was shown to be suitable for grading severity of starvation, even though a threshold of values for lethal starvation has not yet been described. Right?
Yes, he's just quoting the article that we talked about previously, that there's no described cutoff value for what constitutes lethal starvation.
The medieval.
Yes.
And again, that's saying that essentially water level doesn't tell you at what point somebody's going to be dying from starvation.
That's correct.
And it goes on to say the WCS, the water level classification system, together with standard growth curves, is helpful in distinguishing between acute and chronic malnutrition and identifying duration, correct?
Yes.
And so that growth curve would be similar to what has been already put into evidence in safety exhibit number 111, correct?
Yes.
On that same page, as it goes towards the bottom, number on page 967, it says that misdiagnosis of abuse and neglect because of carelessness towards children and or records by health and social workers have been reported in literature, correct?
Let me read that again.
You see it at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, that's what that article says, or this chapter says.
It's quoting another article, but yes.
Okay. So as it relates to your opinion about whether Benji received proper medical care, you're basing that on your review of the medical records.
That's correct.
And fair to say that sometimes doctors don't always annotate everything that they see.
Oh, that is for sure the case, yes.
And sometimes they miss things.
Yes, I do.
Have you ever been in a clinical setting?
Yes, I worked 4 years as a primary care provider.
And what year were those?
1990 to 1994.
I mean, zero disrespect to this question. Were electronic medical records a thing at that time?
No, thankfully.
But you are right now that there's electronic medical records, and many times those contain like quick checklists that are done by different types of professionals.
Yes.
And many of those are demonstrated within the medical records that you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
So somebody that checks off the box doesn't mean necessarily need to get a full inquiry as it relates to that particular line.
That I would say that's correct, yes.
Looking at that next page on 968, you agree with me that this particular article or chapter which you use to help inform your opinion cites the Kellogg and Lucifer article?
It does.
And it also cites it on page 9. It's a good time.
Yeah. Yes, it's cited in those 2 places.
So at least this author found that article to be helpful in writing this particular chapter.
In making the points that he's making there. One relative to you need to check the siblings, and the other one looking at hair and nail changes. I think is when he cites that also.
Again, they relied upon it in ultimately writing their article.
Yes, they've cited it as a reference.
I want to talk about some particular findings at autopsy and see if you can help this jury understand potentially the degree to which it helped inform your opinion.
Okay.
As it relates to Benjamin, with the lack of mesenteric fat, what do you use that indicative of?
I mean, it's consistent with weight loss. I mean, it is one of those things that I have seen once in my career. So it's not something that people see a lot, but certainly is described as an association with starvation.
Right. So the lack of mesenteric fat is what I'm going to categorize as positive indications and negative indications. Positive meaning that it's consistent with it, negative meaning it's not consistent with it. So
Yeah, and I guess I would say also discuss the specificity of it. I mean, it's consistent with starvation. It's not specific for starvation.
right.
Yeah, okay.
I think we can agree. There's no test. There's no
Right.
way to say definitively this is starvation.
Yes.
We're looking at a constellation of symptoms.
That's right.
So lack of mesenteric fat, that would be consistent with starvation.
Yeah.
Do you have another explanation as to why Benji would have had zero or lack of any mesenteric fat?
No. I mean, it's sort of anything that's going to cause you weight loss, and which we know he has, but it doesn't mean that he starved, but it certainly could be from starvation. So, and when I say starvation, non-lethal starvation, because I don't think he died of starvation.
It would be consistent with lethal.
But it would be consistent with, it's something that is seen in the setting of lethal starvation, yes.
The collapsed small and large intestines, meaning there was no food value. Would that be consistent with starvation?
It's a described finding in starvation.
Okay. And is there another explanation as to that?
Yeah, I mean, not eating, in a non-starving sort of setting. I mean, generally, the other thing we don't know from this is there wasn't a description in the autopsy report as to whether that assessment was made just looking at the intestines or if the intestines were opened to see if anything was in them. It's not normal in most cases for the intestines to be opened because it's an unpleasant experience. Sometimes you need to anyway, but generally they're not done, and I don't know if that was done in this case or not. So whether that's a subjective assessment of I'm looking at these, they look flat, I don't see anything in there, or whether they actually looked and saw whether anything was there, I don't know.
But the fact that they're flat, what does that mean?
There's not a lot passing through them.
So do you indicate a lack of food going into the body?
Yes.
And would that be consistent with starvation? Let's say non-lethal starvation.
It can be, yes.
What about lethal starvation?
It's a described finding in that histologically, when you look at the bowel under the microscope, the wall can be thickened. It's not just empty. There are other changes that go along with starvation that are not present.
So do you have the autopsy report for you?
I do not.
In terms of the party been admitted to evidence, distinct exhibit number 101. It says, the large and small intestines are collapsed and contain minimal contents. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. How would she know there's minimal contents?
You can certainly make that assessment by looking at it without opening it. So I don't know. She may have opened it. She just doesn't say one way or the other.
The thymus, the involuted.
Yes.
The thymus that atrophies.
Mhm.
Is that consistent with starvation
Yes.
and lethal starvation?
Yes.
You heard Dr. Molina's testimony as it relates to hepatocytic anemia.
Yes.
That can be consistent with vitamin deficiency.
It can be. It can be consistent with many, many things. Sometimes it's factitious. The vitamin deficiency anemias that are associated with enlarged red cells are typically what are referred to as megaloblastic anemias. And usually you see I think she talked about it, mean corpuscular volume, the size of the individual red cells is quite a lot larger than what Benji's were.
Okay. So again, my question to you is, macrocytic anemia can be associated with vitamin deficiency?
It can be, yes.
Okay. And vitamin deficiency can be consistent with starvation?
It can be, yes.
Including lethal starvation?
Yes.
As it relates to your review of this case, did you review any of the slides or having slides prepared for your review?
I did not get to review the microscopic slides.
Would that have been important in reaching your conclusion today?
I think ultimately wouldn't have changed it. She described everything as normal, so I might have identified pathology she didn't identify, but I did not.
So as it relates to diabetes, type 1 diabetes,
Yes,
would the slides of the pancreas help inform your decision?
potentially.
And why would that be?
You can see dropout of what are called islet cells, the cells within the pancreas that make insulin. In type 1 diabetes, they may be reduced.
Okay, but Dr. Molina says that they're normal.
She said they were normal.
So no evidence of this islet dropout.
Not that she described, yeah.
And that would be something you would want to know, definitely reaching your decision as to whether diabetes is ultimately the cause of death.
I mean, it would help certainly if I see islet dropout, but its absence would not preclude that diagnosis because it's largely a biochemical diagnosis.
So as it relates to defense exhibit number 53, the graph or chart that you prepared for Ms. Sawyer.
Yes.
Is there evidence of stunting?
Yes, there is throughout his life.
Okay.
At a time when most children are not old enough to even show stunting. So
And you're basing that on the heights that are located within the medical records, correct?
yes,
You would agree with me that those are pretty spurious.
many of them are, yes. And it's hard to know which ones are spurious, but for sure you can be reasonably sure if a child measures 99 centimeters one time and 89 the next time, he didn't lose 4 inches of height during that whatever time period, because children generally will not lose height because they will stop growing, but they won't lose height. So then the question is, was one too high and one was too low? I mean, it's hard to know exactly where those measurements, what the problem with the measurements are. I mean, that's an important reason to look at the overall trends.
It's fair to say there's not too much conclusion, especially in older children, that you can reliably, then you can rely on ultimately reaching your opinion.
I mean, yeah, I think that would apply to any of the, whether you're looking at percentiles or whether you're looking at Waterloo classification, anything that's based on the measurements is only as good as those measurements.
Okay. Specifically in the height, when we're talking about kids, you would agree with me that they're not always the most reliable.
If they don't take off their shoes, I mean, there's many reasons that might be. Kids wiggle, whatever.
You did a pediatric residency?
I did a pediatric internship.
Okay. Do you measure kids during that time?
I did not. Our nursing staff usually would do that.
Did you observe them ever measure these children?
Yes, and I've observed my own children be measured. Yeah.
Are they always the most compliant?
Yeah, for sure.
Are you aware of the legal definition of serious bodily injuries?
I am not.
You're not?
I don't know the legal definition of it.
Don't you think that would be important as it relates to giving your opinion as to whether Benji suffered from serious bodily injury?
No, what I said was my understanding of that term, which is a lay understanding of that term, is how I answer that question.
So all of Ms. Sawyer's questions as it relates to serious bodily injury were based on her general understanding of serious bodily injury is?
Yes.
What is your understanding of serious bodily injury is?
Something that is going to cause impairment or debility in the person receiving it or death potentially. Death would obviously be a serious bodily injury.
So in Texas, serious bodily injury is a bodily injury that creates a significant risk of death or causes death, results in serious permanent disfigurement, or causes a prolonged loss or impairment of the function of a bodily organ or member.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
So taking out the death, the fact that whether, for argument's sake, whether he died from starvation or not, prior to his death, up to leading up to his death, would you say that the loss of weight was bodily injury, the changes in his body composition that created a significant risk of death?
No, not at the degree that it was, no.
Okay. And what was the percentage of weight that he lost during that period of time?
And from his highest weight until his weight at autopsy was about 14%.
14%. Going to the Mendy article on page 281. Says that patients with premorbid weight have a loss of 5% body weight results in detectable impairments of mental and physical function. After a loss of 10 to 15% body weight, nutritional intervention may be necessary.
Yes.
Okay.
And the next sentence says loss of more than 35% is life-threatening.
So nutritional intervention may be necessary.
Yes, and certainly if he's losing weight, somebody needs to address that.
Okay. And if it's not addressed, what's the ultimate result? What good result?
Well, it could continue. It may stabilize. I mean, you don't know, but it's something you would address. I mean, failure to thrive is a common complaint in pediatric clinics because kids aren't growing or they're not, sometimes they're losing weight, sometimes they're just not gaining weight.
So we're talking about, I know you make a distinction between malnutrition, undernutrition, and starvation. Is it that undernutrition is maybe a subset of malnutrition?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I want to talk about undernutrition. What are the potential long-term effects of undernutrition?
I guess that's primarily a clinical question. Obviously, death is ultimately potentially an outcome, but I believe there are other described things in the clinical literature, but I don't know all of those.
Okay. it relates to the text definition of serious bodily injury, you're saying it's not serious bodily injury, but you don't know what the long-term effects of undernutrition are?
I don't know the specific clinical things besides death that can result from it. There are probably immunologic consequences. There are probably developmental consequences, but I specifically what those are, I don't know.
Okay. So, are you in a position then to even give an opinion as it relates to that?
You're talking in terms of serious body. If you're saying that weight loss, if those sequelae would be serious bodily injury, I wouldn't disagree that they are. I just don't have any indication that those things are happening in Benji at the time of his death.
Okay. So you don't know what they are, but you don't think they're happening with Benji. Am I understanding that correctly?
You could put it that way.
So you don't know, but I know it's not that. Kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, if you want to phrase it that way. So I don't know specifically what the developmental outcomes. I mean, clearly he's having some behavioral issues. Are those related to his true nutrition? I don't know. There's family history that would suggest maybe otherwise. Other things that could be going on, but I don't know.
Okay. So, I wanted to talk about these potential differential diagnoses. I want to start with seizures. Am I understanding correctly that you said that a first seizure can be the cause of death?
Yes.
How would you diagnose that?
If you find evidence that the person had a seizure, and I mean, that's how you would diagnose it. You wouldn't, in the absence of things like tongue biting, incontinence, other things, you wouldn't know that they had a seizure. But if they've got evidence of a generalized seizure and are dead without any other cause, that would likely be what you would conduct.
So you would, without knowing, not being able to test for a seizure afterwards, you would still say that that was a death that's been caused by a seizure?
Yes.
So without being able to even tell that they suffered from a seizure disorder, you would still opine that that was a death by seizure?
I mean, it could be. I might also call it undetermined. It would really depend on all the specifics of the case, but it certainly could be.
If you reviewed the literature, have you ever seen a case where somebody's first seizure was determined to be the cause of death?
I believe I testified that I have seen a case like that.
So you have made that opinion before?
Yes.
And so are you able to rule out other forms of death?
I mean, that's what the rest of the autopsy and investigation is about. There's no other organ pathology. There's no, we may find some abnormality in their brain that was not known previously. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons that we might make that conclusion where they didn't know.
So how in that case, how would you rule out suffocation?
Circumstantially, if it's an adult, I've certainly never made that diagnosis in a child.
Okay, so again, the suffocation, the arrhythmia, all of those things play into every single time you look at somebody's death, correct?
If you end up with a negative autopsy, those are all part of the differential, yes. So
in these cases where you said that you ruled the death via a seizure, were you able to rule out suffocation?
Well, it's a case where I also have not a negative autopsy. I've got findings at autopsy suggestive of tongue trauma. I may find something in the brain, other things that are going to be consistent with that, even though they didn't have a diagnosis beforehand.
So let's say somebody has a seizure, there's been evidence of tongue biting. What if that person had their tongue between their teeth and their mouth was being held shut and covered? Would you be able to rule out suffocation?
No.
Okay. So fair to say, not in every case you can rule out every single other possible.
No, for sure not. And that's why many times we end up with a cause of death that's undetermined or a manner that's undetermined.
But in those cases, you're looking at what does the evidence fit? Like, what is the likely result, right?
Yes.
As it relates to, you also were talking about foaming of the mouth. What was that consistent with?
That's a finding that goes along with pulmonary edema, which is fluid in the lungs.
Okay. So pulmonary edema, fluid in the lung, would that increase the weight of Benji's lungs at the time of autopsy?
It can.
What about the brain edema?
Cerebral edema would be expected to increase the brain weight.
Okay.
Brain is generally not atrophied in the setting of starvation. Your body does a lot to preserve your brain to make sure it stays normal. Everything else starts to shrink, but the brain does not.
So in your review of the literature, brain atrophy is not a possible clinical finding autopsy?
You may see it, but more often than not, you don't see it in the cases that are described.
Talking about the talking about the abnormal genes. Fair to say that because you might be genetically predisposed does not mean that you have something, right?
Well, so there are a number of parts to that question. So you can be genetically predisposed to a lot of things, but if your genetic testing shows that you are abnormal in a certain way, then there are secondary questions that people can have abnormal genes and not die from them today. They might not die for 2 years. They might not die until adulthood. But if you find them and they have died and you don't have an alternative explanation, that is certainly a possibility if they have a pathogenic mutation of their genes.
So if you have somebody who had negative findings as it relates to their autopsy, you did this genetic testing afterwards, and they have a genetic finding for predisposition for arrhythmias. Would then you conclude that they died from an arrhythmia?
Not necessarily, no. But it would certainly move me off of calling it something else, and would it adds. I guess I would say it adds doubt as to what a specific cause is. That becomes very likely. What other things are likely? If they're all unlikely, especially, that leads you down the path of undetermined. I can't tell whether it's that or that.
But again, my question to you is that just because you have the gene, let's say Benji did, he had a genetic predisposition for arrhythmia, does not mean he died from arrhythmia.
Does not mean that he did. Doesn't mean he didn't, but it doesn't mean he did.
We'll look at your the chart that you prepared in defendant's exhibit number 53. So based on Gomez, at least that time, he was moderately malnourished.
Yes, he was.
What are the implications of being moderately malnourished?
Are you talking about the clinical implications of that?
Let's start with clinically.
It's a problem that needs to be addressed, but the specifics of what they're going to need, more nutrition, they're going to need to be assessed in an ongoing follow-up way, to be looked at on a regular basis to see that they're gaining weight, to do testing to identify possible causes for their lack of weight or loss of weight, depending on which it is. And you're going to go through those things, that testing, and then ultimately make informed treatment decisions about what they need to get out of that place.
As it relates to Benji's weight loss, did you find anything in the records, in your review of the records, that would account for his weight loss?
Not specifically, no.
Did you review the photographs in this case?
I reviewed a lot of photographs, yes.
And you reviewed body cam videos?
I did.
So did you review the photographs that had lots on cabinets in the kitchen that contained food?
Yes.
And you reviewed the pictures that had a lot on the refrigerator?
Yes.
And you reviewed the videos showing Benji trying to get out of his room in the middle of the night?
Yes.
You reviewed the body-worn camera video with Benji on 7/20 of 21, where he asked his dad multiple times for food?
Yes. While the police are there.
So in that, did you see the body-worn camera video where Benji's speaking to Detective Hale?
Yes.
And in that video, you agree with me that Benji's distracted by the food behind him?
He's kind of not focused on what he's being asked many times, yes.
And what is he focused on?
I don't know if it was food or not. I don't recall specifically. He may have been. I mean, there was food on the counter, I believe. I don't remember specifically.
And in that, did you review the fact that Miranda, as well as the defendant, said that they put locks on the kitchen, on the cabinets, because Benji was getting out in the middle of the night to get food?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Okay. Would you not consider that a form of restricting or withholding food?
I mean, potentially. I mean, my children, for example, were never up in the middle of the night trying to eat food. So
Let's go, Sassy. Sassy, let's go, my darling. Yes, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. It'll be a couple of hours. Sean will answer all your questions, my darling. Any questions, Sean will answer. It'll go on for however long it needs to go on for. So write all your questions down, my darling, as well, so you don't forget them. Yeah, you're going to love it. You're going to love it, every second of it, Sassy. And no one more deserving than you, my darling. So absolutely thrilled to bits that you've made it to the private call. He's trying to get me on at some point. I think I'm going to join it in, not this one, but one of the future ones. I'm going to be joining it. To be me and Sean and 5 others. So we're looking forward to doing that as well. There you go, my darling. Happy days for you, Sassy. I'm really, really happy for you.
I didn't ever have to contend with that, and they were adequately fed during the day. So I mean, it's hard to know exactly what that means. I mean, certainly if my children were up running around, I would be, more concerned about, having them, get their sleep, whatever it is. I mean, not having had a child in that circumstance, I don't know.
Right. You're getting started.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So fair to say that you don't have a child.
Hi, Denise. Hello, my darling. How are you?
Died from starvation.
And none of my children died of starvation, no.
You reviewed the medical record from 7/21 of 21.
I did.
And in that, the parents had indicated for your 9-month-old boy with a history of speech delay, previous day of the drive here with chief complaint of bruising.
Yes.
If your child was having problems gaining weight, would you lock up the food?
Can't answer it. I don't know. It would depend on all the circumstances surrounding, what's going on there.
So your kid wasn't gaining weight, you would potentially restrict the food that they were getting?
I might restrict what specific food they're getting, yes.
So you would restrict them from getting any food?
No, I mean, if they're having trouble weight, I would follow whatever medical advice I'm given and figure out how to get them what they need. These are not my professional opinions. These are my parental opinions.
Did you review the video of Benji in the car hitting himself?
Yes, I did.
in your review of cases and ultimately determining cause of death, you reviewed blunt force injuries before?
Yes, many times.
And in time try to determine the mechanism of injury?
Yes.
I'm not going to play for the whole video, but did you review this entire video?
I did.
Would you agree with me that he essentially hits himself with about the same level of force throughout this video?
It seems to be, yes.
So you? Yeah. And reviewing that video, you also reviewed with 20 photos from 7/21/21, correct?
720, I believe.
No, correct. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Click down, I can't remember. Looking at defense exhibit number 31, does that level of force seem consistent with the injuries that Benji sustained in defense number 31?
No, I don't think so.
Your Honor, I'm going to object because it's misleading the dates that were a video versus this. There's no connection in our evidence so far that those alleged injuries are really caused by hitting. They have, it conflicts, like he's interjecting evidence that isn't before the jury.
I'll let you interrupt. Are you asking, or is your objection facts and evidence?
Yes.
It's in the body worn camera. It's been alluded to that he's causing these injuries to himself.
Can you guys approach, please?
I'm going to object because August 9th is after July 20th. So the video that he showed of the hitting himself post-dates this photo.
I'm asking about the mechanism. I'm just cleaning up the timeline as instructed.
Just go ahead and ask him about the mechanism, please. What the subject matter of your question is.
And again, I'm not asking you whether that hitting on 8/9 caused the injury before it, right? That doesn't make any sense. I'm asking you if Benji was hitting himself with that level of force, would that have caused these types of injuries?
I think it's unlikely.
Okay. So, showing you what's been admitted as state exhibit number 94, did you review this photo?
Yes.
And I think it is in it. It will focus a little bit. You can see in between his ribs in that photo, correct?
Sort of, yeah.
Because in fact, you can count some of his ribs, right? Like I can see. Would you agree that you can see a rib here?
Yes, you can see ribs in
And
there.
then it's sunken down a little bit, right? And then you can see the next rib.
Yes.
Okay. This type of visual, this being able to see in between the ribs, is that also illustrated in the literature that you reviewed?
There certainly is that sort of picture in the thing, although it's much more dramatic and pronounced than that.
I'm not asking about the pictures in it, but as it describes some findings that are typical within starvation cases. Is this although I'm not saying intercostal,
Yes.
where this between the ribs, it's sunken,
It becomes more visible, yes.
right? So that's described within the literature as it relates to starvation,
That's correct.
and even in lethal starvation cases.
Yes.
So when we're looking at this, we're looking at starvation, is it fair to think about this as like concentric circles? Like certain findings might exclude certain things, right? So we're narrowing down ultimately what is to get to the cause of death. Fair to say?
Yes.
Right. So some findings might eliminate something, some findings might just be consistent with it. Correct. And in this, there are multiple findings, you would agree with me, that are consistent with starvation.
That are described in the starvation literature, yes.
And many of those are also indicative, or not indicative. Many of these items or pieces of evidence are also cited within the literature as it relates to legal starvation.
Yes, they may be seen.
And as it relates to the Waterlow, Gomez, all these anthropometric clinical or anthropometric tests, or however you want to describe them, none of them have a cutoff at which point starvation can be ruled in, meaning there's not like a cutoff of where lethal starvation starts or ends.
There's not a diagnostic number now.
Got this on my list.
Your follow-up slide? Yes, just briefly. Excuse me. So I'm showing you what, going back to your chart in regards to the 3 columns that you have identified.
Yeah.
You, from your understanding in the literature, you found that the last column, if I'm not mistaken, the Waterlow weight column was the most relevant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in regards to Gomez, why did you find that Gomez was less relevant?
Because it does not factor in their height relative to their size. It's only a comparison of their weight, their actual weight, to what the average weight for a child that age is.
And Benji's always had a small stature, correct?
He's always been small.
And so the data that you did provide that exists of the 18 cases that have been compiled is associated with the Waterlow chart, correct?
It is, yes.
Okay, not the Gomez chart.
Correct.
And this is an accurate representation of the data compilation that existed in the article that Mr. Villarreal was questioning about, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't change it all?
No.
Okay. Now, you saw multiple videos of Benji. You've seen every video that the jury seen, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And in those, would you agree with me that Benji had no problem getting out of his room?
Did not seem to, no.
And he had no problem getting into the cabinets?
No, it seemed he even was able to get into closed cabinets, the fridge at least. I don't know about the other cabinets, but he was getting into things, yes.
In the literature that you did review, including Dr. Lucifer's, were kids that were determined to have died of starvation generally either bound or somehow locked in a room or somehow physically prevented from getting food?
Yes, that is described in that article. Most of the children that die of starvation are infants. If you look at the overall numbers, most are infants who really can't do anything to provide for their own nutrition. And children up to the age of 3 really can't do a whole lot to get their own food if they need it and are not getting it. Once they get beyond that age, then they have more ability to forage and rummage, like Benji showed he could do.
And so in Benji's case, I'm reviewing everything. Did you see any indication that any evidence that he was locked into a room?
I did not see that, no.
And when he is in a room, he's with his other siblings, correct?
Some of the videos, his siblings are in there. Some of them he's in there by himself.
And all of the other siblings also indicate that they don't have any issue with weight.
I'm going to check this one. It's a leading.
It's okay. All right. So the point is, was he removed from being part of the family in any of the videos that you saw?
That is fine, objective relevance.
Oh, you answered.
It does not appear that he's isolated from the family. I mean, he's in his room by himself sometimes, and so whether that was an isolation thing, I don't know. But certainly, he's in his room sleeping with his siblings. One of the videos where he's up in the night, you can hear a sibling in the background. So I mean, he's thinking others are around.
And he is being taken out in public in a lot of these photos.
Yes.
And I need to ask you about the length of time that how long does it take, does the literature say it takes from the time someone eats something to the time it passes through them?
There's a wide variety of what that can be, and there's a number of studies that have been done over the years using things that they can see on X-ray, have a kid eat, and they track how long it takes to go through. But the ranges that are published, range anywhere from 10 hours to as many as 70 plus hours.
And in regards to that, have you also reviewed Dr. Lucifer's testimony?
Yes.
And it was a 6 to 8 hour?
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And so if someone eats, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If someone is provided a meal at the night before, and they go to sleep, and they wake up the next day, is it possible that they could have a bowel movement from what they ate the night before?
I think it would be unusual, but certainly it's possible. It's within the range of described times.
So the 10 hours to 12 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And so here we have a bowel movement from Benji?
Yes, we do.
And then we talked, is there, hypothetically, if someone was given a tortilla for breakfast and they eat it, would you expect to see that show up in their digestive tract?
You certainly might see it in their digestive tract. You might see it in their stomach. It would depend on the time interval. Generally, the stomach's going to empty within a couple of hours, but it can take longer depending on what it is, how much water is consumed with it. I mean, a lot of variables there, so I don't think you can be very precise about the time. It might still be in the stomach. It would almost assuredly still be expected to be present within the intestinal tract.
Okay, and so what about when you are suctioning something out? Would a tortilla be able to be suctioned out?
I would think mostly no, if it's mostly just the tortilla that's there, but if it's diluted with a bunch of water, if it's softened up, you might get, certainly I've seen in my clinical experience, chunks of things get sucked up through nasogastric tubes.
I just have a couple questions. What does atrophic musculature mean?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Atrophic, I might be mispronouncing it.
No.
Atrophic, maybe?
Atrophic
musculature.
Oh, musculature. Atrophic musculature would just be less than normal musculature. Atrophy is a condition where things start to waste away or shrivel away.
Would that mean that the muscle is wasting away?
Yes.
Benji, that's why Benji did not appear isolated, correct?
To the extent, like I said, he's isolated in his room in some of the videos, but he's with his siblings in photos. He's with his siblings in some of the other videos. So, socially, I don't know overall. I just know what's in the photos and videos.
So you agree that some of those videos, there's no other kid in that room with Benji crying?
That's correct.
And there's no kids in those videos where Benji's crying for things like food, water, milk?
I don't recall the specifics of it, but he's definitely by himself sometimes.
Right, and there's at least one of those videos, he's crying for something.
Yeah, he's crying for sure.
You review the photographs?
I reviewed a lot of photographs.
That should be clear. The photographs from August 17th of 2021.
From
the apartment.
Oh, the apartment, yes.
And you saw 3 beds in the bedroom?
Yes.
Did you know which one is Benji's bed?
It had to be identified to me. I didn't otherwise know.
Did you notice the difference in the beds?
Yes.
What was the difference?
The difference was that one of them was essentially just a mattress.
Was it covered with anything?
I don't recall. Maybe it had a cover on it. I don't remember.
That was definitely different than the other two.
It was, yes.
Benji could get into the closed cabinets. Do you know when Benji could get into closed cabinets?
Like when they were locked, could he unopen them? I don't know. I know he opened the fridge in one of the videos, but as far as the cabinets, I don't remember.
Okay. So did you view any videos of Benji opening the cabinets when they're locked?
Probably. I don't remember specifically though.
Okay. Was the question, I don't have any videos of that, but.
No, I just don't remember.
Did you review videos of Benji moving items to get out of the room?
I saw him setting pillows by the door, trying to stand on them to get over the gate. I saw him moving a table, but it wasn't clear that's exactly why he was moving it, or a dresser or something. But yes, he was moving items in the room.
Okay. And in one of them, he moved a pillow.
Yes.
Another one, did you see him with a laundry hamper?
Probably. I don't remember that specific item.
And in those, he's trying. Is it clear to you that he's trying to get out of the room?
Yes, he's trying to get over the gate.
Office space.
Will this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your time and your effort. If you have anything, if you could give that to the parties on the way out. If it's not yours. Okay.
Okay, and how many years have you been a critical care pediatrician?
As an attending physician, I've been practicing since 2016. So
And are you board certified?
I am.
And what are you board certified?
I'm board certified in general pediatrics.
And there's also photos of the front seat of what as a demonstrative. Okay, and how many years have you been? This time, Your Honor, I'd like to use the same demonstrative that we went over, but this one will be Defense Exhibit 56 to guide the questioning. Okay, may I publish?
No, just to make sure, I have the last exhibit number is 53. Did I miss?
You haven't, I have that in mind.
Okay, so Defense 56, did you give that to Mr. Cervera?
All right, so you and I have discussed, I'm showing you what, as a demonstrative, is Defendant's Exhibit 56. And Brandon is standing accused of having a legal or statutory duty to act, whether he was a parent or had care, custody, and control of the child. But he had a legal duty or statutory duty to act. They're intentionally or knowingly caused serious bodily injury by failing to do one of those 3 things: adequate nutrition, adequate hydration, and proper medical care. And would you agree with me that this is what we're focused on in regards to your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in going over that, let's first take up dehydration. There's been testimony that Dr. Molina did not find dehydration in this case. Would you agree with that?
I would say that there is evidence of dehydration, that would be non-fatal dehydration.
Okay. And so non-lethal dehydration.
Non-lethal, yes.
And let's talk about the definition of serious bodily injury. Serious bodily injury in Texas has a specific definition. It's would significantly is significant risk of death. It's cause death, or it could permanent disfigurement, or
organ damage.
Yes, but let me make sure I. Sorry, go on. The last one is prolonged loss or function of a bodily member. Here take a word or two, but in general, that's what it stands for. And so in regards to reviewing on dehydration, did you believe that the dehydration in Benji's case would have caused him serious bodily injury?
No.
Now, in critical care, after reviewing the evidence, did you find anything that would indicate that he was not intentionally dehydrated?
When I was reviewing the case, it didn't seem like he was intentionally dehydrated. The child, from most of the photos that I saw, tended to have wet diapers on, which indicates that he had fluid inside of him.
And in regards to the loss of fluid that he's experienced that day, did you get to see a photo of the mattress with yellow substance on it?
I did see a picture of the yellow substance on the mattress, yes.
And that photo came from the day he passed, correct?
Yes.
And then there was also photos of the front seat of the car that looked like there was liquid or something where he was sitting.
Yes.
And did you see the diaper that he was wearing at the time he gets to the hospital?
I saw the one on the autopsy. Yes.
And was it full?
It seemed full.
Okay. And so in regards to, in your experience as a critical care pediatrician, if a child comes in and they've lost water, is there a way for fluids, is there a way for you to determine how much they lost?
Typically in children, there's a couple of different types of dehydration. This one seemed to be a hypernatremic dehydration, hypernatremia being high sodium levels. And so on the vitreous exam, the sodium, I believe, was around 160. And so it seemed like you can quantify it based on a free water deficit to get kind of technical. So you take the total body water of a patient, which is about 60% of their weight, and you multiply that times the sodium that you have divided by normal sodium minus 1. And so for him, 160 over 140 gets you about 14%. And when you subtract out the 1, and then you multiply that by 0.6, and his body weight of 12.7 gets you to about 1.08 liters.
Okay, so in your estimation, and you use this in
my clinical practice, I see kids that are dehydrated from diarrhea, vomiting pretty frequently.
And so this calculation, by your estimate, are you trained to use that estimate?
Yes.
You are telling us that he would have lost about 1.08 liters of water?
About that, yes.
Okay, based off of the sodium levels?
Based off the sodium, yes, ma'am.
And it appears that he lost it, based on the timing of those photos, would you agree that he lost it pretty close to the time that he passed?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you what is a bottle of water.
Yes.
And do you know how much this bottle of water?
This is 1 liter of water, so this weighs about 2.2 pounds.
Okay, so this is 2.2 pounds. And would that also be the same? 2.2 pounds is the same as 1 kilogram?
Yes.
Okay. So that 1 liter of water, 1 liter, 1 kilogram, and 2.2 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all equivalent.
Those are cool.
And so based off of the fact that, was there any indication, you said that diarrhea or vomiting. Did you have any indication of diarrhea or vomiting in this case?
So when I was reading the medical record of the day he presented on his final day, there was mention of from his mother that he had been potentially vomiting the night before.
Okay, so that might, along with the urine that seems to be coming out of the child,
Mm-hmm.
would that account for that 1.08 liters?
Yeah, to lose that amount of water, yes, you can either vomit it up, have diarrhea, pee it out.
And that in of itself is not someone's fault, correct? I mean, if they're vomiting or peeing, it's nothing that a parent would know. I mean, they didn't cause the child to vomit.
Judge, I'm going to check the cause for speculation.
If you could rephrase your question, Ms. Warrior.
I mean, is vomiting or urination, is that a child abuse?
It is not child abuse unless you have given a child some sort of poison that has caused them to vomit, or made them sustain some sort of brain injury that caused them to vomit. I would not consider that child abuse. Kids, especially 4-year-olds, tend to get sick.
And so in this case, we had no evidence that he sustained head trauma, correct?
From the autopsy, he did not have any brain findings of traumatic injury.
And there was the toxicology for drugs was negative, correct?
Yes.
So those don't exist in this case. It's part of the fact pattern, correct?
From what I gathered, that was not part of the case.
All right, so in regards to dehydration, as we're looking up at there, do you believe that there was a failure to provide adequate hydration in this case?
If he had access to free water, then I would say that he did not, that's not child abuse. If he was able to get to have water, then that's not child abuse.
Well, and based off of what you're observing, is there any other indications, not just whether he had access to it, but based off of what you're viewing from the body itself, do you believe that there was a dehydration to the level that someone was not providing it?
It didn't seem like that to me.
And then in regards to seeking medical care, did you find, I mean, in your opinion, was there evidence to show that proper medical care was sought?
So as a pediatrician, you see all types of parents, but usually if you're asked by someone to show up at an appointment, then you show up and you're doing your due diligence to follow up on whatever they ask you to go do. If you show up to your appointments, then that's a sign that you're seeking the appropriate medical care.
And in this case, did they show up to their appointments?
It seems like they did. There were several doctor's appointments prior to this in the last couple of months of his life.
And in regards to the directives he was given specifically on July 20th or 21st of 2021 from CHOSA, did he follow were those followed?
I believe so. He was told to follow up with his pediatrician. He was told to follow up with his pediatrician, and it seems like they did.
Now, so in regards to whether or not there has been a failure to provide proper medical care, do you believe that there was a failure to provide proper medical care here?
I think that if
Let me rephrase that. It actually should be failure to seek proper medical care, not provide. So.
Yeah, I think that they showed up at their appointments as they were asked to. And when people saw him, they weren't like, man, this kid is incredibly gone. They weren't saying, hey, we need to hospitalize this kiddo. They were saying, hey, we need to continue to follow this.
So in regards to the adequate nutrition, which the state, we're really talking about starvation. Have you in your practice have any experience in regards to treating patients that have been diagnosed with starvation?
Yes, I have taken care of several children with failure to thrive. Some of them with severe failure to thrive. I took care of a kiddo that was an immigrant from Ukraine who had been in an orphanage where he was systematically starved for months, given drugs not to make noise, just be really quiet when the parents walked in. He was severely underweight. I've taken care of kids who have been sold into kind of prostitution and have been. The specifics of those cases, I will.
That's changes to those specifics.
But yes, I've taken care of multiple children who have had severe failure to thrive, and what would be considered kind of a starved state.
And in those instances, would that have been serious bodily injury by starvation?
Yes.
Have you, in your opportunity to review Benji's case, do you believe that Benji had serious bodily injury by starvation?
I did not see evidence that he was severely malnourished. He was a skinny kid for sure, but he didn't seem to be so severely underweight that it required inpatient hospitalization or even get to the level of critical care.
Okay. So if Benji had walked into your hospital room or your office, did you see pictures of him on the day of his passing?
I did.
Okay. And so I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 22. How does Benji differ from the kids you've seen with serious bodily injury by starvation?
So when I see kids with severe starvation, they usually have thinning hair. They'll have, if it's an acute weight loss, they tend to have a lot of loose skin around their arms, just from that really acute weight loss, which I didn't really see a ton of loose skin. You'll see it like just completely wrinkled down, like someone who's lost a lot of weight. His buccal fat, like his face looks a little bit skinnier, but I see skinny kids periodically. It is San Antonio, so you do see a lot more obesity here, but he doesn't look, he's still got some fullness to him. He doesn't have sunken eyes. Those are the things that I would say.
And I want to be clear what the word acute means. What does it mean?
Acute is in the last, if you've lost a significant amount of weight in the last couple of months. I don't know the exact definition off the top of my head right now for acute, but it's less than, it's definitely going to be in the last month of his life.
And then versus chronic, which is what?
I'm going to say over like 6 months where you're really having a lot of pathologic changes.
Okay. And so let me ask you as well, with kids, is there a difference in the way they present from the age of like, let's say 3 and as they start to go from 3 to 5? Do they have facial changes of any kind that are?
So kids, especially on the low end of that BMI chart, when they'll hit an nadir, so they start, babies when they're really, really little, they're chubby little things, and then they start crawling, start moving. And when they do that, they go from little chunks to a little bit stretched out. When they hit this 3 to 5 year old range, especially on that lowest end of the curve, they start hitting a nadir, and that nadir kind of spans from like about 5 years old over to about 7 years old.
Okay, so about like, I mean,
and they stretch out. So this is when their faces are going to start changing. They start looking more like little boys instead of toddlers.
So facial changes in which a face might be getting skinnier, would that always be to a loss of weight?
You can gain weight as long as you're gaining more height. You can have those changes as well.
Okay, so in regards to Benji, you, as far as lips and stuff, do they appear cracked or in any way dehydrated?
He does not appear dehydrated in that picture, no.
Okay.
Not severely.
Now, the state has an exhibit that is, you look at the autopsy photos in this case.
I did.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. And this is a photo of Benji.
Yes.
And in regards to his ribs, can you see his ribs?
I can, yes.
Okay. Now, what about his legs? Do you notice anything about his legs that's significant?
He's got decently normal quadricep muscles and calf muscles at that point.
And so by that, you're looking at this right here?
I'm looking at his calf, yes. And then if you go up, you can see that he's got muscle tone across the top of that.
Okay. And then, so you are not just a medical doctor, but you have children?
I do.
How many?
I have 3 kids.
Okay. And so you've seen boys grow up from, how old are your kids now?
I have a 10-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 5-year-old about to turn 6.
Okay. And in regards to what we normally see in healthy active children, are you able to identify that?
Yes.
As far as what their rib cages look and their bodies look like?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 54.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do. That is a picture of my kids and my nephew from 2 weekends ago.
Okay. And so would you agree with me that your kids and your nephew are not starved?
I would agree with that. In that photo, they had already eaten individually both $22 worth of Chick-fil-A sandwiches.
And so in regards to this, does this help you show the jury what your ultimate opinion in regards to the rib cage is in regards to Benji?
I can see it. It is not a path in mind finding for starvation necessarily.
And would it help if they were able to see what?
Sure, I can. So if you look at my nephew there, he went to the pediatrician.
Oh, hold on one second.
Oh, sorry.
Your Honor, at this time, just for demonstrative purposes, I would like to admit Defendant's Exhibit 54. Yes, we're leading off. We're talking about being able to see the rib cage. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 54 and asking that it be admitted for demonstrative purposes only, Your Honor.
Noting the objection, the prior objection to the state, you can show it as a demonstrative item.
Okay. Now, what's going on in this photo?
This was a photo taken during the Texas versus Louisiana Monroe football game. Texas had just scored a touchdown, and you can see my nephew and my 2 sons jumping up.
All right. Well, I'll forgive the fact that you're ET.
Thank you.
But okay, looking at this photo, though, what stands out to you? You provided me this photo.
I did.
And did you provide it to me for what reason?
Just to show you that skinny kids exist, and that not all skinny kids that you can see their ribs will be classified as malnourished or undernourished or failure to thrive.
Okay. And so, in particular, is
The one on the far left is my nephew.
this one right here?
Yes. So he is 9.5 years old in this picture. He had a pediatric appointment on 7/17.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object as it relates to any specific weights of these individuals. These are not the same age, and I would object to the relevance.
The weights of the individuals?
I believe that he's about to test. He went to a pediatric visit. I'm assuming he's about to provide medical information to an unrelated individual.
Well, in your honorable rephrase, let me. Okay. Were you able to? You're aware of the data of this particular individual?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And in looking at that data, were you able to use that data to run the Waterlow score, where he would fall on the Waterlow score?
I was able to do that, yes.
Okay. And where would he have fallen on the Waterlow score?
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object to the relevance. There's no data behind this. It is in front of the jury. That means the prosecution want and as it relates to the relevance of these individuals. And so they're not the same age. There's a number of different factors that don't apply to the Benji situation.
Overruled, you may answer.
Okay. He is greater than, for the Waterloo classification scale, he is not stunted, and he is in the normal range for his weight.
Okay. And so, then does this help reference?
So in regards to his water low, his height divided by the 50th percentile is the ratio is greater than 95%. From a wasting standpoint, his body weight divided at the 50th percentile for his height for the 50th percentile is also greater than 90.
And so
that puts him in the normal range for both.
And so looking at, I'm going to show you what's the Defendant's Exhibit 53, that normal range for both of them is in the green?
That is correct.
Okay. And are both, and did you look at Gomez as well, or just Barlow?
For Gomez, it is also, is that, sorry, can you?
Yeah.
For the Gomez scale, yes, he is normal. The body weight as a percentage of his weight at the 50th percentile.
Okay. Also, I want to ask you, in regards to the arms and stuff, are you still able to see the musculature or the muscles in that individual?
So yes, I can see that he has some muscles. So he doesn't have protein wasting in this picture. You can see that he has a pec muscle. When your arms are raised like this, it increases your thoracic capacity. And so when your arms are up, like if your arms are out like this, it's harder to pull your ribs in. Your rib cage expands, kind of like a bucket handle almost. And so that's why your rib cage looks more prominent when your arms are up.
I'm going to show you. Photo number 30 on State's Exhibit 76. Would you have suspected that he was about to die of starvation?
I would not have assumed that he was about to die of starvation based on, where he falls. Just visually looking at him, he looks like a skinny kid, but he doesn't look like a kid who's been severely malnourished.
And then in regards to mesentery, the autopsy indicated that there was a paucity of adipose tissue on mesentery.
Yes.
Are you aware that that was one of the findings?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. In your experience as a critical care pediatrician, as well as your training in medicine and medical care, did you have experience with viewing other mesenteries from other children?
I have. So in the ICU, there are times that kids get incredibly sick and they're too unstable to take down to the OR. And so we will provide sedation, anesthesia at the bedside, and they will open up their intestines or open up their abdominal cavities and run the bowel, those kind of things. And so you'll see their mesentery at that time. Over the summer, I saw it happen where I went down to the OR to talk to the trauma surgeon because there was a critically injured child and they were running the bowel at the time. And I remember specifically thinking, you can see straight through that kid's mesentery. You can see every single lymph node, every single blood vessel in it. There were no concerns about her I think she was 6, as a 6-year-old with a see-through mesentery. She was a really skinny kid.
And so in your experience, does the fact that someone has paucity of adipose tissue on their mesentery, does that mean that they're starved?
It's not pathognomonic for starvation.
That's a big word.
Sure. It's not. So a pathognomonic finding is something that for a given pathology gives it like this is definitely related to this. And there's only that disease process that is related to it. So it is something that you can have. And it is, it is probably going to be there if you are dying of starvation, but it is not definitive to say, oh, because they have this, this is starvation.
Okay. And in regards to the amount of weight that at most he could have lost. So even assuming his highest weight that is measured on any of his charts is
14.8.
14.8 was the highest, right? And then he has the lowest at 12.7 at the time of autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Would that amount of weight loss to you cause a concern for serious bodily injury starvation?
It would be pretty concerning to me that intervention needed to happen. But it would not be something that I would think is, a fatal loss of weight. So in the cases I've seen in the past.
I'm going to object to a specific answer based on the previous assertions of defense counsel during the bench conference.
Your Honor,
Outside the area of his expertise.
he deals with critical care patients and managing their health. Can you please put that? Then would you agree 2 kilograms were
2.1 kilograms.
2.1. And if we were to convert that into, you'll probably do this faster than I would, 2.1 kilograms into pounds, how many pounds is that?
A little under 5.
Okay. So in the course of 10 months, he's lost 5 pounds. In your experience, would that be a lethal, would you be concerned about lethal starvation at that point?
I'm going to review my objection as it relates to Benji. She's asking about legal starvation. How's that go with it, please?
Understood. That's a little big answer.
So would I be concerned that he was at risk of death at this point? I would not, based on the totality of his growth curve. He'd always been somewhat little. There are spurious measurements that happen in children's weights, in children's heights. And so, you know, the most recent couple of weights had been somewhat stable. I think they were more in the 14.2 down. And so the biggest concern for me on his presentation, if he had truly dropped down to 12.7 and it was not strictly related to the water loss that had occurred, then yeah, that would be, I would not consider that to be a life-threatening amount of weight loss.
And so more specifically, like you mentioned, in July 21st, 2021 time period, he's going to come down to, those weights are 13.8, 13.84, somewhere around there, correct? Mm-hmm. And so at that time, then, if we were to go based off of the July 21st dates and the weight of 13.8 at CHOSA, between that time and the time he passes, would you agree with me that that's only 1.1 kilograms?
I would agree with you on that.
Okay, and 1.1 kilograms is approximately how many pounds?
2.4.
Okay, so in the 3 weeks since he sees CHOSA and does all of the Center for Miracles is consulted, he drops 2.4 pounds.
Yes.
And now, granted, I mean, the fact that a child is losing weight would obviously need to be addressed, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that a child's losing weight, correct?
Yes, and there's a multitude of reasons that would need to be evaluated.
And the question I have for you, though, is the loss of weight in and of itself mean that someone isn't getting fed?
There are multiple reasons to have a child that could potentially be losing weight. And so when we talk, so in pediatric language, there's failure to thrive. And in more of the pathology literature, it's starvation. So sorry if I keep going back and forth between the two terms. Failure to thrive would be any kid that's not tracking along on their growth curve or starting to fall off on their growth curve. And so if we're talking about someone like a child that's losing weight, you know, if they have dropped a fairly significant amount and there is concern, then those children are usually hospitalized for, you know, to see. Like normally the procedure is.
Asking the question.
Sure. Okay, so if they are classified for needing, what is the treatment for weight loss? Or sorry, yeah, weight loss.
Or the workup for it?
Yes.
So the first treatment is you just feed the kid and you watch. So the majority of cases for children that get admitted to the hospital, you either feed them, if they're a baby, you put a tube in their nose and you feed them through that. And if they start gaining weight, then it was undernutrition or inability to feed themselves. Then you run into other issues that can be gastrointestinal, psychosocial. You can have endocrine disorders that cause weight loss. There's a heart failure. There's a whole list of things that you would start kind of marching through, trying to work it up. And depending on the urgency of it.
The body's ability to absorb nutrients.
Yeah, so there are several ways that you can have malabsorption. So if you have enzyme deficiencies in your of the values that they got. So you have platelets that are less than 10. You had a hemoglobin that had dropped by by about half. The sodium looked like compared to the vitreous fluid on autopsy, it was 153, I believe, which is more like normal saline. And so all of those labs seemed like they were off by about at least half. It's just hard to say when you can send labs to a lab and the lab can be perfect, but if you don't draw the labs well, then the results are just as good as your draw. And so they looked like the low protein level of 2.2 on the albumin seemed like it was spuriously low. The total protein, his liver enzymes were barely elevated. In somebody who's arrested and been down for several minutes, their liver function tests are going to be elevated pretty high because their liver's been without oxygen for a while. Those cells are going to break down and the enzymes are going to be sky high. And so all of those things seem to go against those being correct.
And in your experience, when you've had those lines, when you see results that seem questionable, what do you do?
I redraw the labs. So I've had kids where someone comes up to me with a blood gas on a kid who's on a ventilator, and every single one has been fine all night long, and then all of a sudden there's something that's way off. I'm going to go assess the kid, and if everything looks about the same, I'm just going to redraw the lab and make sure. And 95% of the time, it's someone just didn't get enough waste off of the line before they took the lab.
And you agree in this case that was not possible?
It probably wasn't, and it was probably very difficult. And you have what you have. You have a kid who's basically dead in front of you, who they're doing CPR on as much as they can and trying to move blood around his body, but it's hard to get blood to go around the body. He had no end tidal CO2 because they intubated him a couple of times, and because they didn't have end tidal the first time they pulled the tube out. That's because his body was not making any carbon dioxide anymore. His body had died at that point, and so there was nothing that they could do. And they're probably just trying to circulate blood that's not going to circulate and get back into the bone for them to draw it out.
And so when y'all call, you're trained on, I assume, critical care pediatrics to call the time of death if a patient passes. Are you?
I've done that several times, yes.
And does that mean when you call it, is that the same as when someone actually passed?
Legally, yes. But in physiologic terms, no. People get found down and they'll try and resuscitate them, but if their heart had stopped 45 minutes ago, but you're still pumping away on their chest, you haven't called time of death yet. But they never get a return of spontaneous circulation, never have any other vital signs that are working anymore. That person probably died 45 minutes ago, but you're calling the time of death now.
And in your review of the records, if you recall, when the EMS gets to Benji, did they ever have a heartbeat?
No, he never had a heart rate that was documented. And the fact that he had pulmonary edema in the bed probably meant that he had probably not been alive at that point either.
So in regards to Dr. Molina's comments to macrocytic anemia, did you find that to be, do you have an opinion as regards to that?
So if you have a macrocytic anemia, those are based on a lot of those lab values that they're seeing. They have a normal reference range that's for their lab. If you are a pediatrician, you know that lab values differ based on your age because a baby is not the same as a toddler, is not the same as a teenager, right? And so there's a book called the Harriet Lane that has normative values for each age group. For a macrocytic anemia too, you also have to look at the where it was drawn from. So all of those lab values are based on drawing a lab from the peripheral blood. If you're in the bone marrow itself, the bone marrow has blasts in it. The bone marrow has really big precursor white cells that you're going to see and precursor red blood cells that you're going to see. And so red blood cells go through a process of losing their nucleus and then it goes out into the bloodstream and it lasts for 120 days. Sorry. If you have a macrocytic anemia, you need to not draw it from the bone marrow where you're going to be making all of those really big blood cells. But you cannot try and judge it based on a bone marrow biopsy.
And so the Z-scores, we've heard some talk about that, and let me show you. States Exhibit 219. So you agree with me, this is from the World Health Organization, the BMI for age boys, and this is a chart that we graph the Z-scores, correct?
Yes.
And while you weren't here, Dr. Rutherford did the BMI for the autopsy of 12.7, and he graphed it right here. Can you explain what this really means to us lay people as far as the Z-score and how it relates to what we see day to day?
So Z-scores are just a way to look at standard deviations. Every Z-score is one standard deviation from the mean. And so 0 would be at the 50th percentile and that line would go across each age and be at the 50th percentile for that age. Then you get into your Z-scores that go out and out. So for a Z-score of 1 on either side, in between those two lines, you're going to have 68% of kids fall within that range. Okay. If you go to 2 Z-scores, it's about 95% will fit in that range. So if you go to a school that has 1,000 kids in it, you will get 950 of them that fit in that range. That means 50% will be either, or 25 are going to be bigger, have higher BMIs, and 25 are going to have lower BMIs than that. You get to that third Z-score, and you're talking like 3 in 1,000 at that point. And so those are, it tells you kind of how normal a kid would look to you at that age, okay, from a height and weight standpoint.
And so out of a class of 10,
he would be the littlest in 10. And if you had a class of 20, he would probably still be close to the littlest in that class.
And this alone would not mean that he was at risk for serious bodily injury, starvation.
That alone, no.
And then a number of doctors saw Benji in the last few weeks of his life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is your assessment of Benji consistent with what the doctors who assessed him in person?
So I can't comment.
What this guy is supposed to, essentially she's trying to offer another doctor's opinion and say that his doctor is here. It's not the problem that they're offering those doctor's opinions.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
So, well, did any of the doctor's notes that you reviewed indicate that they were concerned for Benji's weight?
I'm going to object also speculation as to what those doctors were thinking.
Are you,
The records themselves speak for themselves and you reviewed them?
so I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're asking whether there's indication in the doctor's notes that were reviewed.
Yes.
Overruled, you can answer.
I did not see in their notes that there was a significant concern for him having severe enough failure to thrive for them to do something about it at that point, other than continue to follow up as an outpatient.
And when you say continue to follow up as an outpatient, what do you mean? What was the recommendation?
So
Do you recall?
so what I recall is, in training, you're taught that to send someone home from the hospital or to admit them to the hospital, right? You have to, like, if you need to go to the hospital, it's because you need something done in the hospital, because you're at risk of dying from, or having serious bodily injury at that point.
I'm going to actually have a response. That's a good question of what was the plan of discharge essentially.
You could ask another question.
Sure. I mean, on the 7/21/2021 visit, do you recall the plan of discharge?
Specifically, no, but I believe that was the ED visit.
Would help refresh your recollection.
Sure, please.
Well, it's actually in evidence, so.
If you have the doctor's name, it's on. I can tell you.
It's the.
He was the pediatric ER visit. Yeah.
So, I mean.
So departure plan. Yeah, so he was seen for the multiple bruises and the self-harming behavior, had reassuring labs. And so they were going to refer him to a geneticist and a behavior specialist, and then send him to an ear, nose, and throat doctor because they thought he might have had a perfed eardrum. But, and then they discharged him to have them follow up with Child Protective Services about a safety plan.
And so in there, did it say anything about following up with a nutritionalist or anything to do with nutrition or food?
I see nothing about following up for weight nutrition issues.
Okay. And then we can see from our medical records that are already in evidence that he does go to Little Buddies on 7/26 and follows up with a pediatrician, correct?
Mhm.
Which is what he was at, or what
What the rest
the
do.
parents, what the parents were asked to do.
Mhm.
And then the ENT doctor is followed up with on August 10th of 2021 to San Antonio ENT, correct?
Yes.
All right. So are geneticists easy? Are those easy appointments to make?
Absolutely not. They are probably one of the more difficult ones to come by in an outpatient setting in Texas.
And do you recall why he referred to a geneticist?
Because of the developmental delay, the constellation of symptoms that he was showing. So a little bit of being short stature, a little underweight, because he had the speech delay and the self-harming behavior. There was concern that he might have some sort of either behavioral disorder or some sort of syndrome that was not diagnosed.
And every physician, do physicians have a duty to report?
Physicians have a duty to report if there is concern about a child's safety.
Child safety or child abuse, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And so if a child comes in, and even if he comes in for one reason, but something else is discovered, I mean, are doctors in your practice, is that ignored?
No, it's not. If there's a concern, we make our duty is not to the parents, it's to that kid. So I don't mind pissing off 150 parents as long as that kid goes home safely.
And so in assessing this, or in assessing a child, and the child's the patient in that setting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it important to assess the patient for all of their complaints or possible complaints?
It's if you're going to see them, and if someone comes in for a cough and a cold, you're probably not going to do a full exam and look, I don't need to see if their testicles are descended at that point. That's for, a well child visit. It's you do what you need to, but if you see something that's concerning at that point, yeah, you need to follow up on it. So if you see weird bruising around the ears or something, yeah, you need to start asking questions.
And in this sense, if there had been observable malnutrition that would cause serious bodily injury, that is something that a doctor would ethically be required to follow up on, correct?
I would think so, yes.
Now, he started. His body that would indicate that he was not suffering from malnutrition to the extent that it would cause serious bodily injury.
I don't see a ton of blue skin on him. He looks like he has some protein stores left. He doesn't look incredibly fat, but some kids just aren't chubby.
And in regards to his buttocks,
Yeah, he doesn't have a loss of skin. So if you look at pictures of people with severe malnutrition, they have a lot of different folds there from the excess skin that used to be covering more muscle mass.
so going back to Defendant's Exhibit 56, and our 3 things that we're looking for, would you have found that there, in this case, based off of your review, did you find that there was a failure to provide adequate hydration?
I did not.
Did you find that there was a failure to provide adequate nutrition?
From the available evidence, I didn't find that he had that.
And then in regards to failing to seek, as opposed to provide, I apologize, failing to seek proper medical care, did you feel that there was a failure to seek proper medical care here?
To me, it seemed like every time they were asked to show up somewhere, they did. They didn't try and hide the kid.
That's sustained.
Well, they followed up for their care. Were they taken to people who would have been in a position to evaluate the situation?
Yes, they took Benji to the appointments that they were asked to go to.
And so in your opinion, in your medical opinion, was there a failure to seek proper medical care?
I do not think that there was a failure to follow up for medical care.
I pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gephardt.
Yeah.
I want to start with, you talked with Ms. Lloyd about diabetes.
Yes,
Is it your opinion that you had diabetes during the time of that?
I do not think he had type 1 diabetes.
Right, okay, so as it relates to all the questioning of type 1 diabetes, that doesn't, you have no opinion, or rather your opinion is that he did not have type 1 diabetes.
I did not think that that was the most likely cause of his death.
Okay, I want to make sure. So in your testimony, you talked about, you had seen photos of Benji and that his diapers appear to be full. How many photos did you see like that?
There are so many photos in this. However, it was usually the ones like where he's crying on his bed, or the one from his autopsy that looked full.
Okay, so you have one video where you think it was full and then the autopsy. Are there any photographs where you think his diaper looked full?
I can go back through all of them again, but no, I do not. There were a few of them in there when I would see him in a diaper that looked like, oh, that one is full, and it's full of urine probably.
Okay, you don't know what's in there, right?
No.
Fair say. You don't know how long the diaper's been on Benji, right?
I do not.
Okay, so the fact that his diaper is full does not give you any indication whether he had drank recently or he ate recently.
Other than if it had not been on for like days on end, yes. I can't tell you when he put that diaper on, so yes.
You don't know that diaper's been on for 24 hours?
I do not.
Okay. I want to talk about the IO. I'm going to refer to interosseous just for the reporter. I think I appreciate that. The IO. Are you saying that labs drawn from an IO are not reliable?
I am saying that in certain situations, labs drawn from an IO can be, if you're drawing it one time from the IO, which is what it appeared to be, if it's not drawn properly, which it appeared to not be drawn properly, it's not going to be a reliable test. If you're basing it off of the normative values of a peripheral stick, it's also going to be different. You can go look at the normative values and from an IO, they have those available, but they don't have, not in this case.
My point is that it would make sense, right, that a physician would draw from an IO if those results were not reliable. Because you're making clinical decisions about these.
Yes, you should. And you're trying to make clinical decisions. The same thing can be done with a central line. So if you put a line directly in the neck that goes into the right atrium of the heart and you draw labs from it, but you don't waste enough of the IV fluid that had been in the line, your labs are going to be tainted with IV fluid, depending on how much blood volume you drew.
Okay, and I guess my point is that you're not telling this jury that the IO result is not reliable because it's from an IO. You just are basing your opinion on the fact is that you don't, looking at the results of IO, you don't agree with the results.
Those labs look very off for a kid who had been in cardiac arrest and had vitreous labs drawn that were different by a significant amount.
Okay, are you trained to interpret vitreous results?
So I am not trained to look at vitreous results. I'm looking at literature to base that opinion off of.
And that literature is forensic pathology literature, correct?
Yes.
And you're not a forensic pathologist?
I am not a forensic pathologist, that's correct.
Okay. So I want to talk about the placement of the IO, kind of how that looks in a critical care setting. The IO was placed on Benji prior to him getting to the hospital.
Yes.
And EMS put that IO in place. When you put the IO in place, do you have to flush it? Do you have to, what happens?
So usually a lot of them now come with a drill, and it's just a needle that has a small drill bit inside of it so that it can get through the tissue into the bone, and then you feel the top of the bone, you know you're in place, you unscrew it, and then you secure it. You put some IV tubing with a flush on it, and you inject and withdraw a little bit to make sure that you're in proper placement.
And at that point, is it connected usually to an IV drip?
It can be, or it's usually connected to like the syringe. And so in a code situation, you're probably not going to put it on an IV bag necessarily. You're probably going to be giving multiple types of medicine through that line.
Okay. And prior to giving epinephrine, if I'm understanding the records correctly, they do like a flush.
Yes.
And that's just saline solution they're pushing in, right?
Yes.
And they do that before every epinephrine push?
It's usually after every epinephrine push.
Okay.
Just so that you can, if you push the epinephrine into the bone, that's great. It will be in the bone until blood is able to be pushed through all the way back up to the heart. And so the goal is to get it back up there as fast as possible. So you want to push fluid afterwards to get it on its way.
These are typical amounts that they're pushing after every?
Usually 10 mLs. They all come, most flushes come in 10 ml syringes.
So every epinephrine push, generally speaking, they're pushing 10 mL through. Are you aware how many epinephrine pushes they did?
I was, it was around 6 or 7.
So 6 or 7 times 10 is how many?
60 or 70.
70 milliliters.
Yes.
Right. Plus the epinephrine. What's the volume of the epinephrine? Do you know?
It depends on the concentration of the epinephrine. So he is, around 12.7 kilos at that point. So it's usually about 10 mics per kilo. Sorry, I'll do math real quick. It's 1,000 milligrams per 10 mLs. So about 100 mics. So it's about 1.2, 1.3 mLs times 6 or 7.
And then when he goes to the hospital, are they putting a line on it at that point?
A line.
IV.
They could. I was trying to look that up just now because I missed that. If they've given him multiple boluses or not.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as case exhibit number 10. That's been to the hospital, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in to this right here. That's the IO line.
That is the IO. Yes.
Okay. And looks like that's the same IO line in case exhibit number 11, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This line, is this the line that's normally attached?
Yeah, so that the IO itself is the blue part. That's a 25 millimeter IO, I believe. And so on top of that is a little lure lock or a little hub that screws onto it. And then you have that line that comes off of it is just a little bit of plastic tubing about 4 inches long that has a clip on it just over his knees, a little clip that will seal it off so that blood doesn't kind of run back into it if you have something attached. And then there's a clave on the very tip underneath his knee where you can attach syringes to it to push fluids through, push medicines through, that has a little spring in it to stop it. And so those are the components. So that line, yes, that's typically added to it, and that just keeps you from dislodging it because you're not screwing directly into it and manipulating the actual IO.
And so when you go to the hospital, are you able to say what it is attached to some type of bag, drip, anything like that?
I could not find it in the chart just now. In a code situation, you're probably giving epi. So, and then you're waiting kind of 3 minutes in between each dose of that.
You're pumping fluids into this kit, right?
Potentially.
Okay. And like right here, this fluid around, it's on the kind of the right side of his body.
Mm-hmm.
Would that indicate to you in that type of situation that they're pushing fluids in?
I don't know what that fluid is. Usually, if you're pushing it into him, it shouldn't be outside.
I'm sorry. No,
If,
you can move the microphone,
yeah.
actually.
If in a code situation, there are so many things that fluid could be. He could have stooled. He could have had other fluids that were just dropped next to him. There's no telling what necessarily that ended up being.
If they were to be attaching him to some type of drip saline solution, they have to clear the line first, right?
From what standpoint?
Meaning they're going to hang the bag, right? And they're going to have the
fluid
tubing come
down.
down, right? And they're going to let the fluid from the saline bag come all the way down to the end of the tube.
Yes.
So they're going to make sure that there's no air in the line.
Absolutely. Yes.
Right. In these code situations where they might be doing this, potentially dripping on the bed.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So that wetness in that area, you're not telling them to breathe it, that's urine.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
The part where his diaper is showing, the bottom of that looks like it had some sort of fluid in it. The fluid that gets dropped on him is probably not going to get dropped into his diaper. And so that looks like a diaper that has had a little bit of urine dumped into it to fill up I don't know what the absorbent material in it is.
But I'm not talking about like the diaper necessarily. It's clearly cut, but it's still covering.
Yes.
It's genitalia. Right?
Yes.
And that's, if you're covering with the diaper, the point of the diaper is to catch the liquid in front, right?
Indeed.
Ideally.
Ideally.
Okay. Not always the case with children.
Not at all.
So let's say hypothetically that Benji was. He's connected to this drip line, they're pushing fluids in addition to the fluids that you've already talked about, the flushes, the epinephrine. That fluid is going into the body, right?
Yes.
And like Ms. Sawyer's made a point of, that fluid has weight to it.
Mhm.
And if they're pushing fluid into the IO, is it staying in the bone?
It should be able, the point of an interosseous line is that you're in the vasculature. So the bone gets bathed in blood and then it comes back out through veins, back into the vasculature. So it should go into the vasculature.
So it's going into the body, right?
It should, yes.
Right. And is it staying necessarily within the vasculature, meaning like the arteries, the veins?
It will stay in the body. Does it necessarily stay in the vasculature? No. In somebody who's incredibly sick, acidotic, the junctions in between the veins, the junctions in between the arteries kind of start breaking down, and so that fluid can leak out. And so in somebody who's really, really sick, all that fluid can just start leaking out, but it stays in the body from a weight standpoint.
And as it relates to, let's say, like the skin, I mean, can it be at that point absorbed into the skin?
It will get absorbed into all the extracellular tissues and intracellular tissues.
Right. So it's going to his body, essentially.
It will go into his body, yes.
Okay. And again, that fluid that is coming in could have inflated the weight at autopsy.
Indeed, it could have. If you're talking grams at that point. So if you got 7 epiboluses and 10 flushes, then that's going to be like 110 grams.
And that's just assuming just on that, just on the epinephrine.
Just on that epinephrine.
Right. And you're not talking about any drip that are going to be going into his body.
That's correct. And so.
Wanted to talk about defense exhibit. Number 54 for a second. I'm sorry to put your feet on your neck. You got up here, but
No worries.
my understanding is that your testimony is that you're talking about this individual that on the Waterlow scale would have been considered normal.
Mm-hmm.
You agree with me that his hands are up?
Yes.
Right? And so you said that increases thoracic volume?
Yes.
And so it makes his chest kind of get bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And would that make the ribs look more pronounced?
It does.
Okay. So when his hands are up, his ribs are not going to look the same necessarily when his hands are down.
That's correct.
Okay. So did you review pictures of Benji on 7/20 of 2021?
What setting was that in?
And I'm sorry, I'm asking you dates, and I know that you know. I'm apologizing. On the date that police went to
The home.
the home prior to his death.
Yes,
And so in that you saw photos of perhaps of Benji, correct?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been already admitted as case exhibit number 94. Benji's hands are down in this photograph, right?
Yes.
And in this, you can also see his ribs, right?
Yes.
So you can count them, right?
I can see a few. Yes.
Right. Is there a term when you see the space between the ribs?
The intercostal space?
Yes.
Yes.
In your view of the literature as it relates to starvation, this concave nature between
The concavity of the intercostal space?
while you're a doctor, is that consistent with starvation cases?
It is consistent with.
And so, let's say we're looking at state exhibit number 94 to 54. It's a little apples and oranges as it relates to the body, how they're positioned.
Indeed, they're different. I would say that you can see the ribs and the intercostal spaces more clearly on my nephew than you can see it on Benji in this photo, where his arms are down. You can see that he has vellus hair on his back as well in this photo.
Okay. So you testified earlier as it relates to, we were talking about dehydration, lack of ability, the failure to provide adequate hydration. I kind of provided a caveat. I said, if you had access to free water, then not child use, something to that effect.
Yes.
You review the videos, correct?
Mhm.
Sorry, for the corporation, yes?
Yes.
And so those videos included surveillance videos from the home, correct?
Yes, they did.
And in those videos, Benji is the ones in his room. You would agree with me that he is, his ability to leave the room is restricted.
It is.
There's not only the door in place, but there's a gate.
Yes.
And you also saw videos of Benji at night, correct?
I did.
In the room, crying. And did you hear those videos of him crying for water?
Yes.
And in those videos where he's crying for water, is that gate in place?
Yes.
Is that free access to water?
It does not. No, that's not free access to water at that point.
Same thing for food, as it relates to the barriers for food. In those videos, you saw Benji in the room, correct?
Mhm.
And
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just for the court.
Yes, sir.
And in those videos, there's one of him crying for food, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when he's crying for food, the gate is in place.
Yes, sir.
And you saw videos of at least one video of surveillance in the home, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw probably multiple.
Yes.
And in those, there are, at least in one of those videos, there are locks on the cabinets where the food are and at the fridge. Is that free access to food?
That is not free access to food.
As it relates to the doctor's appointments and visits, starting on July 21st of 2021, when Benji goes to CHOSA. Why does Benji go to CHOSA?
He went there to have the evaluation for the bruising under his eyes, I believe.
And reviewing those records, did it appear that he was evaluated for his any weight concerns at that point?
It didn't seem like there was a significant concern for his weight at that point.
So does it appear that he was worked out or doctors were consulted as it relates to his weight?
It did not seem like that was the biggest concern on their minds. They did not really have access to all the prior records. This is an emergency room visit, and so they're dealing with what they have in front of them. And so they thought, we have a kid with bruises on his face, and we need to go through. And he asked a lot of appropriate questions about behavioral issues and stuff like that. But there wasn't a Failure to Thrive workup initiated.
Right? Did they ask what Benji eating on a regular basis?
No.
And in that, you agree with me that at the beginning of that note, when you go there, there's a mention of failure to thrive.
Yeah, that he's consistently little. Yes, or is little at that point. Yes.
I want to get that in a second, but
Sure.
specifically, it says failure to thrive.
Yes.
And even with that notation, do you see any workup as it relates to asking him what he eats, asking about food preferences, mentioning why he has been losing weight? Any of this?
No, I did not see any of that done.
So when we're talking about weight in kids, it's important to also consider the fact that kids should be growing, right?
That is, yes. That's why you go to the pediatrician at 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, 9 months a year.
Right. You're a parent.
Yep.
And you
Yes,
want to follow those appointments.
I have.
And I'm sure even more as a doctor, you want to look at where they're at on the growth curve.
I try and just be a dad in those appointments, so I'm not trying to be super annoying. But yes, I do look at that.
I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
If you're going there, and because you want to make sure your kid's developing appropriately.
Absolutely.
And so, in looking at this, this lawyer's asking questions about what his highest weight was minus his lowest weight.
Yes.
Right? And what's the time difference between those?
10 months.
And in those 10 months, he should be gaining weight, right?
Yes, he should be gaining weight. Kid weights, though, are notoriously hard to determine exactly. And so you can have someone measuring at one clinic who knows what they're doing. You can have someone who measures a different way at a different clinic. So it's a different scale. Do they make them take their shoes off, or is that too much of a hassle? Is it, are they wearing different clothes in the wintertime than in the summer? Those kind of things play into it. But in general, on the trend, it should be, even if it kind of is jagged, it should be going up.
Right. And we're not looking at individual points. We're looking at trends.
Exactly.
Right. Kids might get sick, and so
Exactly.
a couple weeks later, it might be a little bit less. But that doesn't mean that your kid is necessarily growing.
That's correct.
But when we're looking over a 10-month period, where we have points where he's been consistently growing,
Yes.
and then we see a point where it's drastically different, that should be looked at, right?
It should be looked at. And so that's why I'm saying, if you have a kid who shows up and you have concerns about weight loss, that's when you start getting them into different subspecialties to see if there's something that you can do to figure out why. Is it a psychosocial thing? Or is it other new stressors? Is there regression? Is there whatever?
And that's something you might do as a clinician, very.
Absolutely.
But are all clinicians necessarily going to take the exact same steps anymore?
In general, they should, but no, not necessarily.
Right? Because doctors are humans, fair?
Yes.
Doctors make mistakes.
Some do. Yeah, no, we do.
So, again, when we're looking at the growth chart in state exhibit number 111, we see generally an upward trend. Fair to say?
Yes, from birth.
Birth to approximately 48 months.
Yes,
Right, so we have this upward trend. The first time we have a downward trend is after 48 months.
that's correct.
And that downward trend, starting at 48 months, ultimately concludes at his death at 54 months.
Yes, I'd say you have 2 points that are a little bit above, and then you have continued growth from about the 50th month there, that one to that point, and then it starts, and then it precipitously drops off.
Are you aware of the difference in these two weights?
It's going to be very, very small.
Okay.
So it's like 14.2 to 4.
Like 13.8 to 13.84?
Yeah.
Okay, and that could be just a difference.
Of the scale.
Also, it could just be a difference in how it's reported, right?
Mhm.
2 decimal points versus just 1.
Absolutely.
Right, so when we're talking about 13.84, if you were to just give 1 to the 10th, that's 13.8.
Exactly.
Okay, so this doesn't necessarily mean that there is any growth during this period of time.
It doesn't. It just, as a trend, it will be going up slightly, and that's it.
Okay.
And so then you look at the next one, you're like, okay, maybe it's just a straight line across that.
So when we're looking at this growth chart, we have data points pretty consistently from 0 months to approximately, I think it's 22-ish months. And in that, I think we can agree generally he's on or around the 5th percentile for the most part.
Yeah, he's a little bit under for several of them, but he's close to the 5th percentile. So he's kind of tracking along his growth curve.
And Ben's a premature kid.
Yes, he was like 35 weeks and 4 days.
I don't have to date. I know
Sorry.
35 weeks, but about 5 weeks premature. And how long do those effects of prematurity generally last?
So usually we will continue to adjust their gestational age or their chronologic age to the when they came out until they're about 2 years old, and then you kind of consider it a wash at that point.
Okay, so 2 years would be about 24 months, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, so around here we wouldn't necessarily expect to see these manifestations of being born premature.
Yeah, he would probably be on his growth curve at that point, and he would just track along at that point.
And so the first point that we have after that, after 2 years, is at the 25% growth curve, around there.
Around there, yes.
Right. And then the next point we have after there, at 48 months, he's still on around the 25% growth curve.
Yes.
Okay. So you cannot tell this jury that between this 22 months and then the 40 months that he's on any of one of these curves, right?
He is tracking along on Benji's growth curve, and so if you go through, kids hit growth spurts at different points during their childhood, and so when you have that's why it's really just a trend along the curve. So kids will hit puberty at different points, and so when you're looking at this from the 2-year to 18-year-old, there's a point where a lot of the kids will take off, and then kids will start kind of crossing the percentile just because they haven't hit puberty yet, and then all of a sudden they shoot up. So
when we're looking at,
but him specifically, he hits the growth curve. He should not be shrinking at that point.
right. And so between this period of time, you can't say he goes straight, he's on the 5th, or you can't tell he's on the 25th.
Yeah, he's probably just somewhere in between.
Okay. Generally speaking, when we're looking at, I know you talked about adolescence, but when we're talking about children younger than 5, are we expecting them to go down on growth curves?
No, they shouldn't be crossing.
Right. If anything, they should be going up on growth curves.
They should be going, well, they should be tracking along. There might be a period where they kind of plane out and then shoot up again and shoot up again. But if you average this out across 100 kids, it's where you end up getting those nice smooth curves.
Okay.
And they should not drop down in weight.
Daffy Dill, always with Will. Daffy Dill, also likes Bill. Daffy cheats on me with Will and Bill. Daffy Dill.
Any of those tests that our defense talks to you about?
The Waterloo and the Gomez and all those.
Yes.
When trying to classify the degree of malnutrition, those are kind of the standardized tools. It's so rare in the United States to see this kind of stuff that it's not routinely brought up.
Have you ever used it in a clinical setting?
I have used it the one time when I was dealing with that child from Ukraine just to see how far down they were and like how it would be classified. But that was more of an academic process for me.
Okay, so in a clinical setting, you're not even using this?
Not necessarily.
Okay. In looking at this, and I should ask you, did you review this prior to testifying today?
I did.
Okay, so you're familiar with it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
So as it relates to exhibit number 53, this is the Gomez.
Yes.
Defendants.
I'm sorry, defendant's exhibit number 53. It's definitely not states. This indicates that he's moderately malnourished.
I believe so.
You need to look up.
Yeah, it's the orange one, so it's moderate.
Okay. And then on the Waterloo,
Mild.
on both.
Yes.
As it relates to those, have you seen, let me ask this first. In your practice, in your clinical practice, have you ever seen a kid die from starvation?
I have not seen once they get to us, if they're still alive, I've seen bad manifestations of it, but they have not passed. We were able to turn them around.
So in your clinical setting, you've never seen anybody die from starvation?
No, it has not been the cause of death.
So as it relates to the literature and something you talked about, do you have an understanding about, essentially, there's no threshold as it relates to these tests when you're talking about lethal starvation?
No, there's not. It's mostly, a lot of the stuff that we'll see is not necessarily from intentional starvation or malicious intentional starvation. It's usually like an anorexic child who will come in with severe body dysmorphism. And so once they're under kind of the 70th percentile for their weight or their ideal body weight, is when you get pretty worried about, their cardiovascular status, whether or not they're having severe bradycardia, cardiac dilation, that kind of stuff.
And those kids, how old are they?
They can be, unfortunately, they can be anywhere from 7-ish up through teenage years.
Okay. And anorexia is a more chronic condition, fair to say?
It can be, yes.
So we're talking about the macrocytic anemia. Are you aware of Dr. Melvin's opinion as it relates to that on not just August 17th of 2021, but July 21st of 2021?
Yes, I'm aware of that. And what was the MCV value on that day?
Perfect.
Sorry, finish your questions.
Let me ask you a question first.
Yes.
The lab values as it relates to macrocytic anemia, those were not from an IO.
I believe those would have been from an intravenous draw.
As it relates to 8/17 of 2021, how do you know those came from an IO?
From the day of his death,
Yes.
there were no other venipuncture marks that were noted.
Okay. Are you always going to see those?
You would potentially, when you have a child die, you're taught to never remove anything from them, so that everything goes to the medical examiner's office as is, so that they can do a very thorough investigation. And so you're not supposed to remove tubes, lines, anything.
Okay. So you're not supposed to do like EKGs?
You're not supposed to remove like invasive tubing, so intravenous lines or NG tubes, OG tubes.
I want to talk about some of Dr. Molina's findings to see if there's ever been a precedent in your clinical history. The thymus, what is the point of the thymus?
The thymus is an organ that develops from your pharyngeal arches and then drops into your lower chest here. And it's a big part of your immune system. And so it is what your white blood cells will go to help find the proteins that are yourself. And your white blood cells will learn self from not self by coming out of there. And so they're your specific cells that will go and kill funguses and viruses.
The thymus in your clinical history, it can involute.
It does. It can involute. It usually involutes over time. Things that cause it to involute are severe stress, or if you've been on steroids, those can cause it to involute.
You looked at the medical records. Did you take a lot of steroids?
Not that I could tell. I know we'd had ear infections in the past and had like Ciprodex eardrops, which are dexamethasone containing steroids. But
are those eardrops going to make the thymus involute?
That I know of, no. Whether or not he absorbed more of them because he had a hole in his tympanic membrane that was letting it drip down into his stomach, maybe. But they would not. It would be more like the chronic ear infections and the inflammation from that would cause this. His endogenous steroids would be up.
And so, why does the thymus involute again?
Because you don't need it anymore.
As it relates to stress?
As it relates to stress, it just steroids make it, like stress makes it go away.
Okay. And starvation can be one of those stresses.
Absolutely.
Benji, at 4 years and 11 months, would you expect his thymus to be part of the facility attack?
At that point, you're not really seeing, like in babies, you'll see a thymic shadow on their x-rays. Babies that come through the ICU, that get intubated and stuff, those thymic silhouettes will start disappearing over time. On autopsy, I don't know how big they're supposed to be at that point, so I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know
how much of it should be left. I know that they take them out during cardiac surgery in babies because you don't need it anymore.
As it relates to the some other autopsy findings, the collapsed small intestine and large intestine, what does that indicate to you?
That there was nothing, there wasn't much inside of it. So, if someone has a very plain diet, so if you're just eating simple carbohydrates, you can absorb those a lot more easily than you can if you have a lot of fiber in your diet. It also would indicate, if you're not eating anything, yeah, that can be empty. If you have pretty profound emesis, and you can empty out your stomach pretty well.
Would that include emptying out your small intestine and large intestine?
It would not. It would just probably need you to eat a lot in the interim, hopefully.
So that finding could be consistent with starvation?
It could be consistent, yes.
The lack of mesentery fat. Why do we have fat in mesentery?
Why do we?
Some of us more than others.
Some of us more than others. It's just a place where you store fat. And so it's just like your abdominal wall. You can store fat inside your mesentery. You can store fat on this giant drape of an omentum that kind of hangs over your bowels. There's a lot of places you can store fat.
Is it like something like insulation kind of?
Yeah, and it's, your bowel kind of comes outside of you embryologically and then twists back into you and then tacks itself down. And so it's just a nice way to keep your blood vessels separated and not twisting on itself. The fat can help with that, yes.
So that translucent mesentery that is identified in Dr. Molina's autopsy, that can be consistent with starvation as well?
Yes, because it's associated with being skinny.
I want to talk about skinny kids for a second. Skinny kids still have fat, right?
Some of them, yeah. Most of them. And so you should see some level of fat.
Within their internal organs, or inside of, let's say, their abdominal cavity.
They would have some fat, but like I said, when I went down to the OR on that child who was in a car wreck, it was, you could see completely through it, and there was no concern on her for failure to thrive. You could still see some fat, but it wasn't a lot of fat in her abdominal cavity whatsoever.
So you could see fat in her abdominal cavity.
There was barely any, and you could see from, like, she had a and then, I'm not going to talk about that. Never mind. You can see like the sub-Q fat. It was a very thin layer across her stomach.
So you didn't measure any of that fat, right? In that setting.
Not in that setting. I didn't have sterile blood on. No.
What her subcutaneous fat look like?
Her subcutaneous fat was incredibly thin. It was maybe a few millimeters.
Okay. Did you look at her chest cavity?
No, there was no going into her chest cavity.
Okay. So you weren't able to tell whether there's any other fat in that part of the body?
No.
Did you complete the any of those, for lack of a better term, tests, like the go analysis or water blood on her?
She was a relatively healthy, active young lady who had a low BMI for her age, but it wasn't like we were concerned that she was malnourished. She actually had just left a party with her dad and where she had been eating at that point. So there was a concern for neglect, failure to thrive, that kind of stuff.
Okay. And do you recall what her BMI was roughly?
I think she was around 13 and a half, somewhere like the second percentile. Yeah.
Okay. 13 and a half?
Yes, for her age at that point.
And do you recall Benji's BMI at the time of his death?
12.7.
12.9?
12.9. Okay, there you go.
12.7 kilos.
Kilos.
12.9.
9. I think he was like 0.99 body surface area. Yeah.
And looking at the standard deviations, you previously testified about Benji, correct?
Yes.
And you also, during your testimony, talked about the BMI, you recall?
Mhm.
And in that, you actually made this exact chart, but a similar chart. You recall that?
Yes.
And in that, we see that the second standard deviation.
Yes.
Are you sure it's 95%?
So you have 95% will go between this top of the second, or the two standard deviations above and below will contain 95%.
Are you sure it's not 97?
You would have 2.5% below it and 2.5% above it.
Okay. I give you the data behind this. Are you willing to change?
I'm willing to change.
Let's see if I can pull it.
It's because they determined that two standard deviations above the mean was a 1 in 20 chance, which is kind of arbitrary and fanciful from a statistical standpoint. And then two standard deviations ended up being that value.
So I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as exhibit number Q26, which is the BMI for boys. So he's approximately 4 years and 11 months at the time of his death and roughly 12.9, right?
Mhm.
That's closer to the third percentile, fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. So when we're talking about the third percentile, that would mean that below here
Would be 3% of the kids.
would be 3% of the kids. And above
Above
here
it would be 3% of the kids, so 94%.
And so that means 97% of the world population is heavy. Has a higher
Yes,
BMI.
has a higher BMI than it. Well, 97% of 4-year, 11-month-olds will have that.
And that's taking into account populations of, let's say, like East Africa.
So the WHO does their studies from about 6 different countries, and it's a representative from from countries where it's like well-nourished children. So they're not going to, like the United States is actually included in that as well. Because they're wanting to compare these kids to normal, healthy, nourished children.
Let's circle back now, Joseph.
Are you stopping point, Mr. Daniel?
We need a break.
Probably been out for close to 2 hours. Okay, we can take a short break.
All right, the director.
Mr. Daniel?
21 to 21, you argued it for the black eyes.
Yes.
Who sent Benji to the doctor that day?
I believe it was the people that did the welfare check on him.
They went to the hospital because CPS sent them, right?
Yes.
And when CPS sends them there and then they're getting referrals, all of the subsequent visits, the ENT and the primary care at little bodies, so on 726, he goes to the little bodies, and then on 810, he goes to the ENT. Those were all after CPS had already sent him to the hospital.
Yes.
Right. So does that appear to you that the parents are going on their own volition?
They were going because they were told that there were concerns. if you're talking about vitamin deficiencies, there can be, you can have intellectual disabilities. You can have the anemias can propagate. You can have infiltration in your liver, depending on the degree of malnutrition, heart failure, those kind of things.
Can you have stunting?
You can have stunting, yes.
And would that affect your overall height? You're able to reach eventually?
Yes, it would probably keep you. It depends on how long you're stunted for, but yes.
That would permanently impair your height.
It would impair your ability to probably play basketball and stuff like that, yes.
What are some other types of ways that it can have long-term effects?
In what sense? So there's several ways that it can affect you. If you have chronic malnutrition, it can affect your immune system. You can get more infections depending on the degree. Again, it all depends on the degree of malnutrition that you're talking about.
Let's talk about moderately malnourished.
Okay, so moderate, you might not have the same cardiovascular health growing up, and your liver function might be off.
So you might have some cardiovascular health issues?
Depending on how severely malnourished you are.
And what would those look like?
So you can have like heart failure as your body starts shutting down and trying to conserve energy. You'll have pretty profound bradycardia and not be able to really keep up.
Looby, looby, loo, where are you? Lou is pounding terry.
Hard to say. You can get like in kwashiorkor, where you have like a protein malnutrition, you get fatty infiltration in your liver and hepatomegaly or big liver.
Any other liver issues that might exist?
You can end up with like gallstones and have hepatobiliary issues.
Any other things that you can think of that might have long-term effects as it relates to moderately malnourished?
Not off the top of my head, no.
What about severely malnourished?
Severely malnourished people will have, they're at risk of dying.
Other than death, anything you can think of?
The same as for the moderate as well. But with appropriate nutritional rehab, a lot of these people can come back from it.
So in cases where individuals are starving to death, they can receive medical treatment, nutrition treatment that would ultimately prevent them from succumbing to that starvation.
That's the hope, yes.
And there's certain ways that those need to be treated, for example.
Right. When you reintroduce food to people, it can be incredibly dangerous from an electrolyte standpoint. So your potassium levels, your phosphorus levels have to be watched very, very closely.
Dana's a speedo man. Dana's a speedo man. Dana loves speedo. He loves his speedo. Dana's a speedo man. Dana.
He had lost weight. It was a significant, like he lost weight, and that was a very concerning point for him. I don't feel like the degree of weight loss that he had was what caused him to die. So you can die with something and not die from that. So if you're an adult and have coronary artery disease, you can die with that. And when you're doing an autopsy, like, oh yeah, this person probably had a heart attack. I don't know for sure.
As it relates to cause of death, you don't?
I don't. I only do that on natural causes. So when I sign death certificates, it's usually outside of that scope.
So you're not implying that he didn't die from starvation?
I'm not implying that he didn't. Well, what I'm saying is there are several other entities that I would have tried to rule out more or would have thought could have been a possibility compared to starvation.
You're not a forensic pathologist. You don't issue causes of death as it relates to individuals who die initially when it's unknown as it relates to the cause of death.
I am not. I am a clinical physician.
And so, do you have an opinion as to what caused Benji to lose weight?
So I do have an opinion on it, but there were several other factors. If he did really lose, if he had been vomiting all night, or if he'd been vomiting the night before, he could have had electrolyte derangements, like low potassium levels, that would predispose him to having arrhythmias. If he has an issue with a gastroenteritis, those viruses can cause inflammation in the heart, a very patchy inflammation in the heart that will cause you to be predisposed to having dysrhythmias. Having a sodium that high or low can cause you to have seizures that can cause sudden unexplained death and epilepsy.
Okay, so all those things you're talking about are pretty close.
There you go, Daffy. Something to keep you going, Daffy. Something to make you wet. There you go. Thanks to Dana Leonard for the picture. Just for Daffy. A picture of myself just for Daffy. You and I. Daffy. She's wet. Daffy is wet. Oh, Daffy loves this picture of me. I can't say what she'll do to me.
Daffy, Daffodil. She's on her knees. Oh, please. Here we go.
Like dehydration, all the things are pretty close in time to his death, right?
Yes.
Our time goes down from 10 months from when he goes from 14.8 to his ultimate time of death, 12.7 kilograms. What do you account for that weight loss?
So again, there could be psychosocial factors. So I know that there was a new baby in the house. He'd had developmental regressions. He'd been out of a diaper and then goes back into a diaper. He had the self-injurious behavior. These kind of things can be really stressful for a kid. And I know that the person who saw him at Joseph was also concerned for behavioral disorders. And so, yeah, kids can stop eating. They can do these painful things to themselves that you wouldn't want to do to yourself, but they can release endogenous opioids that cause them to feel better.
When did those first come into the medical records? Is it like allegations of self-harm?
I think that was initially like with the bruises on the eyes.
So that was 7/21/21, approximately a month before he died.
Approximately a month, yes.
So the 9 months before that, where there's no evidence, there's nothing in the medical records to suggest all of what you've just been talking about. Fair to say?
Yes, because it was probably in January-ish is when the last weight that you're talking about being adequate at 40 months or 48 months, and then coming forward to that.
So in between that date, really, in preceding any of the medical records prior to 7/21/21, there's nothing in the medical records that you reviewed to suggest that Benji was self-harming or engaging in any type of concerning behavior.
No, and it would probably be, I can't base it off of anything other than what I saw in the medical record.
I'll have this.
Yes. So in regards to the behavioral aspect, you did not review the body worn camera from the officers that were present at the welfare check on 7/20/2021, did you?
Was it shown to the jury? Or was it shown in the trial?
It was shown to the jury, but in our review, did I provide that?
You did not provide that. No.
Did you happen to see it
On YouTube.
at any point?
I saw it on YouTube yesterday.
All right, so are you aware that at that time, at that visit, there was already a behavioral appointment scheduled?
I did not know that he had a behavioral appointment scheduled at that point.
Okay, but if there is already an evidence statement by the parents as to the date of the behavioral appointment being scheduled, then that would be an indication that they already were aware that there was behavioral issues that need to be addressed.
Yes.
So then let's talk about the numbers, because there's been a lot of focus on this 2 pounds in the last month of his life, right?
Mhm.
And by your calculation earlier, you stated that if you were to do the water weight
Mhm.
of the loss based on the sodium, do you remember that calculation?
The free water deficit, yes.
And so your free water deficit was 1.08 liters.
Yes.
Correct? Which you would agree, I come to, if you did that times 2.2, which is the rate of a liter of water, is that 2.376?
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been a difference of 2 pounds, 2.376 pounds that he would be missing in his body if he were to have the appropriate amount of water based off of sodium.
Based off that sodium, yes.
Okay, and he had lost water that day at some point. We can tell from the diaper and other evidence.
From the evidence, he had been, if the mom was to be believed, that he had thrown up and had volume loss from that, and then his kidneys were trying to hold on to more sodium so that they would hold on to more fluid. That's where you would get up to 160. That, or if he had swelling in his brain, that could cause him to lose his pituitary. He would probably lose more free water that way.
And in this case, did he have slight swelling in the brain?
According to the autopsy report, Dr. Molina noted that there was cerebral edema present.
Okay. So, but in any event, the body, the liquid is escaping the body through the urinal tract at some point, and we see evidence of that throughout the day, and then possibly vomiting.
Mhm.
Now, if it's 2.376, and we have the last weights that were here on like 7.26 and 8.10, those were weights of 13.80 and 13.84 kilograms.
Yes.
And I apologize, that is pounds, but what would it?
So on weight, if you add the 12.7 to the roughly 1, you're going to get back to 13.8 kilos.
So if we have the 12.70 kilograms that he was at passing,
Yes.
at the autopsy, and then you stated that the weight of the water that you estimated he lost was approximately 1.08 kilograms. If you add that together, you're back up to right where that.
Where you had none. Yes.
Okay, and so for you, is the 12.7 all that? Does it stand out in your mind at all?
It does stand out in that it's low and it looks like a precipitous drop. I would just say, I went back through the medical record. I looked at the code sheet finally and found it. He had gotten the 7 doses of epi, but he did not have any IV fluids given because the epi is going multiple times and it's every like 3 minutes. So you're pushing it and then you're letting it circulate.
And so when we talk about the epi and how much volume that is, just so that we're clear, you said that it's 10.
It was if you're giving a flush behind it, it's a 10 ml flush. And then the dose of epi for him would be 10 mics per kilo, and it's 100 mics per ml. And so you're talking about maybe 1.5 mLs total if you're being generous.
Okay, so so we have 1.5, 1.5 mLs. And what does that translate into grams?
That's 1.5 grams.
Okay.
So he could have gotten about 111-ish or 110 grams extra of fluid that day.
1.5 grams translate into kilos.
A kilogram is 1,000 grams.
And so
0.001 kilos.
all right. So the amount of fluid that he got at the ER was 0.0015 kilograms approximately.
It could have been like, well, no, per dose. And if he got 7 of those plus the flushes, I would give him, at least say it's 100 mLs, so give him 0.1 kilos for that.
0.1 kilos is what is what you ultimately think that volume would have been versus what looks like his body had depleted just based off of the calculations for sodium would be about 1.08 kilograms. Okay, so when you put it in that context though, is that number as concerning as it might initially appear?
To me, it's not as concerning from a weight loss standpoint and from a starvation standpoint. It made me think that there was some other cause for his death.
Okay, and so and we're talking about these 2 points right here. In seeing children's records, like you said, I mean, the fact that those are so, the difference between this highest point and the next point is only approximately 1 kilogram, right? And so it's not a significant decrease.
I can't say it's not a significant decrease. I can say that it's, I don't know who measured him. I don't know what the circumstances were. That's 10 months before he died, so that's the winter time. So was he wearing more clothing, still wearing his shoes, thicker socks, that kind of stuff? Those are all things that play into the child's weight.
And so if he's wearing jeans, even if
they're tiny jeans, so it's not going to be a crazy amount, but it might add, half a pound and a coat and that kind of stuff. Hopefully the person who weighs in knows better, but you never know. And like when we admit kids with failure to thrive and we're weighing them, it's even a battle amongst us. It's like, well, did they pee or poop before they got weighed? Did they is it the same scale at the exact same time of day? Those are the things that we put in, like we measure and make sure to try and get rid of as many variables as possible. So. And
variable is a good word because you would agree, like there's so many variables here, it's hard to tell for sure. Okay, now in regards to falling off the curve, if someone falls off the curve, does that mean they're gonna die?
Not necessarily. So it's the people that tend to die from starvation are very cachectic. They are symptomatic from their cachexia with weights that are below the 70th percentile for their ideal body weight. They have dilated hearts and are very prone to having all these dysrhythmias and the like. So they have severe protein malnutrition, and they are the ones that I would suspect are going to be the ones that are going to die from starvation. Whereas this kid looked like he was losing weight and it was concerning, but I wouldn't say that starvation is necessarily what killed him.
And I mean, did Benji have cachexia in your opinion?
He did not look cachectic.
And cachectic is, the jury does not see a photo of a cachexic person. Can you describe?
I'm going to object to like misstatement of the evidence. Witnesses that testify that you're cachectic. Object to the question.
I don't understand your objection.
This jury has not seen a cachectic person. Dr. Moon has testified that Benji was cachectic. So to suggest that is a misstatement of the evidence.
Go ahead, Ms. Hill.
Can you describe what a cachectic person looks like?
So to me, as a person who takes care of a life of people, a cachectic person appears to, have significant fat loss, where you're going to see significant indentations in between their ribs. You're going to see weight loss evident by the loose skin, the significant folds on their butts where they had skin before, and that's now just flat. And so they have other bony protrusions. You can see their spine sticking out. There are other places that you could see the cachexia. Their faces, you can see this buccal fat that goes away. You start seeing bones from the jaw that will show up from the lack of fat. And so just being a little bit skinnier doesn't make you cachectic. It makes you skinnier. But I won't say that Dr. Molina is wrong. She can say that the kid appeared cachectic to her. To me, that Benji did not appear to look cachectic from a clinical standpoint. He looked skinnier, and that would concern me, but it wouldn't make me think this is what caused him. This is not something that I would think, man, this kid's going to die. I need to admit him to the hospital.
And in your review of the record in autopsy, did you find any organs that had been any organ damage or any organ failures?
From what Dr. Molina described in the autopsy, and having reviewed autopsies multiple times, we go through them in our division. For any kid that passes, we do a morbidity and mortality conference. And so when we're looking at it, she had described that there was some cerebral edema. She had said that the heart appeared large, but it did not measure large for his age. And there wasn't fatty infiltration in the liver. It was the lack of mesenteric fat And I think she said that there was like very minimal sub-Q fat as well. But I didn't see evidence of significant organ damage necessarily. And so, like if the lungs were heavy, it was probably just the fluid back up into them. So,
but I mean, in her autopsy, she
doesn't say anything.
That there's any organ that is failed.
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct.
All right, and then I'll show you.
Tits and clams, that's a charity. Tits and clams, that's a charity.
The state I'm showing you is photo number 30. What do you see when you look at this photo?
It's Benji drinking water, and he is not very tall for his, what date was this taken on?
This is on 8/15.
Yeah. So he appears small for his age. He's pretty skinny, but he's got his mouth open. That's going to make your bubble fat appear thinner as well.
Let me ask you, I mean, do you see his stomach?
Yeah.
Is it concave or is it protruding?
It's flat.
Can you see this curvature right here?
It's a tiny bit out, yeah.
And then can you see the ribs on him in this picture?
Not from this angle. I think you can see one below his elbow there.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
That might be his costal margin. I'm not sure. That's the inferior border of the entire rib cage.
Okay, but if you were to see this photo, would you be concerned if this child needed to go to the hospital immediately for medical care?
No, but I would be thinking that he probably needs to be worked up. But I wouldn't say that he needs to be under inpatient care and need intensive rehab.
And so would you agree with me, there's a difference between a child who might need to have more information known and more education on what's going on?
Absolutely. There are kids that, not everybody gets to be lucky enough to go through life and become a pediatrician and get to know what normal kids are supposed to do. And, they have to go by what they're told. And so you hopefully can catch these kids. That's why you see them frequently, and why you see them basically every year for their annual.
Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies.
Tits and clams, that's a charity. Tits and clams, that's a charity.
Follow-up visits is so that you can hopefully catch these things in time and fix them and help educate people.
And so have you, besides Benji's case, have you ever testified for defense before?
No. Well, yes. In Benji's case, it's the first time I've ever testified or been called by the defense, but I don't really consider it testifying for either side.
And so have you testified, though, and been called by the state numerous times before?
Yes.
And so in reviewing this case, though, you did not come to the conclusion that what
that this was a concerning case and a very sad case. A little boy's dead, and that's awful. And it frankly, it just sucks. And there's nothing more about that. But to say that it was just because of starvation and we need to put a label on it and say, yes, this is 100% that way. I saw a lot of opportunity for other potential causes of death. And that's why I agreed to come and testify after reviewing it.
Thank you, I pass it.
What lab are you using for the water deficit calculation?
It's a free water deficit.
Yeah, what lab?
The sodium?
Yes. From what?
From the vitreous fluid.
From the vitreous fluid.
That was drawn on autopsy and should match pretty closely. It was drawn a few days late, but the sodium levels tend to drop in the vitreous fluid.
Can that match the IO?
The IO lab was 153.
Okay. So what was the vitreous?
160.
So those are similar?
Those aren't the same, no. A normal value for sodium is 140. So you're talking pretty significant differences in levels at that point.
What's the difference?
7 milliequivalents per liter. So it's, a normal osm for a human is 280 to 300. And so you're talking about 2%.
So do you know how to interpret the vitreous as it relates to the water deficit?
So if the vitreous fluid should match pretty closely to what the serum was at the time of death.
Okay, so are you saying that they do match or they don't match?
They should be fit pretty similar.
Are they similar?
They're not similar in that one is significantly off compared to.
Okay, so you're not using the IO.
The IO seems to be, I would throw most of those labs out in my mind because they seem like they're trash labs.
Okay, so they're not similar to you in that regard.
In that regard, they're not.
Okay, so all of this water deficit, you're essentially, if I'm understanding correctly, is to account for any water loss that might be through urination and or vomiting.
It's any dehydration. So if you have a dehydrated state because you've been losing water and your kidneys are reabsorbing sodium, then you have a free water deficit.
And how do you eliminate water from your body?
Vomiting, diarrhea, urine, sweating.
Okay, so are you aware of how Dr. Molina measured Benji's weight at the time of autopsy?
Yes, she weighed him with his diaper on and on the table.
So
That was.
included the urine that was in the diaper
Mhm.
and the stool that was in the diaper.
Yes.
Okay. So are you taking that calculation as to what water he might have lost?
If you're going by that diaper, there would be a few hundred mLs in that.
A few hundred mLs?
Mhm.
Okay. So the calculation she did with you on the post-it note, that's subject to the water also that would have been contained in the diaper.
Yes. Potentially. Yes. So that's the 2.7 kilos, or the 12.7 kilos is how she measured him.
Right, so that calculation you have to, if you were doing, is going to be subject to also the water weight in his diaper.
Correct. There would be some, but there's not a liter of fluid in that diaper.
What about the kid that diaper?
Are you talking about at work? Because that was like a couple of days ago. Multiple times I've seen lots of diapers.
Right, make it pretty saturated.
They can, yeah.
They can hold a significant amount.
Some of them can, yes.
You said that you've never qualified the defense, so you feel like you're testifying, you're not testifying for your side. Are you being paid to testify again?
I have not been paid to testify. I think I will get paid eventually. I
Okay.
submit a bill.
And what is your rate?
I don't have one yet. I've never done this before, so I was going to seek guidance on that. It'll probably be close to what I get paid an hour when I'm at work.
Okay. Your previous testimony, did you have a rate then?
I did not.
Okay, so what is your understanding about how much you're going to be compensated?
I've probably spent about 80 hours reviewing stuff, testifying, going around doing this. So it would probably be around $6,000 or $7,000, maybe
How many?
6 or 7.
$6,000 or $7,000.
Mhm. Maybe.
I'll have to listen.
Anything, sir?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness please speak?
Let me because the statement.
Yes, Dr. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been sworn in a hearing outside of your presence, so she is under oath. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Hello, can you introduce yourself or state your name for the record?
Catherine May McKinney.
And Ms. McKinney, how are you employed?
I am self-employed in private practice as a registered dietitian and certified diabetes educator.
And let's talk a little bit about your credentials. Where did you go to school?
Texas A&M, and followed up after that at UT, and then Indiana University School of Medicine just for fellowship in pediatrics.
So from Texas A&M, what was your degree in?
Sociology and health.
In health?
Health.
Okay. And what year was that?
1991.
And in regards to, I will forgive you, but the one UT, but in regards to UT, what was your degree in?
Nutrition sciences.
Okay. And was it a master's degree?
Yes.
And then what year was that?
94. Yes.
Packet of information that we received from the medical examiner?
Yes. Mhm.
And in there is an investigative report, correct?
Yes.
And you read that?
Yes.
And so after reading that entire report, along with all the medical records, and watching the photos and videos, what is your opinion as to whether or not Benji, well, let me back up. What are the signs and symptoms of type 1 diabetes?
The main signs and symptoms of type 1 diabetes prior to diagnosis, or what happens, what does somebody show when they're developing type 1 diabetes, primarily are excessive thirst, excessive urination, voracious hunger, eating, yet losing weight, bruises, cuts, scrapes that don't heal very.
Robin, just to explain, that's his first time testifying for any defense before. He's always testified for the state as part of his work. This is the first time he's ever done it on behalf of the defense. So yeah, that's what he meant. So he's testified loads of times, just always has been as part of his job with the state. That's why he couldn't give a price, because he's like, I've never done this before. I've never been paid before. You know, it's always been as part of his job. So that's what he meant.
Very quickly, and blurry vision are the hallmarks of blood sugar on the rise.
And did you observe any of that to be in the medical literature or the medical records?
I did,
Okay.
just the symptoms, yes, and signs.
And then,
He was going to charge 7,000 to 8,000. He's not charged them yet, but he's going to charge them, Crystal. He thinks about $7,000 to $8,000. He has not worked it out yet. He's worked 80 hours, and he's going to base it on his current salary. So that's what he meant. So he will be charging about 7,000 to 8,000. He estimates he'll be charging them after it's all done.
also, how do you get type 1 diabetes?
Type 1 diabetes is very different than type 2 diabetes. I always take that they call it the same thing because it's easy to confuse. But type 1 diabetes is actually an autoimmune disorder, and it is usually triggered. You have to have a genetic predisposition to it, and something triggers the autoimmune response. A lot of times it might be a virus or some environmental factor. And that starts the cascade of the autoimmune response. And what I mean by that is in autoimmune disorders, the body attacks itself. In this case, it attacks the pancreas.
I just want to project a narrative. I think it's beyond the initial question.
Go ahead.
It attacks the pancreas and starts killing off the cells that produce insulin. And there's different studies with different timelines, but there's 3 stages in type 1. The first 2 stages are the autoimmune response, and then by the 3rd stage, there's actually blood sugar starting to fluctuate and go up, and that's when the symptoms start.
Okay, and so in regards to when we see symptoms, let's talk about, is there something in your profession that's referred to as the honeymoon stage?
Yes, the first year after diagnosis is called the honeymoon stage, which is where the pancreas is continuing to make insulin, but it's very sporadic and unpredictable. And we call it honeymoon because the pancreas is still working. It's just slowly continuing to deplete. And it makes it very difficult to manage insulin. Insulin's it's a treatment for type 1 diabetes. It's not a cure or anything, but it makes it harder to manage insulin because if you take a dose of insulin, then your pancreas wakes up one day and makes some of your own, then that could set you up for some low blood sugars, for instance.
And when you say it is the first year after diagnosis, what happens if someone hasn't been diagnosed? Would their pancreas still experience a honeymoon period where it's fluctuating?
Yes, if they were able to survive the high blood sugars. So the 2 risks of when you have type 1 diabetes and take insulin is highs and lows, because both are very dangerous. So if they were able to survive a period of very, very high blood sugars, then yes, the pancreas could come in, bring those down a little bit, and the symptoms subside for a time and then come back. So it's kind of a waxing and waning of signs and symptoms.
And so what constitutes a high glucose?
The American Diabetes Association defines a high blood sugar as fasting more than 130 and 2 hours after eating more than 180. A diagnosis of diabetes is made anytime a random blood sugar.
To the answer, Judge. We just previously inadmissible. I'm going to object for inserting an inadmissible answer.
Your Honor, she's just talking about the parameters of what is required.
The objection is overruled. You can answer the question.
So in my capacity, I don't diagnose, but I know the American Diabetes Association guidelines, and they set the standards for what qualifies. And if you were to go to your doctor and do a random blood sugar anytime during the day, if that number were to be over 200, that would get you the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes or type 1, because the parameters are the same for both.
And so what, in regards to, let's talk about the labs that you reviewed in this case. Did you have any indications that Benji had glucose levels over the 200?
There was a finger stick done. They call it a D stick, a dextrose stick in the ambulance. And they noted the result as being 300.
And what date was that?
That was 8/17.
Okay, 2021?
Correct.
And then was there any other indication in the labs that he had a high glucose level over 200?
On the labs taken that day at the hospital or drawn, they came back at 214, the glucose level.
And then there's vitreous labs that are done at the medical examiner's office. Did you hear about those?
Yes.
And did you hear Dr. Molina's testimony regarding the preservation of those samples?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall her stating that they are refrigerated until they're tested and then they're frozen?
Correct.
Okay. And that she also, when asked when did these lab samples that she took get frozen, she was unable to provide a date as to when those got frozen. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Did you find anything in looking at the glucose labs that were taken by the inmate's office suspicious?
Yes, I mean,
Yes. There's a distinction between labs that are talking about vitreous fluid or labs that are talking about blood.
A distinction between the results or the samples?
The results.
Differences in reference ranges?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so have you ever read vitreous reports before?
I haven't.
Okay. So so putting that aside, you heard other experts testify in regards to labs that were taken, the vitreous labs that were taken. And did you hear Dr. Christensen testify regarding his concerns with those labs?
Yes.
Okay. And that, would you agree with me that because of the way the samples were preserved, that will leave a question mark as to, for you, and your ability to be able to make any conclusions based off of those labs?
Objection for lack of personal knowledge, lack of expert knowledge, and I'll just do this.
Is this in regards to the vitreous fluid?
Yeah, it's a question mark for her, like she's not able to answer. The conclusion is not assumed.
Okay, I think if you reword the question, I think the question was a little confusing. If you reword the question.
I apologize, it's late in the day.
I understand, we're all there.
So the point is that in regards to the labs at the end that Emmy is going to draw, putting those aside, everything leading up to that, would that have been something that would have raised your attention as a possible diabetes that had been gone undiagnosed?
It does for me. You know, I think about diabetes all day, every day, and talk about it. And so those things really jumped out to me in my experience.
Were there other labs that, like for instance, on the July 21st, 2021, that also jumped out at you?
There was, there's a lab called a lipase. It's an enzyme the pancreas makes for digestion. And historically, we see lipase levels elevated just prior to diagnosis or onset of type 1 diabetes. I think the lipase was 114 and high cutoff is 78. And then there's one lactate dehydrogenase, which when it is elevated, typically means there's some tissue or organ breakdown or damage occurring, but it doesn't say where it is. It's not specific or anything like that. It just says, hey, something might be going on. And I think it was 457 with a high cutoff at 241. So those are the two that jumped out to me in reviewing the labs taken on 721.
Okay, in regards to the prevalence and mortality rates of someone with type 1 diabetes, can you speak to that?
So globally, I found data from 2021, and that year, approximately 500,000 people were diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Of those 500,000, 35,000 were undiagnosed or misdiagnosed and died. You can't live with type 1 diabetes. The only treatment we have is insulin. Insulin wasn't discovered until 1921. Prior to that, every single person that got type 1 diabetes died from it. So 35,000, that's a lot of people. We still have a problem with early diagnosis.
And in regards to how quickly the onset is, what's the time period in which it presents itself before it becomes terminal?
It's very highly individualized. There's 3 stages. The first 2 stages are just the autoimmune response. Blood sugars are fine, and there are no signs or symptoms yet. In the 3rd stage, the blood sugars start to fluctuate, and you start to see signs and symptoms. High blood sugar, the thirst, the hunger, things like that, the blurry vision.
And so when we look at the weight loss in regards to Benji's case, would his weight loss from 721 to 817 be consistent with someone who may be experiencing type 1 diabetes onset?
It could be, yes.
So you're not a medical doctor, right?
No, I'm not.
And so you can't actually diagnose diabetes, can you?
No, I can't.
That includes type 1 or type 2.
Correct.
You said that diabetes, you sometimes have to have a genetic element. There has to be a genetic element.
Yes, there does.
Okay. So as a dietitian, you're registered with the state of Texas, right?
Correct.
And that would be the Department of Licensing and Regulation, right?
Correct.
And they have a rule 116.140, called areas of expertise. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not.
But that is the 15 pages, the 15 points guiding the areas of expertise of dietitians?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And nowhere on there does it say anything about diabetes interpretation or diabetes diagnostics.
That's in my role as a registered dietitian. I think it is within my scope as a certified diabetes educator.
But that's certification. That's like a degree that somebody gave you based on an educational program you underwent.
They didn't give it to me.
What do you mean they didn't give it to you?
I worked really hard for it.
I understand that, but the state of Texas doesn't monitor that program to see if it's complying with the standards of the medical community, do they?
No, that's a national program.
It's accredited by whom?
The Certification Board for Diabetes Educators.
But that doesn't allow you to make a diagnosis of diabetes, does it?
I never made a diagnosis or said that I could.
Well, when you said if you had a SID over 200, you're going to get that diagnosis. That's not making a diagnosis?
No, it's not. I'm informing of the parameters.
Just 1 second. Just, Ms. McKinney, if you see any of the attorneys stand up, if you can
Okay,
stop.
sorry.
You're okay. If you stop talking and I can address them. Ms. Sawyer?
In a statement of the testimony.
It's cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. D'Amico.
Didn't you say if you get a finger stick of over 200, you're going to get that diagnosis? Isn't that what you just said on the record?
If they go to their doctor, they will get the diagnosis because that's the American Diabetes Association
Isn't that exactly the
parameters.
problem that
Just
you-
1 second. Please do not speak over each other for the sake of the record and the court reporter.
Thank you, Judge. Isn't that exactly the problem, though, is that you are not allowed to make the diagnosis, but you're saying, but I know what the diagnosis would be if this was the circumstance.
I know the American Diabetes Association parameters and their standards of care, which state the guidelines for diagnosis. I can't make the diagnosis, but I know what the parameters are.
And so you're talking about the finger stick done in an ambulance, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that there's evidence in front of this jury that at that time Benji was already non-responsive?
No.
And so his heart was not beating?
I was not aware of that.
And how would that affect the results of the glucose taken from the finger stick at that time?
Glucose,
You can't say any.
Your Honor, he's.
post-mortem glucose levels drop. That's why we use the vitreous.
They drop. So how quickly do they drop?
I don't know.
So how could you say how the test has been affected?
Well, it would appear lower than it actually was if it was taken post-mortem.
Okay, but you don't have the experience to be able to say what the test would have said if you were alive, right?
Absolutely not. I don't think anyone could.
But it's a post-mortem test, and so all the testimony in here has said post-mortem, this test, blood tests generally, are not reliable. Do you remember hearing that testimony?
No.
You don't remember hearing Dr. Molina talk about that?
No.
You don't remember hearing Dr. Lucas talk about that?
No.
You don't remember Dr. Gebhardt talking about that?
Yes.
Do you remember Dr. Gebhardt saying it was his profession as a pediatrician who actually diagnosed diabetes, right?
Yes.
That he didn't believe that Benjamin had diabetes?
Correct.
And that there was nothing in the records to indicate that he did have diabetes?
Okay.
Okay. What about the lack of damage to the pancreas as indicated by Dr. Molina? Isn't it true that both of the forensic pathologists who testified said that there would be pancreas damage?
So here's my dinner, because I know how you all like to see my dinner. So, oh shit, hang on. Some cucumber, some tomatoes, onions, lettuce, kebab. And kebab has all this meat in there. Chicken, shit tons of meat. And a Duffy special. A bit of semen for Duffy. A bit of semen for Duffy there as well. So that is this me dinner. Speed dinner. Right, let's go back to this then. So this is what I'm gonna be eating. Was that my armpit? Yes. You will love it. Hey, I can tell you now. Hang on. I could tell you now. Shari D, you be licking that. Don't you worry. That. I know that you will take a good lick of it. It's all good, Shari. Good lick of my pit. Right, here we go, people.
And if there was type 1 diabetes?
Yes.
Okay, but there wasn't pancreas damage.
Hang on. That food is not normal. What? What? This is fucking. Hey, this is better than fucking chow mein in a roll, in a bread roll. Bloody hell, this is proper food. No licking. No tits. Tits, Josie. Tits. Native, yeah. It's too hard on my side. So yeah, we'll lick some tits instead of some pits, yeah? Favorite part. Do you shove your shave? No, I don't shave them. But you can just do my tits instead. It's fine. Sheep. Lamb. There you go. Pits or tits? Up to you. Your choice. I know what Daffy wants. Daffy just wants the cream. She just wants the semen. That's all Daffy wants. I'll be honest with you. I've asked a lot of people, Deb, and they all think you guys are disgusting. Think you all are disgusting. Anyway, let's get back to it. Special sauce just for Daffy.
So how is that consistent with an undiagnosed type 1 diabetes?
I'm not diagnosing, and I'm not saying it was undiagnosed. I'm just trying to offer signs and symptoms. I'm just trying to help.
And what about all the testimony regarding ketoacidosis? That's the process by which someone dies through type 1 diabetes, right?
I know it very well.
Because they specifically won't let her talk about any of that stuff because she's deemed to be an expert only in education. But now they want to cross-examine her on stuff that is outside their own scope.
So they don't cross-examine her on how unqualified she is to make all these opinions she's making.
Okay, I'll let him continue his cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, so I want to summarize. You're not allowed to make a diagnosis. You haven't made a diagnosis. You looked at some labs that you don't know the effect of him being dead, what effect it has on them. That's true for both the blood test and the vitreous fluid, right?
Correct.
And you are saying that he has everything that would indicate diabetes, but that you're not diagnosing with diabetes. Is that fair? Okay. So you had talked about some of the signs and symptoms of type 1 diabetes, right?
Correct.
And that includes excessive hunger.
Yes.
Would you agree that's also consistent with someone who's not being fed?
Yes.
And excessive thirst?
Yes.
Would you agree that's also consistent with someone who's not being given access to water?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that, because you're a dietitian, right, you do like nutrition plans for people?
You could put it that way. We don't make meal plans or anything like that, no.
It's like education on how they can manage their own nutrition. Is that fair to say?
One of the many things we do, yes.
Okay, so like, for example, have you ever had to create, well, I guess you said you don't create diet plans.
No.
So you wouldn't have created a diet plan for a child that's trying to gain weight?
I would provide, what we provide is called medical nutrition therapy. So we work with each patient on an individualized plan that looks at not just their nutrition, but their disease state, their medications, their lifestyle, their home life, their stressors.
So let me ask you something. If the concerns are associated around weight loss, is it proper medical treatment to prevent the access to further food?
No.
Is it proper medical treatment to prevent the free access to water?
No.
Pass the witness.
Sorry? So when we're talking about the question, proper medical treatment to prevent access to edible food, are there times at which we need to regulate the amount and the type of foods that a child may be eating?
I've seen that, certainly, with parents wanting to control either the quality of food that a child is getting. Maybe they don't want them to have anything with red dye in it. Maybe they don't want to have anything with preservatives and additives. They want to eat healthier or have healthier choices. So I have seen that. A lot of the nutrition information we get is hard to sort out, fact from fiction. And a lot of nutrition information is simply opinion. It's not science or fact. So I have seen parents restrict food in an attempt to give their child healthier choices of their choosing, not the child's.
Is it fair to say that children sometimes, because of their age, don't make appropriate nutritional choices?
That would be true.
Okay, and in regards to this case, we often, did you see video of Benji asking for bread?
Yes.
Did the fact that he was asking for bread mean that he wasn't being fed?
No.
And in fact, there's no indication before, would you agree with me, what he had before or after the video?
No indication that I saw.
So we only have the request for bread, right?
Right.
And so that in and of itself, would you agree, doesn't mean that he wasn't being fed?
Correct.
Now, in a number of the photos and videos, we see Benji drinking water. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when we look at all of the surveillance videos, we can see that he has free access to the sink that has running water, correct?
Yes.
And that there's dishes in there where food had been prepared.
Yes.
Right. And there's food on the cabinets in the kitchen that isn't locked up.
Yes.
And in one night, for instance, on June 8th, he had watermelon, Jell-O cup, cookies, some other type of food in a box. Do you remember this?
Yes.
That's a common question of eating.
Overruled, go ahead. And, we see he had milk that night, as well as it looked like maybe almond milk, and maybe something else. But he was, in your experience as a dietitian, was that a normal behavior to have eaten that much in one setting?
No, that is quite a bit for a small child to eat. You could tell he was hungry. Where the hunger was coming from, I don't know. I can't say.
And so to that point, that you can't say where the hunger is coming from, because in your experience, let me ask you, are there multiple factors as to why someone might be eating so voraciously?
If they can't access the energy in their body, glucose, for instance, is blood sugar, is what I mean, is energy, right? In diabetes, it gets trapped in the bloodstream. That's not where it needs to be. It needs to be in the muscles and cells so we can use it. If our energy is trapped, insulin is what gets it out. If we don't have insulin, if we're not making insulin, the energy's stuck in the bloodstream, we still gotta have something to run on. So we start burning fat. And then we become very hungry. The body is driving us to eat because it's like we need energy, but it's just stuck in the bloodstream where it doesn't need to be.
And while I realize that diabetes is your specialty, right? You're also a trained registered dietitian. In that regard, would there be other things besides diabetes, potentially like malabsorption or anything else that would cause a child to eat voraciously and not put on weight?
Yes, there's not so much in industrialized countries, but in less developed countries, there's parasites, there's infections, there's all kinds of things that can contribute to what you might say is a higher metabolism.
For consuming food?
For consuming food and not necessarily gaining weight, or consuming food and continuing to lose.
And in regards to the, you talked about excessive urination. Would regression back into diapers be an indication that he was having excessive urination?
And that, particularly because at that age, I've seen that before where if they haven't been out of diapers for too long, it's easier to regress. You know, a 10-year-old isn't going to regress, but at that age, it's just easier for them.
And is there an age period for kids where they're more likely to be susceptible, like the onset of type 1 diabetes?
We used to call type 1 diabetes juvenile diabetes. Now we just call it type 1 because we're discovering there are adults, a good percentage of adults, getting diagnosed with type 1 diabetes as well. For the most part, most new diagnoses are children. I'd say under the age of 18.
Okay, and is there a time period in particular that between 0 to 18 that they tend to start happening?
No, there might be a time of the year. I see more diagnoses in the winter months because if the autoimmune process is triggered by a virus, the cold and flu season sometimes kicks off, the diagnosis, and you just see a few more than usual in the winter months.
Okay. And then here, Benji had ear infections that were slow to heal.
Mm-hmm.
And would that possibly, in your experience, be something that kicks off?
I'm going to object to the answer.
Overruled, you can answer.
Any infections are harder to heal when blood sugars are elevated. Infection, virus, illness, trauma can be a trigger.
That's correct.
Will this witness be excused?
We would ask.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I say first, please?
Right, we're going to day 7. Day 7. Show my pits again. There's me pits. Me pits. Hey, Denise! Is it your birthday today, Denise? Is it your birthday today? They said it's your birthday. Happy birthday to Denise. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Denise. Oh, they're on closings now, and we're about 2 hours behind, people. Right, hang on. Yeah, I got hairy nipples. But I'll tell you what, you can have a bit of a lick at it. It's fine. ba, 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 ba. Ah, to be fair, people said it was happy birthday. No, Pemblwydd hapus i ti. Pemblwydd hapus i ti. Pemblwydd hapus dy ni / Bev. Pemblwydd hapus i ti. Hip hip hooray, hip hooray, hip hip hooray. There you go, my darling. Happy birthday to you. Well, the clams might have some hair on them, so you gotta be careful, don't you? Right, here we go. Let me present you now to this. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba, ba. Here we go.
Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I'm calling Dr. Gebhardt back to the stand, and he is with us via Zoom.
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Gebhardt is appearing via Zoom, and Dr. Gebhardt is still under
patient that you were treating for starvation, severe starvation.
Yes.
And in that treatment can you describe whether or not the patient, when you saw the patient, was able to walk or move around, or what was their physical ability?
He was not able to walk. He was cachectic and had very low muscle mass, very lethargic.
Is that consistent with someone who would be suffering from lethal starvation or serious bodily injury starvation?
It would be serious. It's obviously not lethal at that point, but it could become that way pretty quickly, yes.
And yesterday we heard several questions that were asked by the state regarding whether a particular factor was consistent with starvation. And you responded by saying, yes, particular factors were consistent with starvation, but are you saying that because they are consistent, therefore this is starvation?
That wouldn't be what I'm necessarily saying. It is when you say something is consistent with, things can be consistent with child abuse like a broken nose because someone hit them in the face, but it's also consistent with other pathologies. So if you had a bike accident or you ran into a basketball hole or something like that, those are also consistent with that type of injury. So saying something is consistent with a finding doesn't necessarily mean it is pathognomonic, like we talked about yesterday.
And then in regards to diabetes, I think one of your comments yesterday was that in your opinion, you didn't think it was diabetes. Do you recall that?
I do.
And can I ask you why?
I never saw a significantly elevated blood glucose that would kind of indicate to me that he was having elevated blood sugars, which is kind of one of the main factors for saying that someone has diabetes or diabetes mellitus.
Okay, and are you aware of the labs that were taken, the vitreous labs that were taken and returned by NMS labs in this case?
I did review those, yes.
Okay, and are the testimony that Dr. Molina stated that she could not testify as to when they were placed into the freezer? Do you recall that?
I do.
And that she was...
Daffy Dill, just for you. Bit of meat and some white stuff on it. Look at that, Daffy. Daffy, you would fucking gobble that down. The chicken, it's got the white sauce on it, Daffy. Ah, get it in your gob, Daffy. Love it. Love it. Oh. I'm going to eat this now.
Also, the lab results show that they were not run until October 30th or after, at which point 2.5 months had passed.
Yes.
Okay, and based on that, would that bring into question whether or not those labs were reliable?
I would say that, especially for glucose, it will degrade over time if it's not properly stored. So if, when I was a clinical fellow, it was incredibly important for me. When I drew labs for my project, I had to take them downstairs, immediately spin them within an hour and put them in a -80-degree freezer so that the labs would be, that the results would be reliable.
And in regards to diabetes, can you rule it out at this point?
I don't think you can rule it out. I just had a low degree of suspicion for it.
And in regards to multifactorial contributing factors to someone's ultimate death, are there other things that could have been going on in addition? If he was starting to have diabetic issues, because he does have elevated glucose levels, correct?
I think he did, on the labs that they drew from the IO. I think he had slightly elevated glucose. I'm not quite sure.
And
at this point,
the testimony that we have so far is that there was an EMS that took a finger prick and it was 300, and then the labs the terminal labs at CHOSA were 214. Do you recall that?
Yes, and there are many reasons blood glucoses can become elevated. The blood glucose can be elevated from getting epinephrine, especially. It's a counter-regulatory hormone that will cause your blood sugars to elevate at that point, because it's why, if you get hypoglycemic, why you feel jittery, it's because your body is producing those hormones to try and get your blood sugar back up. And so getting big doses of epinephrine would probably raise your blood glucose, but it would be, that is consistent with diabetes, if you want to say that.
Okay, or at least at this point, we can't rule it out, correct?
I don't think you can rule it out, yes.
And in regards to other things that could have been going on, are there other things that in conjunction with the possibility he might have had diabetes, even if the diabetes at that stage wouldn't have been terminal? Is there other factors that you were looking at that could act in conjunction with that, or other things that could have created an event that resulted in his passing?
Yeah, there were several contributing factors for me. When I saw that he had, one, I don't really see muscle mass loss to that degree.
Dr. Gebhardt.
And,
1 second.
I'm sorry?
Just 1 second, please, sir. I'll let you know when it's safe to.
I'm going to object at this point, Judge. If the plaintiff is outside the scope of his expertise, he's testifying essentially as to cause of death.
Your Honor, I don't think he's testifying to cause of death. He's trying to, as a critical care physician, he works with people who do go terminal, and he's saying, based on the facts he knows of someone who's alive, what's going on prior to the passing, would that, be something that he would be concerned with that would cause someone's demise or cause their passing?
The objection is overruled. Dr. Gebhardt, you can continue answering the question.
Okay, so things that would concern me significantly for somebody getting close to death. When somebody is incredibly sick, having other factors that play into it is a huge part. So if someone that just comes in with diabetes, that's okay. You come in with diabetes and a tumor and other issues, then it puts you more and more at risk of dying. And so when you have a kid like Benji, who had really high sodiums, had been vomiting the night before, had not been eating that well, all of those factors can play into electrolyte derangements. If he had predisposing factors like maybe he was more prone to having seizures, he just never had one yet, and then when his electrolytes get off, that causes him to have a seizure. If his electrolytes get off from all of the vomiting, that can also put you at risk for, having cardiac dysrhythmias, which is a very difficult to find on an autopsy of some sort, because you need to see the rhythm on a cardiac monitor before, you can't see that afterwards. So I thought that there were other contributing factors that could potentially have led to Benji's demise.
So it was more the totality of several things going on potentially at once for this young kid that may have contributed to the ultimate result.
Absolutely.
Now, should the parents have known their child was about to expire at this stage?
Judge,
Just 1 second, Dr. Gephardt. I'll let you know when you can resume.
I'm going to object that it calls for speculations as to what the parents might think.
That objection is sustained. So Dr. Gephardt, Ms. Sawyers is going to ask you another question.
Well, without being hooked up to monitors and knowing what someone's lab levels are in a particular moment, is there any other way for a parent to know that a child is about to expire?
No.
And
unless your child is acting in a manner that is concerning to you and you are worried enough, then that's when you go seek care. But if you're not, if your kid has been throwing temper tantrums and they continue to throw temper tantrums, it's hard to tell.
So, do kids die for unexpected reasons?
Did he die from an unexpected reason?
No.
That was my thought.
Oh.
That he expired, not necessarily because of.
Just 1 second, Dr. Gephardt.
Again, I'm going to object.
I keep looking away.
He's testifying as to cause of death. So I believe it's outside the scope of his expertise.
The objection is sustained. So Dr. Gephardt, Ms. Sawyers is going to ask you another question.
Okay, and then, Dr. Gephardt, why did you agree to take this case?
Why did I agree? Because I felt like.
Just 1 second, Dr.
Go ahead.
Gephardt. There's been another objection.
I'm going to object to the relevance.
How is that relevant?
Well, they questioned whether he got paid, whether he, they imply that somehow he's here for reasons that have nothing to do with this case.
The objection is overruled. Dr. Gephardt, you can answer the question.
Thank you. So I'm a busy guy. I went from testifying yesterday straight to work, and I've been up all night, and now I'm back to testifying again. This isn't something that I consider to be a ton of fun. Going through and reviewing cases where children die is incredibly sad for me. But it is, in this particular case, I felt like it was, I believe yesterday we talked about how doctors can make mistakes. And it seemed like there were people that were trying to go to conclusions that I didn't feel were correct. And that, I think everybody deserves a fair shot. And I thought that it would be unfair for Benji to, have his parents punished for something that they may not have done. And so I thought there was a lot of doubt in my mind about the conclusions. And so that's why I took your call when I was on vacation with my kids. And I was like, okay, well, let me see this through and I'll hear you out. And so when I did, I was like, yeah, there to me are several plausible and probably more likely explanations for this than starvation. That's why I took the case.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Dr. Gephardt, do you recall emailing me or last time after you testified, and you sent me that email around April 15th of 2024.
Yes.
Okay. In that, you told me he does not have type 1 diabetes, he being Benji, correct?
I did not think he had type 1 diabetes.
Okay. Ms. Sawyer's talked to you about other contributing factors that you think may have been in play. What evidence do you have or do you review relates to a contributing factor?
So when I was reviewing it, I saw that when I read through, I didn't know why she commented on cerebral edema if it's a normal finding on an autopsy. So when I saw that he had cerebral edema, it to me was like, okay, that can be a contributing factor. It can be why someone's sodium jumps up so high. When you have brain swelling, it can cause you to have the pituitary get cut off, and you can have massive losses of urine at that point.
Okay.
If you have a heart, if you've been vomiting all night before,
Dr. Gebhardt.
then
Dr. Gebhardt.
yes, sir.
So I want to take this a little piece by piece. So I want to talk about the cerebral edema for a second. You're aware that that is a common finding in autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as it relates to, finding that in any type of death, that's not abnormal, right?
I'm sorry. My dogs just came in, and I missed what you said. Could you please repeat?
I sympathize. As it relates to the cerebral edema, that is a common finding, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree with me that that's not his cause of death?
I would not agree with you as to that not being his cause of death. If it is a common finding, I don't know why, like when I find normal things, unless it is pertinent in my practice, if someone comes in and has last night, if someone has a brain tumor, I'm going to do a neuro exam, and I'm going to document everything that's normal so that if something changes, it's noted. But beyond that, I'm not going to try and document a ton of normal findings in my note. And so when I saw that cerebral edema is present, okay, why are you commenting on that? She also noted that there was a globular heart. Sorry, go ahead.
So there's a lot of things noted in there, right, that are quite frankly very normal, correct?
Yes, the normal glistening of the kidneys, the liver, the normal organs that she saw.
Okay, so it's not fair to say that she just put in there the abnormal finding. It's essentially all of her findings, right?
It is all of her findings. It just seemed to me to be, she noted cerebral edema.
Okay, and so, I mean, the argument would be on the other end, right? So if there wasn't cerebral edema, well, then why didn't you put that it was cerebral edema? Right? So the fact that it's in there doesn't mean that it's a contributing cause of his death. Fair to say?
Sure, you can say that.
Right, and cerebral edema, it kills you when it causes a herniation in the brain, correct?
Potentially. It can also not kill you, but it can cause you to have, I treat people with cerebral edema all the time, so it doesn't necessarily kill you, but if you're not treating it aggressively, it can kill you, and it can cause a lot of derangements with your hormones and electrolytes.
Right. But the edema, the cerebral edema, as that being the cause of death, that does not happen until it herniates, right? It goes outside of the skull, essentially. It has to go down towards the...
It has to cut the blood supply off to the brain, yes.
Right, so that's the point, right? So in this case, in the review of the evidence, did the cerebral edema cause that restriction in the blood flow to the brain?
I don't think it did. Okay. So, but as a contributing factor, it can cause the derangements that cause other things to happen. He looked like a sick little boy.
Okay, so he did look like a sick little boy.
Yes, he died, so yes.
Okay. Did he look like a sick little boy prior to that in the photographs that we showed you?
He didn't seem all that, like when he's crying in the back of the car, I didn't think, to me, that doesn't seem like a kid who's going to arrest in a few hours.
What about the photograph where you can actually see his entire body and he's just standing drinking, has a water bottle in his hand? He doesn't look like
he looks, like he's pretty skinny, but I don't think that that's a kid who's going to arrest in a few hours.
Not my question, sir. My question to you is that does it look like a sick kid in that?
Does he look like a sick kid? Granted, my view of what sick actually looks like is
Just one
very
second.
skewed by what I do.
Dr.
But,
Dr. Gebhardt, just 1 second.
I'm gonna object because he doesn't have enough information. A photo alone does not indicate whether a child is sick or not sick.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Dr. Gebhardt, you can continue answering the question.
So I can tell from, there are some kids that just look, obviously jaundiced, obviously edematous, like they're in heart failure. Kids, you can tell from photos of what kids could look like. He looks like he's skinny. And if you're going to say that that's how sick he is, but he looks like he is, like he's had some weight loss, but not like a ton of weight loss. And he looks like he has some muscle mass and he's drinking water in a diaper.
Okay. And so what did you say he looked like a sick kid then?
I would not say he looks like a profoundly sick kid.
No.
You can say he looks sick, sure, but I wouldn't say profoundly sick.
No, I guess my question to you, prior to that, you said he looked like a sick kid, of course. What were you referring to?
The fact that when I say he looks like a sick kid, he died. And so he's obviously a sick child. Why he arrested, I don't know, but I guess I misspoke in saying he looked like, he was obviously a sick child.
Okay.
And so when you don't do autopsies on people that are healthy.
Fair to say you've never done an autopsy, right?
Have I ever done an autopsy?
Correct.
Okay, no, I have not done an autopsy.
And so going back to Dr. Molina's report, you're relating it to your clinical experience, what you would expect to put in your report, right? So that's
yes.
And so you would agree with me that she has a different function than you.
Yes, she is a forensic pathologist who sees dead people.
Right. And she has a different expertise than you.
Yes.
And that essentially, especially in this case where initially Benji's death was unknown on August 17th of 2021, don't you think it would have been important for her to document the findings, whether they are normal or abnormal, as it relates to her autopsy?
Yes, she should document them as normal in appearance, but she did not say that they were normal in appearance. She just noted that they had their cerebral edema present. Okay, that's my point. Okay. When I document normal, I say, there's no adventitious breath sounds or there's normal heart sounds. Well, so I preface things with normal. If she might not, and that's okay.
If she would have put that the brain was normal, but it did have edema, would that be accurate then?
If it's what she expects to see on an exam, then I would say that that's what you could say as normal.
So, as it relates to normal, your understanding of what she should have done is essentially, if it's normal with it, then just put normal. Don't make any notations after the characteristics.
In my mind, that's what I would do. But she's her own person, that's fine. Right. And when we talk about having different expertise, I think you told me that I don't have the ability to go through different labs as well, or know about vitreous labs and stuff like that. And I was just wondering, we're all in medicine together. And so, yes, she is a forensic pathologist, but we do see very similar patients. And I also do put causes of death on people when I sign their forms.
Right, you make causes of death when it's known at the time, right?
Yes, once if they've been in the hospital for over 24 hours, and we have a known cause of death that is, or we're willing to say that we know that the cause of death is, that's when we will sign.
Right, so you don't do unknown causes of death.
That is correct.
Right.
Or any traumatic injury that happens.
Right. And by law, you can't even, as it relates to if somebody dies unknown in the hospital, you can't sign those death certificates.
Yes, I would be unwilling to sign an unknown cause of death.
Because that's the medical examiner's job, is to make that ultimate determination.
It is their job to do that.
I'll come to this.
Yes, just two follow-up questions. First, when you made a statement that the type 1 diabetes was, that you did not believe it's type 1 diabetes, you did not know at that time that the NMS labs may not be accurate, and that the beta hydroxate and the acetate, I might have gotten the third one wrong, were not tested, correct?
The acetate and the beta hydroxy, I did not find those labs anywhere. And I did not know about the labs and exactly how they were stored.
And so now, would you agree that without those being tested, we don't have the data at this point to be able to determine what his levels were on his passing?
Yes, you would not know that.
Okay.
I agree.
And then my second question is in regards to cerebral edema. It seems like you were trying to explain that when someone has a cerebral edema in your practice, there are certain things that it indicates. And what are the things that it indicates to you in a living patient that would affect this case?
So when you have cerebral edema, again, it can cause you, it doesn't necessarily have to kill you to cause problems. And people that get cerebral edema after a car wreck, they can have edema that will swell just the top part of the brain. And so if the top part of the brain is, the part that you think with and have most of your, ability to process information, that part of your brain, if it's injured, will be out, but the brain stem itself, where you have most of your vital functions like your blood pressure, breathing, those types of things will still be intact. So you can still have cerebral edema and issues with your pituitary that will start knocking out different hormones and causing you to have issues like peeing too much, diabetes insipidus, having issues like that.
And those issues could result in something else going wrong in the body that causes your body to expire?
Absolutely. If you pee, and potassium excretion from your kidney is directly proportional to your urine output. And so if you're not getting a lot of potassium in, or you're throwing up a bunch and your kidneys are trying to hold on to a bunch of sodium, they will kick out a bunch of potassium, and you will have big shifts in your potassium and big shifts in your sodium, and you will have your cells unable to maintain their electronegativity in the way that they should, and you can have heart dysrhythmias from that.
And
You can have seizures from that.
With a heart dysrhythmia, can it kill you?
Absolutely.
I pass the witness trial.
Just very brief, Judge. Diabetes insipidus, that's not type 1 diabetes, right?
That is correct.
That's not what we've been talking about almost for a large part of your testimony today. Two different things, right?
Very different things. They both make you pee a lot. Diabetes insipidus is just a loss of your antidiuretic hormone, which is secreted by your pituitary, that keeps you from peeing out water all the If you lose that, you just pee out water, basically. And you can get very dehydrated and have really high sodiums from that.
No further questions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be?
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Gebhardt, thank you very much for your time and your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sawyer?
At this time, the defense rests.
Mr. Villarreal?
The statement rests in court.
And we rest in place.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all of the evidence and testimony in this case. It is by indictment with the office.
Everybody's having fun. Move to the future now, it's only just begun. Right, we're behind. We're like 58 minutes behind live. We've done well. 7 days of trial in 3 days. Check us out, people. Check us out. So we're going to listen now to jury instructions, and then we're going into closings. So strap it in, or as people say, strap it on. If that's your game, strap on, ladies. And if it's not, then strap it in. Right, here we go. Zoom, zoom. We are zooming, Josie. We've zoomed. We like zoom. Me like zoom. Zoom, good. So, thanks to me keeping you moving a lot. Shut the fuck up. I love it, though. I love you, Lady Di. Thank you, everybody. Right, here we go. Let's listen to the closing. And I do know there's some disagreement about, this, which is fine. Just, again, have your opinions. Just do it in a respectful manner. I don't think this is quite a slam dunk as maybe what we interpreted going into it. So here we go.
It's extremely important that it be done correctly. And this is the charge of the court. In 2022 CR 4915A, the state of Texas versus Brandon Cervera, charge of the court. Members of the jury, the defendant Brandon Cervera stands charged by
I'm moved to they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. Thank you, Daffodil. I know you just want some of the semen, I know, but thank you for dialing. I think the doctor helped cast out, but I don't think the jury will see it. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I don't know. It's a mixed view, Carol. I don't know, a mixed view on this one, I think. Anyway, let's get back to it. This is the charges he's got.
Versus Brandon Cervera, charge of the court. Members of the jury, the defendant Brandon Cervera stands charged by indictment with the offense of injury to a child alleged to have been committed on or about the 17th day of August 2021 in Bexar County, Texas. To this offense, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. 1. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of injury to a child if the person intentionally or knowingly, by omission, causes to a child serious bodily injury. 2. An omission that causes serious bodily injury to a child is conduct constituting the offense of injury to a child if the actor has a legal or statutory duty to act, or the actor had assumed care, custody, or control of the child. 3. A parent of a child has the statutory duty under Texas Family Code section 151.001A2 and section 151.001A3 to care and protect the child, and the duty to support the child, including providing the child with food and medical care. For purposes of an omission that causes serious bodily injury to a child, The actor has assumed care, custody, or control if the actor has by act, words, or course of conduct acted so as to cause a reasonable person to conclude that the actor has accepted responsibility for protection, food, shelter, or medical care for a child. 4. Child means a person 14 years of age or younger. Act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary, and includes speech. Omission means failure to act. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. 5. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. 6. The phrase on or about means that the state is not required to prove that the alleged offense happened on that exact date. But the date of the offense alleged in the indictment must be some date anterior to the presentment of the indictment and not so remote that the prosecution of the offense is barred by the statute of limitations. The statutory limitation period for the offense of injury to a child is 10 years from the 18th birthday of the victim of the offense. The indictment in this case was filed on May 19th, 2022. 7. Our law provides a person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by his own conduct or by the conduct of another for which he is criminally responsible, or by both. Each party to an offense may be charged with the commission of the offense. Mere presence alone will not make a person a party to an offense. A person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, he solicits, encourages, directs, or aids or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. 8. A person is criminally responsible if the result would not have occurred but for his conduct, operating either alone or concurrently with another cause, unless the concurrent cause was clearly sufficient to produce the result and the conduct of the actor clearly insufficient. Therefore, you cannot find the defendant, Brandon Cervera, guilty unless you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the death of Benjamin Cervera would not have occurred but for the conduct of the defendant. So that if you believe that the conduct of Miranda Cáceres alone was a concurrent cause sufficient to cause the death of Benjamin Cervera, and the conduct of the defendant was clearly insufficient, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. 9. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 17th day of August 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Brandon Cervera, either acting alone or together as a party with Miranda Cáceres, did intentionally or knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to Benjamin Cervera, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and Brandon Cervera, either acting alone or together as a party with Miranda Cáceres, had assumed care, custody, or control of Benjamin Cervera and failed to do so in that Brandon Cervera, either acting alone or together as a party with Miranda Cáceres, failed to provide adequate nutrition for Benjamin Cervera, failed to provide adequate hydration for Benjamin Cervera, or failed to seek proper medical care for Benjamin Cervera, or did intentionally or knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to Benjamin Cervera, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and Brandon Cervera, either acting alone or together as a party with Miranda Cáceres, had a legal or statutory duty to act and failed to do so in that Brandon Cervera, either acting alone or together as a party with Miranda Cáceres, failed to provide adequate nutrition for Benjamin Cervera, failed to provide adequate hydration for Benjamin Cervera, or failed to seek proper medical care for Benjamin Cervera, then you will find the defendant, Brandon Cervera, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant, Brandon Cervera, not guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in the indictment. 10. It is a defense to this prosecution that the actor, through mistake, formed a reasonable belief about a matter of fact if his mistaken belief negated the kind of culpability required for commission of the offense. The term reasonable belief means a belief that would be held by an ordinary and prudent person in the same circumstances as the defendant. Therefore, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Brandon Cervera, committed the acts alleged, but you further believe, or you have a reasonable doubt thereof, that at the time of the alleged acts, he had, through mistake, formed a reasonable belief about a matter of fact, to wit, that Miranda Cáceres was providing adequate nutrition and adequate hydration to Benjamin Cervera when Brandon Cervera was not present, and that following the medical advice of the medical professionals at Little Buddy's pediatric clinic was sufficient regarding the proper medical care of Benjamin Cervera, and that said mistaken belief negated the culpability required for the commission of the offense as defined in paragraph 9 of this charge, you will find the defendant not guilty. But if you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Brandon Cervera, had not, through mistake, formed a reasonable belief about a matter of fact, to wit, that Miranda Cáceres was providing adequate nutrition and adequate hydration to Benjamin Cervera when Brandon Cervera was not present, and that following the medical advice of the medical professionals at Little Buddy's pediatric clinic was sufficient regarding the proper medical care of Benjamin Cervera, or that such a belief did not negate the kind of culpability required for the commission of the offense as defined in paragraph 9 of this charge, you will find against the defendant on this defense. If there is any evidence of another act or other acts of misconduct by the defendant against the complainant in this case not alleged in the indictment, such evidence is not to be considered unless you believe such act or acts, if any, were committed beyond a reasonable doubt. With regard to such other act or acts, if any, you are instructed that said evidence was admitted, if it was, only for the purpose of showing the state of mind of the defendant and the complainant and the previous and subsequent relationship between the defendant and the complainant, if it does, and for no other purpose. Our law provides a defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded to a defendant, and in the event he elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify. You are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against him. Written or recorded statements made by a witness to investigators or other officers or police reports made by officers and tendered by the prosecution to the defense for purposes of cross-examination are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many times, statements and reports may be marked with an exhibit number but are neither offered nor received in evidence. I can send only statements and reports received in evidence to the jury room. The grand jury indictment is not evidence of guilt. It is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence, nor can it be considered by you in determining whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. If it fails to do so, you must find the defendant not guilty. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict, not guilty. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. You are instructed that you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone or receive any information from anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, iPad, tablet, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any social media platform, internet chat room, blog, or website, to include but not limited to Facebook, MySpace, Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok, or Twitter, to communicate with anyone any information or receive any information from anyone about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. You are instructed that you are not to let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play any part in your deliberations. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given the testimony. But the law of the case you must receive from the court as contained in these instructions and be governed by them. You must disregard any statement or comment made by the court during the trial or in these instructions, which may seem to indicate an opinion with respect to any fact, item of evidence, or verdict to be reached in this case. No such indication was intended. You are instructed that the statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during the argument, if not supported by evidence, or statements of law made by counsel, if not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. After argument of counsel, you will retire to the jury room, select your own presiding juror, and proceed with your deliberations. After you have reached a unanimous verdict, the presiding juror will certify your verdict by filling in the appropriate forms attached to this charge and signing his or her name as presiding juror. A unanimous vote means all 12 jurors must agree. The forms are not intended to suggest to you what your verdict should be. If, during your deliberations, you request that testimony be read back, under the law, testimony cannot be read back to you generally. Before the court is allowed to read any testimony back to you, you must have a dispute about the testimony that you are asking about, if you are, and if so, you will need to specify exactly what you are in dispute about. If you have a disagreement about a certain witness's testimony and you specify as to what you are in disagreement about with regard to the statement of any witness, then you may, upon application to the court, have read to you from the court reporter's notes just that part of such witness testimony or the particular point in dispute and no other. Your sole duty at this time is to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty under the indictment in this cause, and restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else. If the jury wishes to communicate with the court, they shall notify the bailiff. Any and all communication relative to the case must be written, prepared by the presiding juror, and submitted to the court through the bailiff. Respectfully submitted, Judge Christina Escalona of the 186th Judicial District Court. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a
closings are now.
Verdict form attached to this charge. It is there for your convenience. I do ask, if you do decide to use it, you do not have to use it. If you decide to use it, that the presiding juror sign under whichever verdict applies and cross out the verdict that does not apply. I do want to make a note as well, outside of your presence, there were exhibits that were withdrawn from admission by the agreement of both parties. So we can send you all of the exhibits and items of evidence that were admitted If there are items of evidence that are missing, it is because they were either not admitted or withdrawn by agreement by the parties. With that, I will turn it over to the state of Texas.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, a father is more than a breadwinner. A father is more than a disciplinarian. A father is a protector. And that's not just the standards that we set in society, although it is. It's also a legal duty imposed by the state of Texas, right? To all fathers and to all persons who take care, custody, or control of a child, right? So if the defendant had abided by that duty, we wouldn't be here today. But since we are, it's my job at this point in the proceedings to kind of recenter your focus on what it is that you, as the esteemed juror members who are deciding what the facts are in this case, what is really at issue that you have to decide? Because some of the things of the entire universe of things that the state might have possibly had to prove before the case started, the universe of what we actually are in dispute about is very small, right? So I'm going to show you, this is paragraph A, right? These are all of the elements that the state has to prove. Most of these are not contested, right? August 17th of 2021, that's the date Benjamin died. We know that we're talking about that day and the year or 10 months preceding it, right? We're not unclear about what person we're talking about when we say the defendant, the father of the child, Brandon, right? Intentionally or knowingly is in dispute. I'll talk about that more, and Mr. Villarreal is going to talk about it more. I expect Ms. Sawyer will also. By omission, what we're saying by omission is we are establishing the distinction, right? When you have a duty to do something and you do nothing, that is an omission. So we are talking about not actions that were done, but failures to do actions, right? Caused serious bodily injury. Now, there is some dispute here. Obviously, Benjamin died. That would be included by serious bodily injury. But that is not the extent of what you are to consider, because you are to consider all potential serious bodily injuries, including those suffered by Benjamin before his death, based on the failures to act by the defendant. So it's not just death, it's SBI, serious bodily injury, the impairment of any bodily organ. That could include things like failure to thrive, stunting. Who we're talking about is not an issue, right? Benjamin Cervera, very clear who that is. Assumed care, custody, control of Benjamin Cervera, and by failing to do something, the three things, right? Adequate nutrition, adequate hydration, proper medical care, right? It has to be the failure to do one of those three things that causes a serious bodily injury. Compare it to paragraph 2. Really the only difference here, if we look, going back from A to B, it's just that now we go from care, custody, control to statutory duty to act. That is empowered, that is required because he is the father. So the first is saying he, like anybody could, takes care, custody, control of the child. He is now responsible for its medical care, for the treatment, the food, the water, right? Compared to legal duty to act. When you are the father, you always have those duties, right? Okay. So what I want to focus on is the intent. And what I think you can conclude from looking at the evidence in this case, oh, I'm sorry, very important. You don't have to agree as to if it's intentional or knowing. You all just have to agree that it was one of the two. You don't have to agree on the injury, just that there was serious bodily injury. And you don't have to agree on which of the manner and means, by failing to provide hydration, by failing to provide medical care, by failing to provide food, nutrition. It is only if all of you find one of them, right? So you could find that you believe he intentionally withheld food and that caused the death. That's a guilty verdict. You could find knowingly withheld medical care caused SBI, not death. Also still guilty. The fact that the two of them are different injuries, different instances, and different causes, all that matters is that he had a duty to act. His failure to act caused the serious bodily injury or death by one of those three means, right? So if we're talking about the intent, I believe that the evidence in this case proves that it is an intentional deprivation of food, medical care, and hydration. Why do we know that? Look at the apartment, everything that we know about the apartment. The first thing that we know, right, is that cameras are installed to view the children and the kitchen. And these aren't security cameras we're talking about in the sense of there's not one outside watching the entryway to the home. There's not one pointing at the door, the only entry. There's none pointing at the windows to enter, right? Where are the cameras? The children's room, the kitchen. There's one in the living room. Where does it point? Down the hallway to the kids' room, right? Why are those cameras there? Why were they placed there? Is it not to monitor the children? Monitor the children because you think that there may be something wrong. Something that, for example, you might have wanted to consult a medical professional regarding. Well, these cameras are here at the beginning of June. It's not until CPS makes them take him to the hospital on the 21st of July that he's sent to the hospital after the cameras are installed. And what do we know about those cameras, about what is present in the home, right? Once the cameras are in place. What is on the locks? What locks are present? There's that little plastic internal lock that's in the cabinet, right? There's a similar lock that's on the refrigerator. That right there is proof of intent to deprive food. Like, I am intentionally restricting the amount of access that he has, right? And I'll remind you, those two.
I don't know what's going on. Hang on. It's the court, it is. It's not me. It's not me, people. It's the court. I can't hear it either. Oh, yeah, it's come back now. So it's the court that goes mute. There you go, and it's back. So it's muted and it's back. Okay.
It's always, this is a tough case. I mean, whether you have a child of your own or you don't, it's always a tragedy when a child dies. The tragedy was compounded here, though, by what was failed to be looked at. Because everybody was so eager to tar and feather and brand that they didn't go look. And so you, the 12 of you, are the first people that ever went to go back and look and listen to Benji when he was alive. You were the ones, not Detective Size, not Dr. Molina, not even these prosecutors were focused on that. I was made sure that you heard what he was saying. Because what we don't know when we don't go look affects the big picture. Now, I understand the state has these very sensational tidbits that they're giving to you, and they make for great sound bites and they make for great media stories. But at the end of the day, it doesn't bring Benji back, and it really doesn't help you get to the truth. Because in order to get to the truth, you have to go look for the truth. And this is what Brandon saw when he saw his family. This is what the media is not saying. This is what we need to be focused on. There was a happy family here, and by all indications, as you can see, it was a family unit. Now, are families perfect? No. Not a single one of us is perfect. We have all said or done stuff to others or even to our own children that it can be mistaken or taken out of context. That does not mean that we did not have or come from a good spot when we said it. When I think about this case, it, to me, is difficult because I can see the care and the love that is there. This is not the typical type of place that you're going to see when you see a place where people are abusive and negligent and don't care. I mean, there are matching beds for the boys. There are posters on the wall. There are matching shirts. This is someone who cares. And all the indicia of what we think of when someone cares is nesting. And you know, we're gonna talk about Miranda here in a little bit because it's hard for me to get a grasp on some of the things at the end. And so as you're gonna become aware, and you've heard in the testimony, they had a new baby that was born in January of 2021, and they moved in March of 2021. And she was nursing up all night. I don't know if she had postpartum. She didn't appear to be the type of monster that would do anything to Benji. So we need to take that into consideration, but that doesn't mean that mental health-wise, people can't reach a breaking point that would make them do something they wouldn't normally do. We'll talk about that in a little bit. All right, the state really wanted to talk a lot about the photo on the left, but I want to show you that what we tend to see when we look at all the pictures from April 4th, which is the photo they're focused on, to April 26th of 2021, to July 26th. This is the picture on July 26th. He's going to Little Buddies. This is what he looked like. Healthy appearance. We understand that you're going to see, and you did see, the bruising on his eyes. The reason I played that video for you on July 20th, 2021, is so that you could hear Benji, because he was being asked about every little thing on his body. And through his own words, he was able to tell you what happened. His dad was not sitting there. His dad was not telling him what to do. I disagree with what the state sees when they see that video. What I see when I see that video for the welfare check is that Brandon sits back and lets his children talk. He doesn't overspeak them. He doesn't interrupt them. When Officer Hale says, "Hey, what's that bruise?" Excuse me, it's on this side, on your hip. Then she's like, "Where?" And he's trying to find it. Brandon doesn't interrupt. Brandon doesn't say, tell him what you did to yourself there. No, he doesn't do anything. He stands back and he lets Benji talk. And then finally, the child immediately starts saying, after he figures out what they're looking at, he's like, "It's my diaper." And he says it like 8 times. They said they couldn't understand him. I understood him. I don't know, maybe I speak Mommese, but I understood what he said. And he was saying diaper from the very beginning. And it was right where his diaper line was, and it made sense. So nevertheless, the point is that when you also look at that video, you will see that Brandon is acting like a normal parent. If I was speaking to a police officer and my child was asking me to go do something else, and I knew that police officer needed to speak with me or the child, I wouldn't be running off and distracting the child and going and doing other things. At that point, Brandon was focused on making sure that the child was there and available to speak with the officers as well as to be cooperative. I think it's really important that we not take things out of context, because I believe that we would do the same thing if we were in Brandon's shoes. And the fact that he said, "Hold on, wait a minute," he didn't say no. He was like, just wait, not right now. He was waiting for that moment to pass. And telling the child no does not mean that you're depriving them of food. Here's the thing. We have, as parents, an obligation when we're working with our kids to try to teach them wrong from right and routines. And we know sometimes more than they do because they don't want to take naps. They don't want, maybe they want to eat something that's not so healthy for them. And in doing that, they eat something that's not healthy for them, then they will not eat the things they actually need to grow healthy and strong. And so there is this balance that has to be met when we work with kids. And I think that it's unreasonable for the state to come in here and act like any time a child is told no, that somehow indicates child abuse, that somehow is some, deprivation of a need. That is not what was going on here. All right, so we have the court charge. We'll go over that you have a legal or statutory duty, that someone who has a legal or statutory duty to act, whether that's as a parent or because you just took care, custody, and control of a child, you do have duties, and you have a duty to provide food and medical care. All right, nobody disagrees with that. What we disagree with is when you have to first, in order to be found guilty of this charge, it would have to be shown that Brandon Cervera intentionally or knowingly caused serious bodily injury to Benji by failing to do something. Now, when you see in the wording, it's going to say by adequate nutrition, by adequate hydration, by proper medical care. That's not the duty. That's just how the state's alleging that the duty was violated, right? So the duty is food and medical care. The problem I have with adequate nutrition is that each and every one of you would agree on what is adequate nutrition, right? Because we disagree on what nutrition is. So when you go back there, I want you to think about what Dr. Lukaford did say. He was like, it's not about the quality, it's about the quantity, right? He was talking about the food. And so that makes more sense that we are judging people by making sure there's food available. And I'm going to explain to you why, when you look at this case, you're going to see that food was available and made available, and that this whole thing about bread that the state is focused on is actually, you're going to see how much bread he was eating in one of these photos. They won't present it to you like that. They'll present it to you to demonize my client because he's saying, don't ask for another whole loaf of bread. The child had just eaten a whole loaf of bread. If I were a parent and my kid had just eaten a whole loaf of bread, I would be also telling my kid, don't ask me for another whole loaf of bread. You just had one, right? But it's taking it out of context. So when we talk about adequate nutrition, I really need you to be careful here because we engage in a slippery slope of what's adequate. The child was not starved. You have heard from multiple experts. You've heard from Dr. Christensen. You've heard from Dr. Gebhardt. I mean, this child, while small, he was always small. And that does not make someone starved. Adequate hydration. You heard from Dr. Lena. You can just check that off of your list because she said this child did not die of dehydration. So I don't even know why it's even alleged. But we'll get into that in a little bit. Proper medical care, and you're going to see the term proper in there. But here's the thing, guys. If you go to an ER, your pediatrician, your ENT, you're not going to a quack. You're not going to this healing arts. At that point, you have to be able to rely on the people that you're going to. Otherwise, it is a reasonable burden on our society to start trying to figure out which doctor is better than another one. When you are taking your child to the doctor, and it's the type of doctor that the doctor you went to told you to go to, you can rest assured that that should be enough for proper medical care if you're following those directives. At the end of this, the state has to prove each one of these beyond a reasonable doubt, and I do not believe they can prove any of them. We just talked about the legal or statutory duty to act intentionally or knowingly. Now, he has to have intended to cause the harm by the starvation and dehydration and medical care, by failing to do it. Do you see? It's not just that I did.
I'm objecting at this point to the statement of law. It's intentionally or knowingly.
What did I apologize? Intentionally or knowingly. I was not trying to leave off knowingly if I did. But the point here is that you have to intend the result or know that the result would happen. Right? And so it's not enough, even if, first off, I don't believe they can prove starvation, dehydration, or lack of proper medical care. But even if they did, you have to go further than that and find that he was doing so intentionally or knowingly so that this child would suffer serious bodily injury. Serious bodily injury creates a substantial risk of death, or that causes death, causes serious permanent disfigurement, or results in the protracted loss or impairment of the function of any body member or organ. Again, with the exception of Dr. Molina feeling that or claiming that the child died of starvation, that is a death, right? So that would, if it were in fact being found out, that would be a death, would qualify under serious bodily injury. But if the child just died, that alone does not qualify. It has to have been caused by something, right? Like if they're claiming like a starvation or dehydration or the medical care. So if the child passes and he passes for any other medical complication, that doesn't mean you brand someone a criminal and throw in prison for up to life. That's not what we're here for. You need to be focused on the fact that a serious bodily injury has to relate to the starvation, the dehydration, or the medical care. And we saw no organ failure, we saw no permanent disfigurement, and so I do not believe that those would qualify here. All right, failing to provide, we talked a little bit about that already. Welfare check. All right, so what do we see when we see this picture? Because Officer Taylor, in his body-worn camera that I showed to you, said, here's my SAPD number, keep this number and give it to anyone you go to, because this case number, you'll need it. Because anyone who sees this kid would not think, he looked back, and they would think that you have done something. And so you need this SAPD number so that they can reference back to this welfare check where we have talked to the child, we've looked at everything, and even though he has the black eyes and the ears going on, that nobody's going to misunderstand that because we have looked into it. And so I found it telling because Officer Taylor was foreshadowing the problems that were about to happen. And the problem started when you have a detective size who does not go back and look at all of the evidence, right? Because if he had listened to little Benji when he was talking, we would not even be here today. We have buccal fat, as you can see. The bruising on the eyes is consistent with him having done it to himself because if you're getting hit, you don't get hit symmetrically where you have bruising on both eyes like this generally. Also, you can see the musculature of Benji's arm. And we also, in the photos that we showed regarding his leg and how it came up. If you'll remember, when they were describing the muscularity of an individual, and we have, it's not concave, right? We have, it's going over. There is a quad muscle there. The quad muscle would have to be gone in order for us to even be at the stage of lethal starvation or serious bodily injury from starvation. And so when you look at these, the photos themselves speak volumes, right? It does speak volumes. It's telling a story. Locks are unlocked. Now, oh my gosh, I'm sure when you leave here, you're probably never going to want to hear the word locks again. We have heard locks a lot. But the reality is that I know as a parent that I've done a lot of thought, oh, I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do that for a kid. And then when I start to implement, it just doesn't work. It's not helpful. And you don't go through with it. I'm not saying that they weren't concerned initially, but Benji was able to get in. The fact that they exist does not mean that they are frequently used. But here's the thing. If you have a child who is voraciously eating to the point that you're concerned about them choking and you need to sleep, you're not trying to deprive them of food. You're trying to make sure that you have put on your face mask first, right? When we're in an airplane and they tell you when it drops down, put on yours first and then your child's. Well, here's the thing. When you don't get sleep, you can't take care of kids, right? Because you do need to get some sleep. If you're always up watching and worrying about them, they can get hurt, but you are also hurting the family by not being healthy enough to be able to watch them. So the point is that, just because locks are present does not mean that that's actually keeping a child from food. Generally, when we think starvation cases are so rare in the United States that every single person that testified told you they had seen one, two, with the exception of Dr. Gebhardt, okay? But they don't see them because they don't happen that way. Because when people are out and about, you would be able to pick out someone who was that starved. You would see the bone. You wouldn't see this curvature. I mean, it would be a bone. You would have a knuckle, and that's what we're talking about when we get to that serious bodily injury. There's food all in the apartment. Clearly, there is no desire or intent to withhold food, and you have 3 other children in the home that are also eating and happy and healthy. So the fact that you have one kid that's struggling a little bit more, but has always struggled, you may not realize it in that moment because you see them as being small always. So there's food. Now we wind up at CHOSA. First the Pearl ER. If you look in the records, I believe they go to the Pearl ER first, and that is for the ear. They go, that is not with the intent from CPS. Then they go to CHOSA, and he's checked out head to toe. It is disingenuous for our government, our state, to sit here and say that, oh, well, they didn't go there on their own accord, and that it's so bad that you need to brand his father a criminal for starving him, when they themselves had him checked out head to toe and found that there was nothing wrong with the nutrition that they felt that they needed to address. And at that point, he was 13.84 pounds. Sorry, kilograms. I apologize about that. This case is a very scary case, because if you think about the precedent it sets, because if you are doing everything you're being asked to do and you're taking your child and you miss something, man.
I'm going to object to improper.
They were looking for child abuse. It wasn't as if the parent took the child in on their own volition and said, hey, he just has an ear problem. Can you just check the ear? That's not what happened. If this child was in danger and they even mildly suspected it, they had a duty to report and to take action. And they took action. They took action in saying, hey, instead of we're going to check you out. We don't find that there's been child abuse. We're not taking the children away. We're going to now refer you to Little Buddies or your pediatrician. Follow up with your pediatrician. Follow up with an ENT. And then they said, look at behavioral specialist as well as a geneticist. None of which has to do with food. Then we go to Little Buddies. Here's what you haven't seen, because I didn't have anyone speak to this, but you can see that in Little Buddies on 7/26/2021, they are informing the pediatrician he was asking for bread and got mad because he didn't get more bread. Stepmom and dad were trying to give other options for food choices. He did not want anything other than bread, and he started throwing tantrums. Banging headed into the bed. The next morning we found him with his eyes looking like that. I mean, they're talking to them about what they are experiencing. And the state, has implied over and over in the evidence that the parents weren't telling these professionals what was going on. The plan is at the bottom. The plan is for the ear that's ruptured, a decongestant, and consider eardrops. Nothing in that plan said anything about, hey, let's talk about weighing the kid. Little Buddies, Dr. Luis Lopez had seen Benji now twice. He had seen him for his well check in December of 2020, and he saw him here. So they weren't taken into a different pediatrician. They were trying to continue the care. They're not running. They're not hiding. They're doing everything they're asked for. I don't know what else we can ask from a member of our society. Measurements. Now, this was a picture was taken August 9th of 2021. He's wearing jeans. the state want to make a big deal about you wear jeans in September of 20, do you wear jeans in September? And I'm like, I don't know, sometimes you do. I do. I don't like to go around in shorts. You'll never catch me in shorts. But the point is that we don't know when we're measuring these things. And so when you look at even Dr. Christensen's, his chart, he took the data that we have. He would agree, everybody agrees that the data that we have is difficult because the heights are crazy. 99 centimeters is actually 39 inches. That's what it converts to. And so my guess is that when you see these centimeters, the reason that they're off is because Benji was probably 38 something, and they just rounded off to the 99 centimeters. They're rounding it up to 39, and when they convert it to the centimeters at the 99 centimeters, now you've got this big jump between 94 centimeters, which may have been 38 and some change, and then you have instead as opposed to the 39. And so you'll go between it'll go from 99 to 94, back up to 99 to 95. But what you can see there, though, is that if you look at it, the trend is that he did grow. He grew from his 4th birthday. So it's really hard. As Dr. Lucifer said, there is no evidence right now of stunting because we don't have these accurate measurements. That is not Brandon's fault. That's just the facts that we have, okay? And it's no one's intention. Also, as you heard Dr. Gebhardt said, we don't know if someone pooped, peed, if they had shoes on or not, the accuracy of the scales. And as I mentioned, the conversion from pounds to kilograms can cause problems, as well as inches to centimeters. Vomiting and urination, loss of fluids. Okay, so Dr. Gebhardt talked about this, that when we have when we've lost fluid, it doesn't mean we're dehydrated to the point of death or that we're having serious bodily injury. But when we're dehydrated, if you come into the ER, they know how to calculate how much volume of water they would need to put into your body to put your body back in balance. And that's how he came up with the 0.08 liters. 0.08 liters, he told you, which is the weight of 1 liter bottle of water. The 1 liter bottle weighs 1.08 kilograms. And if you add that to the weight that Benji was at the time he passed, he's right back up at that 13.78 kilograms. So it's possible that we are here on something that really had nothing to do with anyone's intent to starve or dehydrate a child. It's just something that the child was experiencing through vomiting, through frequent urination. And so we need to keep that in mind. Let's talk about the August 12 text messages. So here's what they say. I don't want you to call or anything, but man, this boy is out of hand, has been crying all day for bread. I gave him some and he wants all of it. Brandon responds, just give it to him. He can just eat that and that's it. Sorry, just chill out. He wants the whole thing. I'm sorry, that blue one that says he wants the whole thing is actually Miranda. He wants the whole thing. And Brandon responds, just give one by one. That sounds reasonable, right? Because we're saying, don't let him choke. Don't let him eat so quickly that he gets choked. And then he don't need to eat dinner. They are fighting over if he eats bread, he won't eat dinner, right? That's the contention that they're having. It does not mean he can't have dinner. It's just that she is saying, no, if he eats the bread, then he won't eat the dinner. And they're getting into this discussion about trying, I guess the frustration or the conflict many of us have on what food should be fed to a child. And then you hear him say, or her say in the text, she doesn't say it, but she's texting it. This is just too much, him getting his way all the time and still not listening. He just finished one loaf, and once more, he's still yelling and crying. And Brandon responds by saying, just give it to him till he throws up, take videos of him. Because if she's so, at this stage, she's saying not that he wants his child to throw up, but the point is that it captures the very behavior that they are concerned about, that he will eat until the point at which he throws up because he's eating so much, right? It's not that you have to make sure that you're keeping it in the context in which it is written and how they are trying to communicate. I don't even have storage anymore from all the other videos I have of him. And he said, well, then just delete some. But the point is like, this should not be an argument. If he wants bread, give him bread. If he's eating it so fast that he's making himself throw up, well, then that needs to be documented so that we can show somebody what's going on. All right, catch 22, the bread. Give him the bread, you're a bad parent. Don't give him the bread, you're a bad parent. Because if you look, remember when we talked about quashioricor and marasmus? And I had those and I wrote them out for you, and I made sure to say, Dr. Lucifer, which one are we talking about? And he said, we're not talking about the one with the big tummy. We're talking about which is quashioricor. That's the ones that the kids in Africa have. Do you remember that? He said, we're focused on marasmus because in marasmus, it's the lack of getting any food and you're concaved, right? You don't have anything. I want you to look here. He's just eating a whole loaf of bread. Look at his distended belly. You know, that's what, they're observing this behavior and can't explain it because we haven't had a child that's been in that situation. But that doesn't mean it wasn't happening. We can't assume it wasn't happening. Because the only presumption here is a presumption of innocence. And so it is the state's job to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that behavior wasn't going on. And guess what? They've been involved since July 21st of 2021 and had every ability during that time point to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this kid was being starved. But they didn't do that because all it would have taken would have been to say, hey, let's put him in the hospital, let's give him some food, let's see what's going on. This isn't something that happened under the radar. And to that end, let's talk about this. Who starts starving their child when CPS and law enforcement get involved? Who does that? If you were going to starve your child, you would have been starving them way ahead of that, right? You don't start this miraculously horrible behavior, I shouldn't say these words miraculous, but this heinous behavior that they claim when everyone gets involved. And that's when the precipitous drop happens. So it occurred to me, we have a child who had already been struggling, and Miranda may have been onto something. She was saying, don't give him the bread because then he doesn't eat other stuff and he doesn't have the nutrients. What if the mere fact of this battle of wills over the bread is that now he's really just getting the bread? That's what he's eating. And to the extent that it's harming him in other ways, because they're now under scrutiny and they're just trying to make sure they're doing their best. They're just like, hey, I don't know what to do, just give him food. So it's kind of those, like I said, it's this catch-22. Give it to him, don't give it to him. You got, you're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't. August 13th, Miranda, there is a video that you'll see, and this picture came from that video. And this is the one that the state opened their case with because they think this one line makes their case. It makes for a sensational argument, but it really doesn't make a case. Miranda's saying a whole loaf of bread, and Brandon is saying, he says back, and I'm not gonna lie, it's not the most patient voice. I know that looking back, he's not proud of how he talked in this moment, but out of frustration, Miranda's mad at him because he won't withhold the bread. He says, give him the whole loaf of bread, he eats the whole loaf of bread, and the pattern here is he eats a whole loaf of bread, he still cries for more bread. Right? So he's like, see you crying for more bread, bro, cry for more bread, and I'm going to put your fucking ass in squats. Here's the thing, my husband works in construction field, and he comes home sometimes, and I have to remind him that we're not in the construction world, and we don't use that word as an adverb or adjective, verb, and noun, right, like they do out there. So we can't take people out of their context. I'm not saying that you may not agree with that word that was used, but in the construction world, it's used, and it's not even thought of twice. So again, you cannot be held criminally liable for anything when you use that word. It's not something the state of Texas says. If you say this word to your child, you are a criminal. But I understand the context it is in. But let's look beyond that. What does he also say? Does he say, I'm going to beat your ass? Does he say, I'm going to do something to you physically? No. He's saying, I'm going to have you do squats. Now, he's a young boy. Dads are trying to raise their sons to be, have muscle. He's thinking that he is doing good while also reprimanding a child. So in putting it in context, you can understand that this is not some father that doesn't want to help his son. It's a father who sees the balance of, look, I'm frustrated with you, but I'm not going to hurt you. I'm going to try to do something that while it seems like a punishment to you to get you to change your behavior, it's actually going to help you in the long run. Okay, August 14th, the state has shown the photo on the right over and over, but what they don't do is connect the dots for you, because the rest of the photos on that day, he is sitting at the table eating, and you can see that he's drinking 2 bottles of water. I don't know what else happened that day. I don't have a video camera of that. I don't think that anyone at that point thought that this was going to be in a court of law 3 years later. But that is a fuller picture of what was going on August 14th. We talked about the difference, and you can't tell me that this kid, that they have made this photo seem like it's just the mirror image of someone who's going to die or has serious bodily injury because of starvation. We can see, as Dr. Becker pointed out, that it is not unusual to be able to see your ribs. And this photo, the angle of it, is going to make your lungs come out further, and it's going to make it more distinct. But you can also see that his belly isn't concave, even though he's lifting up. August 16th, middle of the night, and again, Brandon's is in blue. Brandon says on the video, why don't you call your mom to come pick you up? And then Miranda says, okay, again, I've messed up the things. Here's what happens. It says, why don't you call your mom to come pick you up? And then Brandon is upset with her because she's screaming at a fucking kid. That's what he tells her. And he says, how come you don't scream at Leo like that? He's calling her out, right? He's calling her out. He's like, wait a minute, I sense that there might be something wrong here because you're picking on Benji. And she says, Leo, I don't cry. Leo doesn't cry every night when people are trying to fucking sleep around here. And he responds, you're the dumbass that likes to stay up and wait and watch when he gets up. And then I don't know how to, he makes some sound with his mouth, making fun of her in a way. And then she says, now I'm trying to give him water, and he didn't fucking come. So now he's away, like there's water involved, they're not trying to withhold the water, and Brandon says, okay, then just fucking close the door, come to the fucking room, and close the fucking door, all right, and lay down. I understand you hear the F word a lot in there, but don't lose sight of what the message is. The message is, hey, you're exhausted, you're reeling, you're complicated, you're making this something it shouldn't be, just lay down and go to sleep. And she says, yeah, well, he's waking up the effing boys. And he responds, so that means for you to scream at him? And then she says, like, you don't, he does this every effing night. And then finally he says, yeah, but I'm not screaming at him in the middle of the effing night. So here's what I take from that. When you take out the cuss language, is that he's saying, look, and he doesn't know he's being recorded. This is on Miranda's phone, okay? He's not saying, I know you're beating my kid. He's upset because she just raised her voice at him. So he has no knowledge that Miranda is doing something bad to Benji at this point, and that's important. Miranda's actions, August 17th. Brandon left, and you can see that. Remember, we have that packet, it's a big packet, Defense Exhibit 33. It has the investigative report in there. It has all this information. Brandon left at 6:20 a.m. At 7 a.m., she claims she gets the kids up and takes Brandon to school. Videos of Benji in the car, right? And there's 7 of them. This is weird to me because she's taking videos, and then you can see on there that 5 of them go to trash. And 2 of them she keeps. She said she was sending it to Brandon, but Brandon, there's no evidence that Brandon ever got that video. So, but that is the video that I took that picture frame from, where you can see what he looked like on the morning 3 to 4 hours before he passes. She claims she gets tacos, which she does. I mean, you see them on the table. She claims that at 9 a.m. she goes to bed with Benji and the boys lying next to her, right? Next to her. But the urine on Benji's bed doesn't make sense. And this has been highly suspicious to me because then she claims she wakes up at 10 a.m. Now, maybe she's mistaken about what time she wakes up, but she specifically says 10 a.m. that day. And then 911, 911 is not called until an hour later. So, I don't know. The state got into some bruising that's on Benji. Never with issue. Just kind of the buck stopped there. When I asked, Dr. Molina, hey, do you know where this is to the medical examiner? He also has swelling on the brain. I don't know if Miranda did something while she was there and then she snapped and it's like, oh my gosh, because there's this, who waits an hour to get help? And also, how unreasonable is it that you have 3 kids in your house, one of them who is either unresponsive or barely breathing and is in need of urgent medical care, and you think it's a great idea to take your time and take 2 kids, 3 kids down to the car and haven't even called 911? That is not reasonable to me. And so if she did something to Benji during that time period, it is not Brandon's fault. He had no way of knowing. But her failure to get medical care is her own failure. It is not his failure. You heard on there that when he became aware of it, he's like, did they ask, did your husband call? We don't have those 911 calls. Otherwise, I would have played it for you. But I played it for you hers. And hers were highly, highly suspicious. In the lack of urgency, in my opinion, in which she expresses herself. Why not call 911 to the apartment is my big question. What happened in the apartment? We will never know. I asked Detective Stites, well, you knew that the cameras were going off and you knew that they were late to blink. Why not contact them? You have subpoena power. Benji and Brandon Sr. and Brandon Jr. both deserve more than that. Because if something happened in that moment, and it's your child, you want to know whether someone did something. But we were so focused on something other than what's really their job and really important that we don't have that evidence. We don't know what Miranda did, but that video would have captured it. And they didn't present it. Tacos and drink, the food was available, the locks were unlocked, the bruising on Benji's head, she calls it, the cerebral edema that we talked about, which Dr. Gephardt said would cause diabetes insipidus and cause that urination to come out as much as it did. Failure to investigate the allegations.
I'm going to object to this point, just as fast on evidence.
Suffocation. Suffocation. It could not rule out suffocation. You remember me asking Dr. Molina that, and she just wrote it off. She's like, there's no evidence. There's no evidence because you did not go look. Witness credibility. Julie Center, do I think that she didn't see what she saw? No. I think she absolutely saw what she saw something, but she didn't see it as accurately as she remembers it. But in a traumatic, stressful event, we often misremember. She's saying no stair. I mean, she's saying she's coming down the stairs. There's no stairs there. Does that mean that she wasn't there or didn't see it? No, I'm not saying that. But it also has to be considered that maybe Benji wasn't even breathing. When she says, no, I checked and he was breathing at that time, it's possible that he was already non-responsive. We won't know. But you have to keep that in mind, and given the hour delay, that's what causes me concern. The detective side. I mean, he questions Miranda and Brandon on the same day within hours of Benji passing for like maybe 30 minutes, an hour, and then never asks them another question again. Is that thorough investigation? He gets information after the autopsy that the bruises. Why not call him back in there and go, okay, do you know how this happened? Do you know how that happened? When did he last eat? How much did he have? When did he last drink? These are very, very important questions that inquiring minds want to know. But if you don't know that there's an issue, the parents don't. I mean, at that point, they're Brandon's distraught. You heard. He was distraught at the hospital. You're asking him about his child like that after his child just passed. He probably wasn't in his right state of mind to even be able to give the details. But nevertheless, the state has all of that evidence. They could have brought that to you. They didn't. The fact that someone can't take or chooses not to take a stand cannot be considered against them, but their statements prior to that to police officers are not prevented from being admitted into evidence. But we can't admit them ourselves because they're considered hearsay when the defense does it, but the state, by law, under the rules of evidence, can get it in. There is no elephant. Remember we started with this and I said, if you think there's an elephant, you're going to find an elephant? Well, Dr. Molina, you know, Detective Sides comes to her and he's clipped out these videos of his timeline and what he thinks happens. And so he gets her off on this track of, oh yeah, it might be starvation. Let's go with that. Because here's the thing. The only thing that we've lost here is 2.2 pounds. And remember when we talked about the other case? That is the only other case in 20 years that had starvation. That child had 7.17 kilograms. The child was alive, it had expired immediately prior to the police involvement or after the police involvement. So we know that that child had almost half, was about the same size and stature as Benji and 4 years old, and he had almost half of the weight. 7.17 kilograms. That's huge because when you come back and you look at why she's trying to claim that she knows Benji has starved to death, it doesn't make sense. And when she says that Benji's cachectic, while there are a spectrum of small little children, there is a very drastic difference, as you heard from Dr. Gethard, between a small child and a cachectic child. And Benji was not cachectic. No internal photos, so you just have to trust her. On this mesentery that she says is translucent, we were never given internal photos. She didn't take any. And she admitted you can't rule out suffocation, diabetes, arrhythmia through autopsy. Blood force injuries, she said without adequate explanation. Again, that should have been looked into and asked of Miranda to see what was going on in that house, the labs. I pointed those out to you because she does not take beta hydroxate, butyrol, and the other one that are required in order to diagnose diabetes after the pass. And she also, the vitreous glucose levels, as you can see, open up in Defendant's Exhibit 33, open it up, and the lab itself tells you that if you don't preserve it, these labs cannot be relied on because you have to preserve it frozen, and it's only good up to 30 days, and they don't test it until after October 30th, which is 2.5 months later, and we have no idea if it ever got frozen before it went to the lab because you're going to see the FedEx, and it's not indicating anywhere on that it was frozen when it was shipped, and it was in shipment for 72 hours. So here again, the state has a burden of proof, and they can't rule out diabetes. Now, maybe it wasn't as likely, right? I'll give you that. But the thing is that because we don't have the evidence, we cannot then therefore jump to some type of starvation. Diabetes does result in weight loss very quickly, as you heard, and we'll talk about in a little bit the symptoms that he had. Most likely starvation. In her autopsy report, she doesn't say it's starvation. She says most likely. Well, the standard here is beyond a reasonable doubt. So if you're going to, by her own admission, the state could never even meet its burden because she can't rule out all these other things. 10 minutes. Not dehydration. Lucifer, he had a pie chart. He said, I only put down the ones I thought would be reliable. Well, interestingly enough, he doesn't put down Dr. Molina's. He instead finds it more reliable to put the one from 94 or 97 centimeters on it to make the height chart go up and then down. So I had to do that for you. Write this, if you have, so it's his dehydration. He speaks out of both sides of his mouth. He says the sodium is 159, so that shows dehydration. But when you look at the urine nitrogen, it's low, and if it's high, it's dehydration, and if it's low, it's protein. So what he's saying is that urine nitrogen says it's not dehydration, but he's already told you that there's dehydration. And then he tries to use that same number to claim that it's low protein. It doesn't make any sense, but he does admit that there's no stunning, and then he possibly died from diabetes.
I'm going to check as a mischaracterization that testimony.
Your Honor, it's quoted.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will remember the evidence is presented to you in court through the testimony of the witnesses, or the attorney states not evidence.
We do have some numbers. You can go look at those. The EMS was 300, the ER was 214 for the glucose level. The testimony stated that, at least according to the American Association of Diabetes, 200 is going to qualify you for diabetes. We had excessive thirst, excessive hunger, excessive urination, eating and still losing weight, vomiting, blurry vision. The blurry vision comes in when they're on 7/20/2021. Miranda is telling the officer that, and it doesn't catch most people's attention because nobody would think blurry vision at that stage would be associated with a medical condition. But she's identifying that on 7/20 that he's having a hard time seeing. Okay, causation. A person is criminally responsible if the result would not have occurred but for his conduct, operating either alone or concurrently with another cause, unless the concurrent cause was clearly sufficient to produce the result and the conduct of the actor clearly insufficient. All right, here's what this really comes down to is that if Miranda's actions were sufficient in of themselves to cause the event, then Brandon cannot be held responsible.
So that is a misstatement of that law. It is a misstatement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the law is given to you in charge of the court. The statements by the attorneys is not the law of the case unless it is in harmony or agreement with the charge of the court.
I'm going to keep moving, but you get my point, that if Miranda is doing something to Benji in that house, it is not, you cannot use that. The morning that it passes, You cannot use that to then say someone else is responsible for an act that she did in that house to Benji that may have resulted in his passing. Mistake of fact. Okay, here's the thing. If the parents mistakenly rely on the medical professionals after they told them what their concerns are, and they do everything that they've been told, they're allowed to rely on that mistake of fact, right? Because the medical professionals, they were relying on what the medical professionals told them to do. Also, if you find from the evidence that he believed that Miranda was feeding Benji or providing water to Benji while he was in his care, and he was mistaken about that, then that does not go against him, right? Because he did have evidence that the child was being fed and provided water while in Miranda's care. Housekeeping, demonstrative evidence doesn't come in to go back with you. So that January 2019 date is on a demonstrative evidence on that chart. Jury unanimity, each of you has a voice and you have a vote. And the reason we don't have one juror and we have 12 is because it's important that the collective body be able to discuss it. But at the end of the day, you have a right to your own individual vote, and you are asked by law to exercise your vote in line with your conscience and the charge of the court. 5 minutes. If you're unable to decide, just understand that there's other jurors that would also be hearing, if we're unable to get to a unanimous vote, that while we would rather you have, we need you to vote your vote, but if it comes to that, we will retry the case, but those same the next jurors would have many of the same issues that you already have and are struggling with, so we do ask for you to take the time to really consider all of the issues. Passion, bias, and prejudice. I understand that child abuse cases can evoke a lot of passion and prejudice, but that doesn't mean it happened. That's why you're here to consider everything. And I'm going to ask you, not just to make the argument for me, because the state's going to get up and talk, but I'm asking you to make that argument for Benji. Because there's a lot of stuff that didn't get looked at, and that's his dad. And when you go look at that video from July 20th, you can tell that they love each other. This is not the type of situation in which Benji did not adore his dad, and his dad adored him. And I believe that you owe it to Benji to work as hard as you can to make the argument, because that's also someone that he loves. Precedent setting case, take your child to multiple doctor visits, child loses 2 pounds, child is having behavioral issues, you tell your child yes or no, and you're sitting here? This seems insane to me. We should all be scared, because it's not us or someone we know that has a kid that's really skinny. My brother both of my nieces are very tiny, but they're not starving, and neither was Benji. Be careful how we judge others, because when we judge others by that standard, we can expect to be judged ourselves. I am not saying that Brandon is a perfect parent, but what I'm saying is that the state has brought you no evidence that he was a cruel parent or that he was a parent that intended in any way to deprive his child of everything he needed. Things do happen. Children do pass unexpectedly. 2 pounds is not something that you are sent to prison over after having already lost your child for something that you cannot explain. At the end of this, I believe that the only right verdict here is not guilty. And I'm asking for you to find Brandon Cervera Sr. not guilty.
Thank you so much, Carol, for the 10 gifted memberships. Let's see who got them. Thank you, my darling. They went to Candice Hoff, Shah Police, Rachel, TJ, Aussie Insider, Chrissy B, Bichum, Stephanie on Auntie Bev's verdict form. I read it so you don't have to. Those are all the people. So there you go. Daffodil, it avoided you again. It avoided you again, my darling. I'm sorry. I've tried as well. So there you go. Thank you so much to you, Carol. Thank you to everybody that's contributed. Right, let's skip it because we're going on a break there, and they're back here. About there. Let's go there.
Then we talk to you to defense expert. He's not breathing. So we know at the time that when Benji is taken down, he's still alive, he's still breathing. Also, when we look at Miranda's 911 call, she mentions that other lady who stopped me. We know Julia's there. So, Officer Rosendo Hoyos, he's the reporting officer. He saw Benji at the hospital. What does he tell you? Like everybody who's except for really the defense experts in this case, he looked very thin. Saw the bruising on his body. Then we brought you to Devin Costa, who was the CSI in this case. Described the scene for you. Showed you those 5 locks in the kitchen, the locks and the gate in the children's bedroom. Described for you the video cameras in the kids' bedrooms and in the kitchen. And then the locked food, the food that was behind these locks was bountiful and plenty. And you have those photographs and evidence for you. You can see that all of these alleged choking hazards, apparently that these parents are trying to prevent him from getting to. What will you notice about where there's not locks? There's not locks where the knives are kept. Where do we keep chemicals in our house? Underneath the kitchen. Do those have locks on them? No. It's only the food that's locked up in this house. And when you listen to that body-worn camera statement later, you will hear from the defendant's own mouth and Miranda's own mouth, why did we put those locks on? Because he was getting up in the night and eating. Not because we were worried about him choking in the middle of the night. He was getting up in the middle of the night and eating. That's why those locks are put there. So you see this one. This is the first lock that we see in those original surveillance videos back on 6/8 of 21. This was the original lock that was on this pantry. And soon you can see through the videos that apparently the defendant figured out he could open this lock. Right? He was able to get in there and get some food. They're not going to have that. What are they going to do at that point? Then they add the exterior lock to this, to the upper cabinet, and to the fridge. I'm sorry, the fridge was already there. They changed the one on the fridge because apparently they knew he could get into the fridge. So that's what we see in this photo as well. We see that these locks on the upper pantry, the lower pantry, more specifically the upper lock, the lower lock. We see also in this one where there's a lock. Where do we not have locks in here? We don't have locks in the bathroom that's in the hallway, the kids' bathroom, where there's medication. They're not worried about that. They're worried about him getting food. So we looked and we saw the cameras. Why would you place a camera in the kitchen? For your sleeping at night. It's to catch Benji going into the kitchen and getting food. It's a reasonable inference. Then we see the ones in the bedroom. Where is it angled at? It's angled facing the door, right? The door where Benji is getting out on multiple nights in order for him to get some food. Then we saw the two locks on these doors, and Mr. DeVito already mentioned this. You see in one of those videos, the surveillance videos, Benji, he's moving the desk. And he's moving it where? Towards the door, where the gate is, so he can pop over the gate. Well, they weren't going to have that. You have those photos and evidence where that desk is in there. It's locked. Why? To prevent Benji from getting out yet again. This defendant has placed barrier upon barrier upon barrier from Benji getting what is the most essential part of our life, food and water. I mean, just let's think about ourselves. When we miss our lunch, how that feeling is. Imagine living in that constant state. That's what Benji's life is like. We see the gate at the door. We see originally that gate wasn't there, but eventually it does. It gets added there, that additional barrier for this 4-year-old, almost 5-year-old, from getting out and getting food. So, brought to you then, Detective Alfred Gonzalez. He's our cell phone expert. He authenticated the videos that came from the cell phone, which are State's Exhibits number 75, 78, 79, 80B, and 223. You'll have all of those in evidence if you want to look at them. It has the PDF reports with them. You can see when these videos were created. He again authenticated the dates that those videos were created. He authenticated the images and the dates that this came from. Those are in State's Exhibit number 76. And he authenticated those text messages. Next we have is Officer Oliver Bettis, who is a reporting officer on July 20th of 2021. We learned why he went out. He goes out there because he gets an anonymous report that somebody is concerned about Benji. Through his investigation and through his testimony, what we learned, that anonymous caller is the defendant's family. Somebody who's willing to call police on their own family member because of the concerns that they see on this child. They didn't really talk to Benji and Brandon. You have the body-worn cameras in there. When they talk to Benji on the counter, where's the defendant? He's right around the corner. When they talk to Benji and they take him to the bathroom, you see the video, who's sitting on the bed? Miranda. And when they're talking there, the door's open, and who's right there still? Miranda. They never talk to these kids about it. And Officer Bettis, to his credit, well, I can't give him credit for it because he fell on the sword. He said, I should have done more. I wish I could have done more. Through detective's eyes, you learned about child safe. What is the purpose of child safe? The setting, you're away from any potential perpetrators. These kids could have been taken to child safe, they could have been interviewed, but fortunately they weren't. So through Officer Bettis, you're able to review the body-worn videos. And you can see Benji asking for food several times. And in that, every single time, not right now, or just moves it away. See Brandon actually move the defendant away. Remember when Detective Hale, he puts Benji, gets him, sits him up on the countertop, and the EMS is right here. What does Benji do? First he reaches for that snack, the little kid's treats. He said, oh, not right now, honey. And then they start asking him questions, again, with the defendant right there. And what does Benji do? He doesn't really respond. He goes back because he's looking for that food, right? Something officers clearly missed. The signs were there. They just didn't pick up, and they should. What do you learn through that? You also learn through that video that the defendant and Miranda say the locks were put in the kitchen because Benji was getting out in the middle of the night and going into the kitchen. This idea that he's choking on something is just ridiculous. He's there, the locks are there to prevent him from getting food. Then we learned about Candace Sanchez, who's the defendant's sister, who called CPS on her own brother because she was concerned for Benji. What do we know from her? That Benji, she used to babysit Benji, and that when Benji was in her care, he ate well. Normal dog kid. Gained weight during that period of time. In fact, she had potty trained Benji during this period of time. That Benji was normally developing during this time that she was babysitting. And then we also learned that the defendant had told her, oh, he's eating a lot. You need to take him to the doctor. Doesn't happen really until CPS gets involved after Candace calls, and that's when you see him taken to the emergency room. Then Amy Floyd. We get a timeline of where Benji was with during periods of time. Benji was with Erica from birth to about January 3rd, 2019. From January 3rd to January 6th, Benji's with him. And then Benji moved from her custody to go live with Danny Cervera, the defendant's father. During that period of time, same information that we had from Candace is all consistent. Benji, he had no problems eating. He had no problems gaining weight. Benji was a normal, happy, healthy, developing child. She talks about those milestones that he's reaching. Those milestones that you as parents, you as uncles, aunts, people who have grandchildren, those exciting parts of their life, when they're starting to crawl, when they're starting to walk, when they eat their first solids, all of those things, he's hitting his milestones. And then we showed her a picture because she hadn't seen Benji since he went in. And what she said, I know that's him, but I don't recognize him. That's not my Benji. That's not the way he looked. He was plump. He liked it. So Dr. Lipperford, is a board-certified pediatrician and Child's Pediatrics, former director of the Center for Miracles. He's actually authored a peer-reviewed article around starvation. This is an expert in starvation. What did he tell you? Diabetes didn't kill Benji. We talked about how you die from diabetes. That's ketoacidosis, right? No signs that Benji died from ketoacidosis. Tells you that Benji died from starvation. And that injury prior to actually succumbing to his death, that injury, the composition of his body, that starvation, up and coming, that was serious bodily injury. So what do we talk about? We talk about the weight trends and the height trends. The weight trends, again, we're not looking at any particular point in time. We're looking at what's the overall trend. He's increasing until really the last 10 months of his life. Again, he was developing normally until his 4th birthday. Talks to you about the lanugo, and you have those photographs in evidence with his back. And that to him, though that hair was consistent with the lanugo, lanugo is consistent with starvation. Talk about the dehydration that is, again, hand in hand with most of the starvation cases. Talk about the compulsive behavior. And we kind of have to dig through the medical records to look at it. But in it, you can see he's chewing on his fingers, right? That is that compulsive behavior that is consistent with the starvation. You also have photographs in evidence. You have photographs where he has a diaper and then he has what appears to be feces on his hands. It's a reasonable inference that at some point he's potentially eating his own feces. Talked about that lack of body fat on him, the paucity of adipose tissue. Talked about it over and over again. That there's no subcutaneous fat, that mesentery is translucent, it's see-through. And we talked about the importance of the mesentery fat, right? It's there to insulate you. It's there to protect your internal organs. It's the very important fat that you would have. And in this case, it wasn't there. And ultimately, what he tells you, I agree with Dr. Molina. Benji died from starvation. So these are the weight charts that he provided for you, and you have those in evidence, and you can look at them if you desire, and look at what ultimately his testimony is. So then we have Dr. Molina, who is the Chief Medical Examiner of the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office. Talking about Benji's cause of death is starvation. Manner of death is homicide. What is starvation? It's not receiving adequate nutrition. And that starvation is not always the complete removal of food or water. Defense wants to talk about, look, there's photos and videos of him eating. We know he's eating. It's the adequacy, the enough. He's not getting enough to sustain his life. He's not getting enough, what's important in children, to grow. In fact, he's not growing. His body, by weight, is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, when it should be getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Tells you that if Benji would have received proper medical care prior to his death, he might not have died. Talk to you about what serious bodily injury is. In this case, it's the death, it can be, but it can also be that weight loss prior to death. That injury, that bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death. Right? So leading up to his death, even that is serious bodily injury. Tells you about what the autopsy process is. It's not just opening it up and looking at his body, externally and internally. It's that death investigation that comes along with it. And what she did, she reviewed all of Benji's medical records, went through, made sure, subpoenaed the health insurance company, make sure we have all of the claims, make sure we can know where he went, what he was doing, what he looked like, what he weighed, because we don't want to leave any stone unturned. We want to make sure we understand what is this kid going through. So talk about the cause and manner, what supports our evidence. The precipitous weight loss. You can see in State Exhibit number 111, which is the graph, that last bit of his life, month and a half, he's a really quick decline in his weight. Talks about his BMI, which according to the CDC, which again is based on the United States, the population of the United States, talk about his peers here who live here, who have the same access to food and nutrition, that is in less than the first percentile. Talked about that lack of subcutaneous fat, translucent mesentery, the collapsed small intestines and large intestine. Essentially every expert here says, what does that mean? Well, it means that there wasn't him eaten for a period of time. There was no food. Talk about that thymus involution, that at this age she would expect to see. And what do we know? It wasn't there. It had completely disappeared. And she talked to you about what's the significance of that. It's an extreme stress situation that you need to be in, child needs to be in for involution. What that stress situation be? Clearly starvation he's been going through for the last 10 months of his life. Talked about the macrocytic anemia. That's not just there on the day the labs in front of his death. Those are the labs also prior to that when he goes to CHOSA on 7/21 or 21. That macrocytic anemia is even there. We see those early signs of the vitamin deficiency, which again is consistent with the starvation. Talked about the weight trends during this period of time. Again, it tells you it's not an individual point that matters. It's the trends. What are we looking at? We're looking at the overall picture. Talk about the low protein and albumin, what the significance of that is. It's not getting enough protein, and that, again, is consistent with the starvation. Again, no difference in anything we're talking before. There's a growth chart where you can see the normal trend even jumps up close to the 25th percentile. And then that last 10 months of his life, we see a beginning a slow decline, but then at the very end, a very quick decline. So what serious bodily injury includes? Is bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death, bodily injury that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. So in this case, SBI can be the weight loss prior to his death and his death. Doesn't have to be just his death. They want to focus on well, he didn't die from starvation. Take it out. Take it out. The weight loss itself created a substantial risk of causing death. So we have Detective Size, who's the lead investigator, who interviewed the defendant, he interviewed witnesses, he had Brandon Jr. complete a forensic interview, and then he got a search of the cell phone, which revealed a lot of information, which is in front of you in this case. So review the cell phone videos and photos, shows Benji wasting away during this period of time. And again, based on the cell phone and who he's with, remember, he's with the defendant from January of 2019 on. When does the starvation start? About 10 months prior. So even before that, when he's gaining weight, we don't have photos of that because we have these from the defendant. So with photos we have, he's already in the process of losing weight at the very beginning. That April picture that I showed you, that is a period of time where he's already losing weight. We get to watch Benji begging for food. And at the end of it, we get the result of this investigation, which is that the defendant is charged with injury to child causing serious bodily injury. So talk about the surveillance videos for a second. We have one for the kitchen. So what do we see? We see Benji getting out to eat at night, and we see the escalation of barriers to get to the food. We see videos where the gate's not there, and then we see the next one where the gate's there. So we can time see essentially when these things are happening. We can see, as far as the bedroom kitchen, we can see the timing of the gate. We can see Benji crying at night for milk and for water. When you look at State's Exhibit number 80B, which the defense already went through you, what is he asking for that night? He was crying for water. The defendant knew he was crying for water. That's what that shows you. It shows you that he knew what was happening with Benji. Because he heard it that night, and it's referenced in their argument the night before Benji dies. Shows in some of these videos that Benji is isolated. Not just in some of the videos is he alone, but look at the conditions in which they live. Leo and Brandon Sr., they have real beds. What does Benji have? He has a dirty mattress on the floor. This kid is treated differently than the other kids. So we see Benji trying to get out for food. He's climbing the fences. He's moving objects to get over. This is a smart kid. He knows what he has to do. He knows that he has to wait until his parents fall asleep at night in order to sneak out and get food that he needs. What do we also see? We see in one of those videos Brandon taking Benji back into the bedroom, probably because he snuck out and he was trying to get some food, puts him in there. What does he say? Shut the fuck up. Why? It's probably because Benji's been crying that night for food and water. But what's his response? Again, like many things we've seen, try for more bread roll and put your fucking ass in squats. And what? Shut the fuck up. And we have the phone videos. So we see Benji have consequences for asking for food, and this is 4 days prior to his death. The other video, which is 3 days prior to his death, what do we see? We see Benji shaking, right? Dad, can I have some bread? So if he's having trouble gaining weight, why is the defendant punishing him for asking for food?
Your Honor, objection, that is not evidence anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will remember the evidence from the testimony of the witnesses as you heard during the course of the trial. What the attorneys say is not evidence.
So why is the defendant punishing him for asking for food? That's clearly, Benji has consequences. That is the ask for again for bread again, or put your fucking ass in squats. If they're going to say that, well, he's having trouble gaining weight, why are you putting locks in the kitchen? Why are the punishments for asking for food? It proves that the defendant's knowledge of Benji's condition and the lack of his food and nutrition. We know that the night before his death, Benji was crying and asking for water. And then the night before, the defendant tells Miranda to just put Benji in the room and walk away. So we see these text messages, and they're a little bit hard to read, but you have them in evidence for you. But and the defense went through for a little bit. What does he say? Just give him a piece by piece. He don't need to eat dinner. Just give him the bread, and we won't give him anything else. If you're really concerned about him eating bread, and that's all he's eating, and that he might be choking on bread, then why wouldn't you let him have dinner? It makes no sense. He knows what he's doing. He knows the consequences of his actions. So the defense strategy in part seems like this. It's the Wizard of Oz theory. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. Don't look at what's clear evidence in this case. You got to ignore it. We got to spin it some weird way. We see these two pictures. These are 4 months apart. 4 months apart. And they want to have experts take the stand. And to me, they lose credibility when you can't say this kid looks different, right? There's something wrong with him. Clearly there is something wrong with him. He is losing weight. You can just look at his face. You can look at his legs. It's clear. It doesn't take an expert to tell you that. We see this video from the night of his death, where he's crying and he's begging. In this video, you have it in evidence.
And objection, Your Honor, the statement of when it was from, it's not in my.
This is from the day that he died, where you see on 8/17/21, where he's asking for bread in the car. And what should tell you? He's filming it just sent to Brandon. We have this video. Remember, he's eating bread, and in this one, what do you hear him say? Try for more bread, bro, and I'll put your fucking ass in squats. Oh, he's doing that for his own benefit. What benefit? This kid is losing weight. Let me see this one. Benji's shaking. And I can't imagine what's going on in his head because the day before, what happens? When he cries for bread, this defendant tells him he's going to put his ass in fucking squats. So what imagine the courage this trial has to have to ask for bread again the next day. So what are the defensive theories? Benji didn't die from starvation. Basically, he's not malnourished enough. He doesn't look skinny enough. Apparently, these experts can look at a kid and tell him that he died from starvation. So they don't even apparently need to even review the medical records. They can just look at a kid. That Benji died from type 1 diabetes. The defendant took Benji to a doctor, and they didn't say anything about his weight. So I want to talk about these a little bit more, and then the Benji had behavioral issues. So Benji didn't appear starved. What do we know from the evidence that kids with Benji's same BMI Z-score have starved to death? We know that from Dr. Lucifer. We know that from Dr. Christensen. Dr. Christensen, I'm going to go to him a little bit later. But even in his own evidence, there have been kids with higher BMIs, higher degrees of the criteria of malnourishment, according to the test that he likes to use, that have died from starvation. There's no lethal limit as it relates to starvation. But there's kids with Benji's same or higher Z-scores, BMI, that have died from starvation. And again, why, according to them, apparently you don't need to do an autopsy in order to say this kid is starved to death. You can just look at it. To me, it insults your intelligence as jurors. You're individuals, you can look at photographs and you can see that this kid is wasting away. Again, looking at these photos, it's clear he's wasting away. Type 1 diabetes. Benji did not have type 1 diabetes. Even the defense own expert who told you, Dr. Gephardt, didn't have type 1 diabetes. We don't see any of the islet dropout in the pancreas that would be associated with type 1 diabetes. No ketoacidosis, there's no acetone in the blood. The symptoms that they want to say are type 1 diabetes, eating, and thirst, guess what they are? They're also symptoms of his starvation. Medical professionals missed the starvation. So, let me pause this one, go back to this. Talk about behavioral issues. And, so what? Kids with behavioral issues, they don't deserve to be starved to death. Depriving them of food and water, it's not appropriate discipline. Depriving them of food and water doesn't solve those behavioral problems. I don't know why it keeps being brought up, the behavioral problems, but it's not relevant in this case. And these are the behavioral problems, I guess, that we're talking about. What do we see? Benji, the good big brother, bringing Leo is something to drink that night. And again, this is a period of time where he started losing weight. This terrible kid's treating his brother like a brother. So, starvation, signs of starvation. Go through all of these. And what do we have in common? His precipitous weight loss, his BMI, lack of subcutaneous fat, translucent mesentery, all of these things. No defendant's witness can explain why it's not starvation. They just want to say, well, maybe it's something else, right? They just want to, but maybe, hopefully, you'll latch on to maybe a little bit of doubt. But none of it is consistent with the evidence. So we'll talk about Dr. Christian and his credibility. You got to check, he's got an opinion for you. Charges $600 an hour. My God. At this point, he's billed over $18,000 for his testimony. That was so far. That didn't even include his testimony, his slot here, anything like that. What do we know? While he was in ME, he's double dipping. He's also double dipping while his lab is not accredited. Because he's doing consultation work on the side. This guy's about the money. The Utah medical examiner's lack of accreditation. They lost it in 1995, and they didn't regain it until 2004. It's almost 30 years this ME's office did not have an accreditation. It's 29 years. And during that period of time, it was essentially his whole time that he was chief medical examiner until the very end, that he was running an unaccredited medical examiner's office. And when did he regain it? He regained it when Dr. Molina, the Bexar County chief medical examiner, went to go inspect his lab because they rely on her for accrediting these types of labs. So, lack of credibility. You should show him photos and he wants to, oh, what about the angles? Maybe his mouth is like this. And come on, man. It's an easy softball question for you, but you want to just fight about everything. You're not going to tell me he's losing fat? He looks smaller? He doesn't know the long-term effects of malnutrition. But what was he quick to say? It's not SBI. Okay, what are the long-term effects? I don't know. But you know they're not SBI? They're not serious bodily injury? Because it fits his narrative. He has to come here. He's testifying for the defense. Well, I have to say it's not serious bodily injury. I don't have no idea what the long-term consequences are. But I can tell you that they're not serious bodily injury. Okay. He also testified to you about what serious bodily injury. He said it's not serious bodily injury, but he didn't even know what serious bodily injury was under Texas law. It's kind of important to know, wouldn't you think? So, talk a lot about this Medea literature, and he relies on it, by his own admission, to a significant degree in ultimately reaching his opinion. He said that states nearly all cases are severe, but almost 1/4 of the cases he cites were not. It's almost 25% of the cases he said that he cited actually were not what he said. That's like when you ask your kids to go home and take a test. How'd you do? I got nearly all of them right, and then they got a C. Okay? That does not make sense. One case, and I'm sorry, it's not normal, one case is actually normal in which a person died, a child died from starvation in what the own literature he cited. Own literature he cited says there's no threshold for lethal starvation. Using this test is just a tool. It helps look at these things. It might give you from perspective, but again, it does not provide a lethal threshold for starvation. Long statement. No simple anthropometric measure provides degree of risk in children. Weight alone is the simplest and most reasonable marker. That's what that report said. We talked about it. The weight alone is the simplest and most reasonable marker of whether a child is at risk for starvation. We know Benji's weight. We know his transit weight. That different criteria and methods can provide different results. Using one testing could be mild versus another testing might be severe. These are all over the place. And that water load tells us that you can die from mild, moderate, and severe malnutrition. You can even die under water load with a normal level of nutrition.
10 minutes.
And that Benji is moderate under, go as a mild under water load. So, besides some other things for you, but most importantly, that last bullet point is misdiagnosis of abuse and neglect because of carelessness towards children and records by health and social workers have been reported in the literature. And guess what? They got reported to you in this courtroom for the past 2 weeks. We have carelessness of law enforcement, of CPS, and medical throughout him that failed Benji in his life. So, essentially what he goes through and he tries to downplay all the positive findings, but then he also doesn't really provide any other reasons why these things might exist. Yes, the lack of the transparent mesentery, that's losing weight. Yes, he did lose weight, but provides no other explanation for each of them. It just can't be. Just can't be. Let's talk about suffocation. There's no evidence to suggest this is a possible cause. Going back to Julia's center and the 911, what do we know? He is breathing at the time that they encountered him. From both Miranda, we know that, from Julia. Not suffocation, ladies and gentlemen. Seizure. No evidence suggests it's a possible cause of death. Again, the literature does not support Dr. Christensen as it relates to your first seizure could be your deadly one. Because there's no way to test for it. We know from the 911 call from Miranda that Benji has never had a seizure before. It's not reasonable. The arrhythmias. Again, no evidence to suggest this is a possible cause of death. He did not have an arrhythmia prior to his death. And the genetic testing that they want to include too, it doesn't show you anything other than he's predisposed. It doesn't show that he had one, that he died from one, he ever suffered from one. Park on just for a second. He's done 0 autopsies, so him and I have done the exact amount of autopsies. Him and every single one of you have completed the exact amount of autopsies. He's had 0 kids in his care that have died from starvation. He has 0 experience in lethal starvation. He's expected to be paid from $7,000 to $8,000 for his testimony here today. He acts like he's wanted doing it out of his goodwill, but there's a check behind it. His theory about weight loss due to dehydration is misleading. He doesn't take into account the fact that this child's diaper is soiled already. There's the water weight that he wants to say, oh, well, maybe that's, you got to take 12.7 and add it back. It's already included in there. He also assumes that Benji was not dehydrated prior to his date of death, and assumes that Benji's weight at those other periods of time, he wasn't dehydrated as well. So, again, he talks about this, he just doesn't look starving enough. The cerebral edema doesn't dispute this as a common finding on autopsy, and I'm not going to go through that whole thing we did this morning. But if Dr. Melina did say it would be a problem, but now she said it's a problem, it's backwards. That Benji did not have type 1 diabetes, he was dehydrated, and what did he tell you? That preventing him from getting there, getting water and food, that would be considered child abuse for him. Talks about what the long-term effects of moderate to severe malnutrition. Stunting, which can be SBI, heart issues, which can be SBI, liver issues, it can be SBI. These are all consequences, serious bodily injury as it relates to moderate to severe malnutrition. Catherine McKinney, I'm just going to leave it at this, bless her heart, okay? She wants to come here and diagnose somebody with type 1 diabetes, but she don't know what labs mean, she doesn't know what anything means. By law, she can't even tell you this kid has type 1 diabetes. I want to talk about charge support, concurrent causation. So in order for you to apply that, you have to believe that the defendant not feeding Benji, not giving Benji fluids, and not seeking proper medical care did not cause SBI, and that only Miranda's actions were sufficient to cause SBI to Benji. So you have to show that all of his failing to act, all of it was insufficient to cause his death. All of his acts are why he's here. He is the cause of Benji's death. He is the cause of SBI. Make a mistake of that. You have to believe the defendant's belief was reasonable. And it has to reasonably that Miranda was giving Benji adequate nutrition and hydration, and it has to negate the elements of the offense. So I want to wrap up is why we are here today. Defense and I can agree on one thing. This case is important for Benji. It's important that we do our job as it relates to Benji. The system, up until his death, it failed Benji. I cannot put it in any other way. A month before his death, this child should not have stayed with this defendant who was starving. The signs were there. You can see his body on that day. You can see in between his ribs. You can see the signs this kid is begging for food. He didn't take it away. The system failed him. But that is why we have our criminal justice system. It is to vindicate his death and hold this person accountable for harming this precious 4-year-old.
5 minutes.
At the end of this case, there is only one true verdict. That verdict is to find the defendant guilty. And that is because what he did, his actions, he is responsible for this child wasting away. He is responsible. He is the parent. He should have protected this child. He should have fed this child. He should have given him what he needed. But what does he do instead? He only has consequences for what Benji needs to survive. At the end of this case, we're going to ask that you find the defendant guilty. It is the only true verdict according to the law and evidence in this case. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put you in the deputy. You have the charge report with you. You will have it during deliberations. We await your verdict. Thank you very much.
Well, we ended up being about 9 to 10 minutes behind, so we're now live. How great is that? How great is that? We watched a trial, which 7 days worth of trial in 2.5 days. How good's that? I think that's amazing. And we ended up being 10 minutes away from being live. That's amazing. Amazeballs, I say. But okay, fine. So, these are like we say, people, zooms are great, aren't they? Rhode Island, I saw your comment, but I don't. Do you know what? I'm confused about this case. If I'm being honest with people, I'm a bit confused. I do think there's reasonable doubt, but like, I don't know, because I would. I mean, I'm stumped. Fuck. The only thing I know is that Benjamin, R.I.P. He was let down by so many people. Not just the father. He was let down by so many people. But you like dicks. You like everything. Zoom zoom. You don't like zoom zoom in bed. I bet. You like slow. Get it together. I know I should get it together. I'll be honest with you. I'm never one for stump for words, but I generally don't. The easy thing to say is, "Oh, he's guilty," but like, I just feel like, I mean, this poor boy, this poor Benji. I know there's some people with strong opinions both sides now, but whew, I wouldn't want to be this jury. Let me tell you, because I'm back and forward. You know what I mean? Oh, hello. Thank you. Hang on. Oh, Ashley McNamara. Thank you, my darling. Who just bought something in the store. Oh, nice. You bought that an El Chatty hoodie. That's nice. That is lovely, my darling. I will request that for you now, my darling. Request done. That's lovely color as well. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, my darling, for doing that, buying that merch. Do you know what? I totally agree with this, by the way. It's so complicated, people. I'm confused. I know. I just like, so on the one hand, I'm like, but his belly was empty. So how could be? But then the other doctor was on saying, like, it could be caused by X, Y, and Z. It was not caused by starvation. So I'm like, well, that's where it pulls me a little bit. Like, it could be caused by so many other things as well, not just that. So I I don't know. I don't know. Toots says, I love you all, and I'm not judging anyone, but so very surprised. Look, if I'm being honest with you, I came into this trial 100%. He's guilty, he's scum. But then I see everything else that could have happened, as well. The people letting down, the experts saying no, it wasn't starvation. It could have been multiple things. All these things, diabetes could have caused a lot of the wanted to eat, that he was eating a lot. So yeah, thank you, my darling. Thank you, my darling. So that's why I'm a little bit confused. Do you know what I mean? I am a fast one. Less than an hour. Whew. I think this is going to be days. Toots. I think this is going to be days. I don't know which way I'm going, ping ponging. I did too. Don't know. This diabetes specialist. This is the thing. He's been let down a lot. At the end of the day, his dad failed him, and he was not. He was, but I also think a lot of the doctors failed him, the police failed him. So many people, not just the father. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I'm like, should he be the only one? I don't know. Anyway, so this testimony against the stepmom was so much stronger, in my opinion. Yeah, I didn't watch that. I didn't watch that. It actually is the most likely. Yeah, this is. So that's why I'm a little bit. Also, I'm considering that this is his life as well, going to prison. So I have to be sure. That's why I'm a little bit, back and forward on it. So. Yeah, there's this opinion. You know what I mean? There's so many opinions on it. It's all over the place, really. I totally agree with you. As I say, slam dunk, guilty at the start. Now I'm a little bit like, if it was my kid, I would be fighting harder for his health needs if I do anything for kids. Yeah, I don't disagree, Toots. I don't. Again, that's the other part of it. I don't disagree with you. Do you mean? As I say, I do agree. I don't disagree with you at all. But then we're not in their, I'm not in their shoes. I don't know how hard. Maybe they could have pushed it harder. Oh. Anyway, but so what I know is it's a little bit. I didn't expect this. I thought it was going to be 100% guilty, if I'm being honest with you. But I think that it's, if I'm being honest, I think there's more towards not guilty than guilty right now. But just remember, just because we think he's an arsehole, doesn't mean he deserves life in prison because he's facing life. Oh, what's your opinion, Joe? Are you still guilty? What are you on? And you've watched the other trial as well. Try not to let that one influence you. But what's yours? Because you've watched both now. Ceredigion Giant sucks, but it's a fact of life, although rare. Yeah, I mean, we always blame it on the obvious defendant, but yeah. Yeah. So I get both sides. I can stand there with Toots and totally agree with her, but I can stand with you, Comp Up, and totally agree with you as well. Stepmom is in jail, in prison, Sassmas, for 25 years. She got convicted for 25 years. Elsie says, I think he should serve time, but not life. That's where I start to get mad at the charges. They don't match the crime. It's not the defendant's fault. Compo says, all the stepmother. Toots says a kid was abused. I don't know, Right, let's, I don't think, sadly that I'm torn. I think the child was abused and neglected. I don't think they got COD right, nor the charges. Yeah, the charges not right. Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying. Yeah, I know couples you say. The reason I say abuse because I think neglect is abuse. I think he was neglected a little bit, but then was he? I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. Right, sorry, people. I'm trying to find Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone's going live now, so hang on, I'll put it on now. Right, you don't think he was neglected? I don't know. I thought he was neglected. I don't think he was abused. I thought he was neglected, but abuse / is neglected, isn't it? You say. Yeah. Unless there's one on already for long crime. That's all right. Yeah, that's all right. Hang on, let me go look for long crime again then. I think long crime are actually live, so let me. Hang on. What's on my phone? How about now? How do I? sound? Those sound better? Worse? Right, hang on. Yeah. Okay, how's that? That might be better. Bit better. Fuck. Well, you're not going to hear me anyway over this, I hope. So, like you're in a suitcase. Fuck me. That's going in right, Daffy. Right, hang on. Okay, that should be better, hopefully. Hopefully that's better, people. If it's not, fuck me. Um, you have to separate all stuff from stepmom. Yes, yes. Yeah, I don't know what you talk about stepmoms. I have no idea what everyone's on about that one. It wasn't in this case, so I can't even take that into consideration. Right, banner. I need to put banner up. Hang on. But also, just remember, this is the beauty of it that people can disagree. This is what the jury are now going to be like. This is the makeup of the jury. There's no point getting mad about it, whichever side you're on. Um, you know, it's I need fucking cheeky, cheeky. Um, right, let me put this one up here. This is what El Chatty is, people. We are the jurors, so we are going to disagree, and like you got people like me and Joe who 100% on the fence. This one. Um, yeah, lots of people feel the baby. Oh fuck. Okay. Hang on then. Right, how's that now, Corn Paul? No worries, little G. I just set the settings, so how's that now? Hopefully that is better. I sound far away, Katie. I'm there now. It's like the G spot. You got it. You're there. Don't move. You're there. Don't fucking move. Just stay there. Stay. Hang on, Robin G. Hang on, Robin G. I'm coming. That's what she said. Hang on, Robin G. Where's Robin G gone?
Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. All the men can never find. Robin G's, Robin G's, Robin G spot.
I found it. I found it, Robin G. I'm not moving. Everyone said I got it. You found it. It's perfect. So here we are. It's a joke. It's a joke. I think it's on my end. I'll go out and come. No, it's not. It was bad, but it's okay now, apparently. So it's not bad. Right. I don't think there's going to be a verdict today. After Sarah Boone's done, I'm probably going to go offline because I don't think there's going to be a verdict today. If there is, then we'll play it tomorrow for that trial. I'll watch this today and then I'm going to leave it for the day. Because do you know what? I am tired. Oh, I'm tired. I'm a little bit tired. So are we. Oh, we, baby, 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 baby. Bum, ba, ba, bum. Um, is where is Tits and clams, that's a charity. Tits and clams, that's a charity. No, that was that one. I'll play another one now because we waited. This is my newest one, so I don't think you've seen this, Corn Pope. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, who they bound to me. Oh, look, it's Dean and Scar. They both look so smart. Hey, Scar, how are you? Dean and Scar down the beach as well. Dean and Scar having fun as well. It's not just Dane and Dennis, it's also Dina and Scar. Dane and Dennis walking down the street, didn't think they'd see Dina. Dina's got big boobies, Scott's pulling his weight as well. Dina's got some big boobies, Scott's got a sock in his, well, we are all men, we all love tits and clams. Oh boy. What would you sing in my ear in the heat of things? My dick is on fire. My dick is on fire. Daffodil. I don't disagree with you, Joe. There's no entertainment anymore. There is no entertainment anymore. Yeah, Dina's seen it. Dina has seen it. She was like, oh my days, oh my days. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know where to look. It was, do you know what? It was I made it just as a joke. As you can see, there's mistakes in there. I said like Dana's or Dina once or something. I didn't even think about it. Cause I wasn't gonna put it up, but I think it was just like literally just one take. I just did it in my head right there and then. I just put some bodies on it, and that was it. And then I just thought, you know what, might as well just do it. Yeah, he's back in court. Not today though, is it? Is it today? He's back in court because of discovery or something. Hang on, let me check it. Oh, it's a Jura issue, is it? Okay. I know he's there's something about discovery as well. Robert Taylor's done with that one. So apparently something to do with Jura, Crystal. Come on, Sir Boone. Oh, why are we waiting? Oh, why are we waiting? Oh, why are we waiting? I just hope there's no one on Skype, because last time people on Skype or wherever they're using Zoom, it is horrible. Did you? Yeah, this is. I wear this. Oh shit. Katie Santos bought me. Made me wear one, and then Lisa Reed said you got to wear a Lions one, so I wore a Lions one. She said if you wear a Lions hat, Lisa Reed said, I will send you some nudes. I am still waiting for those nudes. Let me just tell you, liar. Sibu wants to stop the singing. Shut it. It was in Resisting the Silence for the Turtle Boy hearing. I came on and I was like, hey, alternate corner. Oh my days, I've seen. Scott was there. Scott was like, oh my god, I've seen it. He said, I've seen it as well. It was funny. It was funny. Look at Lisa Reed laughing, going, haha, I tricked you. I tricked you sending nudes. I also, if people, all right, Lisa, you're definitely doing one, but people that have got hoodies, if you don't mind sending me a picture as well, especially the Bill ones, I'll ask Dana to make another video for us, intro, by using you guys as the promotion. That'd be quite good. So if you want to look sexy, everything about you so sexy, then we'll put you in a video and we'll play you on stream here. You're all gorgeous, so no one start going, oh, I'm not pretty enough. I'm not. No, you're all pretty. So we'll put you in. So message me some photos when you get a chance, everybody. Nudes are optional, Lisa Reed. Nudes are optional. Patricia says guilty. There you go, Patricia. Hope you're well, my darling. Bow, 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 bow. Lady Di and Corporal, boom, boom. They don't like my singing. No, they don't. Bam, 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 boom, boom. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. Lisa Reed said the same. I'll send one today, not nude. Okay, send me the nude tomorrow, okay? That's fine. Hey, did you get the t-shirt, Lisa Reed? Send me one of you in the t-shirt and in the hoodie. I'm about to have a photo shoot with my hoodie on. There you go, Ashley. Thank you, my darling. Send it to me, Facebook, Twitter, email, whatever suits you people. Then Dana, hopefully he is here somewhere. Hopefully he'll do another extended one. T-shirt's coming tomorrow. Today or tomorrow, Lisa. Let me just check for you, my darling. Let me just check it. It's on the way. It's 100% on the way. Print. Printy. Hey. Printify. Here we go. Fucking hell. Printify. Lisa Reed's on the go. Lisa Reed on her pre. Lisa Reed. Read. Lisa Reed, where are you? Lisa Reed, here you are. Boom, 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 boom. On the way, it says. On the way. Wait. In transit, it is since September 30th. Let me look at this. Item not found. Oh, what? What? Let me track it then. Oh, no wonder, because I fucked up. I sent it from the UK. Oh, you fucker. Okay, so it's on the way from the UK somewhere. But it's on the way, Lisa. I don't know where it is. It's with Ascendia UK. Oh, for fuck's sakes. It's still in the UK. Don't worry. We'll do that one again. How the fuck did I do that? I sent you one from the UK. Jeepers. My bad. When will my t-shirt be here? Oh, hang on, Crystal. When will your t-shirt be here, Crystal? Crystal. She's like a crystal ball, Crystal. On the way. One is on the way. One is with USPS. Hang on. And it will have delivered on Thursday, October 3rd, apparently. And the other ones, it just says shipping soon. Yeah, all it says is shipping soon, the other two. Hang on, why is that then? It says October 7th, maybe. So yeah, so you got one coming, the El Chatty one's coming Thursday, and the other two are coming next Monday, apparently. So sexy in a sweatshirt, how do I do that? Just make sure your nips are hard, and yeah, your hair is good. Then you're ready to go. Make sure you're not wearing anything on your bottoms. Get the clam out. Then just you and sweatshirt. You know, happy day, Shari. It's all good. There you go. But it is definitely on the way, though. But sorry, it's coming from the UK. I didn't realize that. The merch is made. Thank you, LC. Thank you. We got a star already. We got Murph. We got photos of Murph already, so that's good. I'll be back again. No worries, Shari. Right, I hate this court because they're always late starting. Always late. Always. Right, I'm not even keeping an eye on the other trial now, see if there's any verdicts and stuff like that. So sorry, you people. I can only do one stream at a time. Because for some reason my laptop doesn't allow me to do two. Everything about me so sexy. Dee 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 dee. Da 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 do do. Da 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 da. Hey, big spender, boom 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 boom. Spend. Ba 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 ba. Oh, I know. I know what I will do. Yeah, fine, Elsie. There you go, Elsie. That's fine. Daffy Dill. I sent one to you, Daffy, with the name Daffy Dill on it. It was a name. Name Daffy, surname Dill. I was going to do dildo, but I just left as Dill. So, yeah, Denise's birthday today, everyone. No worries, Elsie. It'll take Dana a bit of time to do it. I want to do with all of you on it. Not that I'm going to use it. I'm probably just going to use it here, but still. I know I didn't know it was her birthday either. Wait. Wait around for us. What are we doing, baby? You and me. Oh, baby, 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 you and me. Oh, 8th to the 11th, till 10th. Dee 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 dee. Okay. Yeah, thanks to LG, she sorted it out, but she forgot to say your name, Daffy Dill. So I just used Daffy Dill instead. Daffy Dill, Daffy Dill, Daffy loves it ripe. Daffy Dill, she is alright. Daffy Dill loves being Bill, loves pounding Bill. Daffy Dill, Daffy Dill, Daffy Dill, Dill. Daffy Dill, loves pounding Bill. Daffy Dill, always on the sill. Daffy Dill loves pounding Bill. On the glearer, will the glearer. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Oh, it's magic, you know. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Same here. Oh, she's sitting there. I same here. What do you think, Josie? What do you think, my darling? Where you are? Guilty, not guilty? Where you are? Dina's amazing, isn't she? Boom. Hey, boom-tastic. Everybody's fantastic. Right, Patricia, I can't wait to meet you, Patricia. Oh, is this live now? Okay, hang on. Yes, it's not muted. Let me do this for Deb. Let me boost it for Deb. Yeah, what do you think, Josie? Not putting you on the spot, but where are you leaning? Which side of it are you leaning? What side of the aisle are you leaning at? Daffy Dill, always likes Bill. Daffy Dill, cheats on me with Will. Daffy Dill likes Bill and Will. Loves a Billy, loves a Willie. Daffy Dill, Dill. Bow, 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 bow. Daffy Will, boom, 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 boom. Oh, that my ears nearly got blown out there. If she does get glammed up, Compo, she'll be the first one in this court ever to have it. You know, I'd be tempted to just give it to her. Well, yeah, there you go. You can have it. No excuse then. There you go. I think I lean not guilty. The mum's deemed more culpable. That defense doctor really spoke well and gave me doubt and cause of death. That doctor was very good, and I just felt he didn't have any. He was just speaking the truth. I know some people didn't like him, but I liked him. The bald doctor. I thought that he was just like, look, I don't care. And I hate it when state attorneys do this and go, oh my God, they spent $18,000 on an expert. Oh my days. It's like, yeah, how much did you spend on all your case, you motherfucker? Do you know what I mean? It's like, I hate that when they do that. That should never come into it. The whole paying for stuff should never, ever come into it, in my opinion, you know. He had no skin in the game, hadn't even been paid yet or talked about it. Yeah, and this is the first time he's ever done it for the defense. He's always been state witnesses, expert witness, sorry. I thought he was very credible, personally. I put a lot of credence into it. But I also know some of you don't. Some of you hated him. So that's why it's interesting how we all how we all think differently. I agree 100%. I said that before. I think that biases the jury too. It does, because they don't know any different. I wish I could go there up there if I was a defense attorney, I might go to everybody and say, look, we have spent X amount on our case for the experts and everybody. But if you want to ask us how much the state has done, well, we can't tell you. But all their wages, so their wages probably on 100,000. So that's, say as an example, that's probably 100,000 between them gone on this case. They've also paid all these experts who were paid by the state, who comes from taxpayers' money. That resembles about what, and just outlining and go. So they probably spent about $500,000 on this case, bringing it forward, and we spent about $100,000. So yeah, we spent 18,000 on an expert, but look how much money they spent. I just hate it when they do it. He was a great witness. He wasn't boring and gave easy to understand explanations. Yeah, he did. I don't disagree with Cornpole when she says I do think that this is such a case that some people won't be able to take emotions out of it, because the little boy and stuff like that, Benji and stuff, people won't be able to take emotions out of it. I think it should be a panel of experts like that doctor and other doctors, wherever. I don't know. It should be something else, because I think it's too confusing. I think if you go in there and think with emotion, then you've got to find him guilty. If you go in there and think with, well, I mean, these didn't really prove it, then I don't know. I just these kind of cases are just I don't know. But that's why we have peers, isn't it, to do all these things. Do the jury know that? Did they say that the stepmother's been locked up? I don't remember if they said that. But yeah, it's hard. I know some people watch that one and maybe can't put aside the differences. I don't know, but anyway, it doesn't matter. As we say, we've all got opinions are like our souls. We've all got one. So as long as everyone is. Also, I think it's nice sometimes to look at other people's, even if you totally disagree with somebody. I think it's nice to look at that and go, well, why are they thinking like that though? And understand the reasons for that. Is it emotion? Is it not? Is it because it's important to understand everyone's side. I think. Why do people think the way they think? But a lot of people don't care. They just, this is my view. Don't care. So and I can be like that as well. To be fair, if you're so strong in your view, sometimes it's just like, oof, bam, come on, let's fucking go, Judge. I am so tired, Judge. Let's go. 7 hours for me, Judge. Hey, Carol. And this is one reason why we love you on El Chatty. Thank you, my darling. Not everybody loves me. Not everybody loves me. But I do say that, but I will be honest. We do sometimes lose people, though, as we've seen in the past, because we all say we can all agree to disagree, but sometimes some people can't. So if they find him not guilty, will the mum get another trial? She'll probably appeal it. She won't get another trial. She'll appeal it. She'll just have to appeal it because it's two different trials, So two totally different lots of evidence as well. So, but she'll appeal it, on the basis of this trial. But that's why we can't consider her trial because there were different evidence apparently. So, so I don't know.
Hey, this is starting to be a good day. Thank you so much, Snivels. Thank you so much. And Miss H. Gold became a member.
Hang on then, let me just have a look here quickly. Daffodil. Is that the one with the? Oh yeah, your tits are out. Yeah, the tits one. You got big nipples, Daffy. Fucking hell, Daff. I did not expect those kind of nipples on you. Fair play to you, girl. So I got it. Yeah, I got it. I got the nips. Thank you, darling. I got you.
Madam Clerk, I'm ready when you are.
David Ketchner on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state. James Owens for Sarah Boone.
I do.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Boone, good afternoon. If you could please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me.
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
Okay, we're here on several different matters, including a motion to suppress, specifically the motion to suppress defendant statements at OCSO filed September 24, 2024. The amended motion to suppress defendant statements at OCSO filed September 30, 2024. And then just what was filed this afternoon at 2:35 p.m., defendant's second amended motion to suppress defendant statements at OCSO. State, have you had the opportunity to review the second amended motion?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed on that today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there any housekeeping matters we need to address from the state side of the ledger?
Not on that motion.
Okay. Any housekeeping matters on your side of the ledger, sir, with regard to those motions to suppress?
No, sir, Judge. I believe we've got two detectives outside to testify, and we've also got the custodian of records from the Orange County Sheriff's Department relating to the Miranda card and the policy and procedure.
Is that a valid argument that you're still embarking on this afternoon based on what's in your second amended motion?
Yes.
Okay, so the sufficiency of the Miranda waiver is still at play?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. With regard to the other motions that were set for today, and I have reviewed the state's motion to strike, and I have reviewed all of the case law authorities that y'all have provided to me as well. With regard to the defendant's motion for hair, cosmetics, civilian and clothing without restraints for trial, Mr. J, do you have any position with regard to the restraints at trial portion of that motion?
I believe the law of the case has already been settled on that issue.
Okay, all right, we'll entertain argument when we get there. And I've also reviewed the state's request for protective order filed September 30, which is also set to be heard this afternoon. With that, we'll begin with the motions to suppress. State, you can call your first witness.
Judge, I'm not objecting to the authenticity of whatever it is he subpoenaed. I've been getting some of the documents, Orange County Sheriff's Office General Order 711. I don't see any need to belabor the custodian of records sitting around. Was there something else? Was there actually a Miranda card? Or
Yeah, if you look in the very back. If you look in the very back,
okay,
you see the Miranda card, the last page, and the next to the last page.
Yeah, there's no need to keep the custodian of records around for authenticity. We still have our objections.
Okay, all right. Can the custodian then be released by virtue of the state's stipulation as to that, those records?
Yes, can I go tell her she can?
Yes. I also have reviewed the 2 hour and 6 minute investigation that's pertinent to the motion to suppress. The court has reviewed the entire video. With that, State, you may proceed.
State would ask the court for the clerk to mark A for identification. It was a DVD courtesy copy. It's the body worn camera.
And I have reviewed all of those in advance of today's hearing. Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States A will be received into evidence without objection as States 1. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you state your full name for the record and spell it for us?
Yes, it's Chelsea Castle. Chelseey. Last name is Koepsell.
Thank you. Counselor, your main court.
Thank you. Where do you work, ma'am?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for Sheriff Mina?
I am a homicide
How long have you been a homicide detective?
over 6 years.
And what's your total experience with the Orange County Sheriff's Office in terms of years?
I'm going on 12 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience prior to joining the Sheriff's Office? And in the homicide unit, how is it that you get notified that you shall be the lead investigator on a case?
So for this case specifically, my team was on call that week for homicides. And so the deputy on the scene would notify the call center to notify the on-call homicide.
All right, and is it fair to say that you guys have 3 teams of 4?
Yes.
And each of the third weeks you will be on call?
Yes.
And then through some other random distribution, it's determined who of the 4.
Thank you, Miss Go. I thought I'd give you some claps because I know that not many people give claps to their viewers, so I thought I'd give you a clap. So there you go. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate that. Right, let's get back to the boon. Can everyone hear it okay? Sorry, Robin.
Or will be the lead?
Correct.
And it was your turn to investigate the death of Jorge Torres?
Yes.
And you were notified of this on February 24th of 2020 in the afternoon?
Yes.
About what time were you notified?
I would have to look at the CAD sheet to recall directly, but I would assume within 30 minutes to an hour of deputies being on scene.
All right, and do you go to the scene first or do you do anything else?
For this particular incident, I got my partner, Detective Sam Lowen, and we headed out to the scene.
All right, and when you got to the scene, what did you do?
I met with the deputies there, and they kind of just briefed me on what was going on and what they responded to.
Did you do a walkthrough of the scene?
I did, yes.
And then was a search warrant drafted for the residence?
Yes.
And later executed?
Correct.
Did you have any contact with somebody identified to you as Sarah Boone on the scene?
Yes.
Do you see Sarah Boone in courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point out where she is and what she's wearing?
She's over here on my left, and she's wearing blue.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
When did you first have contact with her?
If I'm not mistaken, she was outside of the apartment when I got there. So once I spoke with deputies, I then went and introduced myself to her.
All right, and did you ask her any questions at this time as you guys are standing outside of the residence?
Not like detailed questions about like what happened, because I already was told by deputies what she had told them. So it's more just to like introduce myself and to let her know, you know, we're doing a search warrant and the procedures of how we do things.
And when you respond to a scene, do you respond in plain clothes?
I do, yeah, like business professional.
Like what you're wearing?
Yes.
And when you made contact with her outside of her residence for this first contact, were you alone or was your partner Scott Lowen with you?
I believe Scott was with me.
And was he also similarly dressed in business casual?
Yes.
All right. And so how long was this initial interaction with Ms. Boone?
Not long. Maybe a couple minutes to a few minutes.
Okay. And this was out on the sidewalk in front of her home?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, she was at a neighbor's residence, like sitting out on their like front porch area.
Do you recall what you asked her in this initial contact?
Do I recall what?
You asked her?
No.
Okay. So it was just a couple of minutes that you were there with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what do you do after your first contact with her?
So once I did my walkthrough, we decided to go with a search warrant for the scene. So that was written by somebody else. And then once that was executed, we went in there further with CSIs. And then we talked to Brian Boone, which was the ex-husband. And then I believe we then sat Sarah into our unmarked vehicle and had a conversation with her.
Was that conversation in the unmarked vehicle recorded?
Yes, audio recorded.
And can you describe this unmarked vehicle for the court?
At the time, I was in an unmarked Pathfinder, so it was like gray in color. Didn't look like it didn't say like law enforcement or police or anything on the exterior. And there were lights like inside.
Where did everybody sit in this Pathfinder?
I sat in the driver's seat. Sarah sat in the front passenger seat, and Scott Lowen sat in the back seat.
Did you have any conversation with her about the facts of the case or your investigation that wasn't recorded inside the car?
No.
And that was all recorded and turned over to the state attorney's office?
Yes.
And you announced the date and time of the start of this interview on that recording, did you not?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it had been about 3 or 4 hours since the initial call out for 911?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, because I believe we started interviewing her right before 5 p.m.
And is there any particular reason for executing the search warrant and speaking to another witness or witnesses prior to interviewing Ms. Boone?
Just based off the situation and what was happening.
Okay. Is it in any way unusual to gather evidence before talking to the last person to see a decedent alive?
No.
Okay. At some point during this day, which was February 24th of 2020, was her cellular phone device collected?
It was.
And when was that?
That same day.
I mean, when time-wise in relation to talking to her?
Oh, well, I noticed the phone was in the kitchen area. But I didn't touch anything until CSIs documented everything, photographs. And, so I don't think I really touched it until after I had talked to her about going through it.
All right. And ultimately, was she placed under arrest on February 24th, 2020?
No.
After she got out of her car, was she free to remain on the scene or free to leave?
Yeah. Not go back in her house.
Prior to that, had she been detained and requested not to leave the scene?
One more time.
Prior to your interview with her in the car, had she been asked or ordered to stay on the scene?
Not by me.
Okay. February 25th, was there a second interview conducted with you and Detective Lowen with Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Prior to this interview, had her phone been extracted by any member of the digital forensics team at the sheriff's office?
Yes, it had.
All right. Had you reviewed some of the evidence on there?
Yes.
You had requested that Ms. Boone come down to the sheriff's office rather than you returning to the scene?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
It's more of a controlled setting for law enforcement. We were able to audio and video record at the sheriff's office, and she had mentioned that she might not be staying at her apartment. And so I didn't want to go to the ex-husband's residence where her potentially child was. So I just felt it was a more controlled setting at the sheriff's office.
All right. And when Miss Boone arrives at the sheriff's office, who goes down to greet her and where?
It was not me. But she would have gone in through, we have two entryways. So either on the record side or on the opposite side. And she would have had to go up to a window and request that she was there to meet with me. They would call me. I would tell them yes, sign her in. And then if I'm not mistaken, I believe Scott, Detective Lowen, went down and got her.
All right, so you're describing two separate entrances that members of the public can come and go through?
Yes.
As opposed to separate entrances that might be on the back of your building where people are not free to come in and out of without a swipe card?
Yeah, the public doesn't have access.
All right. Now, in relationship to those two entrances, which I assume are on the first floor of the building, is that a safe assumption?
Yes.
Where are the CID or the investigation division's interview rooms?
They are located upstairs.
All right. And is she allowed to just walk up to the second floor interview room, or does she have to be with an employee of the sheriff's office?
She would have to be with an employee of the sheriff's office.
And your testimony is it wasn't you?
I don't believe so, no.
Now tell us about these interview rooms.
We have 4 interview rooms that are audio and video recorded.
Okay. And they have, you said they're video recorded. Was the interview with Ms. Boone video recorded by the sheriff's office equipment?
Yes.
Was there any conversation about the case or the investigation with her that did not occur inside that room with the recording going?
No.
Okay. I don't have other questions of this witness.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes. Detective, I'm James Owens. I met you outside just a few minutes ago, and you know I represent Sarah Boone. Detective, have you had a chance to review any paperwork related to this case prior to this hearing?
I have looked at my investigative report, and I have looked at some policies, but they were from current.
Have you had a chance to view Deputy Kayla Rodriguez's body cam video prior to today?
I've seen it. I have not seen it recently.
Have you had a chance to review and listen to the audio interrogation that was in the unmarked vehicle that you did of Sarah Boone on the day in question?
Yes, I have reviewed that.
And have you had a chance to review the approximate 2-hour interrogation video at the Orange County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that prior to you asking Sarah Boone to enter this unmarked vehicle for this interrogation with Detective Lowen, that you did a preliminary investigation as to whether or not this was potentially a homicide?
Yes.
And you would have viewed the scene inside the apartment?
Yes.
And you would have spoken to Deputy Rodriguez about what she knew about the situation?
Yes.
And you would speak to Deputy Rodriguez about what Sarah Boone had said had happened?
Correct.
And did you talk to any other people there about the situation prior to speaking with Sarah Boone about the facts in this case?
Just Brian Boone.
Okay. And was that conversation recorded with Brian Boone?
Yes.
And would that have been in your squad car?
Potentially. I didn't listen to that interview. I don't know if we interviewed him outside or in my car.
Was he Mirandized?
No.
Okay. So although he was at the scene when y'all showed up, he was not considered a suspect or person of interest?
No.
At some point, did you determine that Sarah Boone was a suspect or person of interest?
At some point, yes.
Tell us when that happened.
The next day.
Okay, so at the time of this event, your initial appearance there at the scene, which I understand you must have stayed 4 or 5 hours?
Probably.
Okay. At that point, at no time did y'all consider Sarah Boone a suspect?
Well, it's difficult to the way you're asking, but she was the only one there. She's claiming that no one else was there. So what I was being told would mean that she was the only person of interest in that situation. But due to not having the autopsy results, we just interviewed her initially, got her initial statement, and then pending, once the autopsy was completed the next morning, was when I already knew I was going to meet with her again to discuss the autopsy results. So then we had another interview with her where she was Mirandized and she went to jail later that evening.
While you were there on scene, I know at some point you saw her phone on the kitchen counter?
I did.
All right.
Or maybe on the microwave. It was somewhere in the kitchen.
All right. And at some point you went to Sarah Boone and you asked her for the password to open the phone.
We asked to go through her phone.
Did you ask Sarah Boone, can I have the password so I can go through your phone?
Yes, after she signed the consent form.
Okay, so not before? You didn't ask her before you asked her to sign the consent form, Sarah, give me the password to your phone?
Not that I recall, but why would I would normally have her sign the consent form first for her consenting to go into the phone and then gather the passcode or whatever it is.
Well, how would that have even come about then? I mean, how would you have approached her about signing the waiver to consent to searching the phone?
She called 911. So I told her that we needed to corroborate her story as to what occurred.
Okay.
And so to do that, I wanted to go through her phone.
All right, do you know about what time she signed the consent?
No, I don't think it requires a time on there. But it was when we were on the scene initially.
Was it prior to her interrogation in the unmarked vehicle?
Yes.
And after she signed the consent, did your testimony is you asked her for her password and she gave you her password after signing the consent to search the phone?
Yes, I didn't touch the phone until my digital came.
All right. You're talking about the digital investigator?
Yes.
And they have the ability to open up the phone and search the phone?
With or without a password, yes.
But y'all utilized the password that Sarah had given, had you not?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you know how long it took for the digital investigator to show up after you arrived?
Oh yeah, she didn't come until later. I believe around 7 p.m.
Okay.
That's when in the CAD sheet it says she arrived.
And you know there were two videos on Sarah's phone.
After I spoke to Sarah.
I'm sorry?
After I spoke to Sarah?
All right. So what I'm gathering from what you just said is at some point you asked or directed Sarah Boone into your unmarked vehicle where you interrogated her. Is that correct?
Where we completed an interview? Yes, sir.
And your testimony is that you did not view the videos that were found on her phone, and I'm referring to the 2-minute video of George in the suitcase, and then some time went by, and I think there was about a 22-second video of George in the suitcase that Sarah took of him in the suitcase. Your testimony is prior to you putting her in your unmarked vehicle that you were not aware of those 2 videos.
That's correct, sir. I did not go through her phone until digital forensics came out and then went into her phone. And then she brought me over to her van to tell me about the videos and what she found.
All right, so your testimony is at the time that Sarah Boone was interviewed in your vehicle, that the forensic phone investigator had not arrived?
Correct.
Okay. Did you tell Sarah, I know we saw the audio once you get in the car, but did you talk to Sarah before y'all got in the vehicle?
Of course.
And did you tell Sarah that y'all wanted to talk to her and this was routine protocol?
Yeah, that I wanted to have a conversation with her. And once I had walked through the house and saw what I was working with, we would have that conversation.
Did you tell her that interviewing her in the squad car was routine protocol to your investigation?
I don't recall if I specifically said that, sir. This was 2020.
Okay. If she recalled that, would you dispute it?
Objection, improper question.
Sustained.
Your testimony is you don't remember saying that.
I don't remember specifically saying what. One more time. What is it that she claimed that I said?
Routine protocol.
I would not interview her not in my unmarked car. So my routine protocol, sure, I would do that. I would interview her in a spot where no one can hear us.
And you would explain to her why you were doing that, wouldn't you?
Would I explain to her why we were sitting in my car?
Yeah.
Standing?
Yes.
No.
Well, you would have to tell her something.
I said, yes, we're going to go have a conversation in my car now.
Okay. And did she have any questions that you recall about what's this about? And you could have potentially explained to her that this is routine?
It was all explained on the audio recording.
Okay. But you agree you had a conversation with her before you got into the car with her?
Yes, I definitely directed her to get into the front passenger seat when we were going to talk in the vehicle, yes.
Okay. And you don't recall whether or not you said this is routine protocol to come into the car and talk to me?
Those words specifically, no. Okay. But I would have talked to her in the vehicle regardless. I would not have talked to her outside of my vehicle.
All right. Now, once inside the squad car, you were there with the other detective, Detective Lowen. Okay. And you read her the Miranda rights card, correct?
Yes, from my card, yes.
Do you agree that you didn't ask her the last question, number 9?
Objection, relevance.
Response.
Judge, we're here on a hearing on the issue about the interrogation.
But the case law that you provided to me, none of it stands for the proposition. Miranda identifies the 4 things that need to be addressed. Not one of the cases talks about that issue of reading that language at the bottom of the card that is in the motion upon information and belief. This is what it says. So how's it relevant for the purposes of today?
Well, it's relevant because this is the policy of her department.
But
Judge,
what does the policy have? But now we're getting away from the card to now the policy. There's nothing about the policy right now. The question is about what the card says.
Okay. The card is the policy, and the policy is the policy. They're intertwined. They refer to each other. Our argument is that she did not waive her rights.
But
that's silent.
That's a different issue than what is on the card.
I understand, but it's a coercive question about her not doing that, which was the policy of her sheriff's department. She elected not to do that. She wanted a statement from Sarah Boone at the scene. She wanted a statement from Sarah Boone at the sheriff's department. She elected not to answer a question that the policy says read verbatim from the card. Why did she not want it? Our position is it was an attempt by this detective to coerce Sarah Boone into talking.
On February 24th or on February 25th?
On February 25th. This interrogation ties into that one. She used the same routine protocol that she used for the second one. The first one, she claims that my client wasn't a suspect, wasn't a person of interest. At the sheriff's department, I'm sure, I haven't talked to her about it yet, but I'm sure she's going to say, yes, she was a suspect. Yes, she was a person of interest. Yes, we had probable cause to arrest her prior to her giving a statement. But what she said in terms of routine protocol the day before was what Sarah was relying on when she said routine protocol, when she questioned the detective about routine protocol the very next day in the interrogation room. And for her not to give that question goes to the totality of the circumstances as to whether or not my client, Sarah Boone, actually waived her right to remain silent. If she understood her rights and then she consciously and freely waived her rights. She was not asked that question. She was not asked that question in the car. She was not asked that question. But that totality of the circumstances comes into play for the court to consider, this court or an appellate court to consider as to whether or not that statement should be suppressed.
Any other response?
Judge, just like it's irrelevant what the sheriff's office policy is compared to what the Florida case law says about our right to not be compelled to give statements under our Constitution in the state of Florida or the United States and federal case law and the state case law interpreting the United States Constitution. The policy is irrelevant, and the officer's subjective intent is completely irrelevant in a motion to suppress, just like it would be in a traffic stop under Wren versus United States. What matters is objectively what was spoken to the defendant, and I would ask that we honor the local administrative order and call people by their surnames and not their first names. What matters is that the defendant was read what the case law requires. Anything about the policy, anything about the officer's subjective intent is completely outside of all the case law submitted by both the parties.
Last bite at the apple.
I'm sorry.
Last bite at the apple. Last bite at the apple. Any other argument?
Judge, we're talking about the totality of the circumstances, whether it was coerced or not. You can take any technique or a non-technique, something that you use or don't use, to establish whether or not it was coerced or not. The fact that she didn't read, do you understand the rights? Do you understand these rights, which is the form, the Miranda warning form? Do you wish to talk to us at any time? That's on the waiver affidavit. On the other form, which is the policies form, it says, do you understand these rights? And then the question number 9, do you wish to talk to us at this time?
Objections overruled.
Thank you. And you're referring about surname. What do you mean by that? You mean?
That means last name.
Okay, what did I say? This detective?
Keep calling the defendant by her first name.
All right. Can I say Sarah Boone?
Either Miss Boone or Sarah Boone, that's fine.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Have you had a chance to look at the standardized Miranda card issued by the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Do you agree that you did not read the 9 questions to her in your squad car?
All 9 questions is?
Correct.
No, I did not read all 9 questions.
Do you know how many questions you did read to her?
8.
Okay. And the question you omitted is question number 9. Is that correct?
Yes, it's actually not on my Miranda card, but continue.
I'm sorry?
It's not on my Miranda card that I read from, but you can continue.
What do you mean by that? It was the card that you read, it was not on the card?
Number 9, no, not on my card. We have multiple Miranda cards at the sheriff's office, but yes, that is the policy. In reference to the policy, yes, that is the policy.
Well, somebody dropped the ball somewhere. Did you fail to get?
Proper question.
Sustained.
Did you fail to get the most updated card, or how did that happen, that the 9th question was not on your Miranda rights card?
I've had that card since I started being inducted in sex crimes in 2013.
Have you become aware, as it relates to following this motion,
I've become more aware, yes, that there is that card.
have you gone and gotten the updated card?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
When y'all took her phone, Detective, did you tell Sarah Boone that you would be returning to her apartment the following afternoon to give her phone back?
No.
You did not tell her that?
No, I listened to all my interviews, everything that's been audio recorded. No, I did not tell her that. We had plans to meet at the sheriff's office.
Or tell me what you understood the conversation was as it relates to her getting her phone back.
I'm sure she asked when she'd be getting her phone back, and I didn't give her a detailed timeline. I said that, I don't even know if I told her that I decided to write a search warrant on it, because I don't need to tell her that. It's evidence in a crime. I'm allowed to take it, and so I took it, and I wrote a search warrant for it.
Okay. But you don't recall ever having a discussion with Sarah Boone about when you were going to return her phone?
Specifically returning her phone, no.
Okay. Do you recall her calling you later that evening on your cell phone? From her husband's phone? You don't recall that conversation? She called you later that evening?
Do you have documentation of the phone call?
I have her testimony.
Oh, okay. I don't recall the phone conversation.
Excuse me?
I do not recall the phone conversation.
You said that y'all had some discussions about Sarah Boone coming to the station. Was that talked about the day of this event or the next day with Sarah Boone?
It was talked about before I left the scene.
All right. And did you relate to Sarah Boone that she needed to come to the sheriff's department the next day to retrieve her phone?
I don't know if I specifically told her about retrieving her phone, but she knew that I was waiting to hear about the autopsy results and that I would probably have more questions.
All right, so you believe you told her that night, I need you to come back, maybe or maybe not about the phone, but I may have some more questions for you?
Something along those lines.
Okay. And when was it that you actually saw the two videos from Sarah's phone? Was it that evening after the interrogation in the squad car?
I've already answered, but yes, it was after the interview.
All right, and was it while you were on scene?
Correct.
Okay. And did you attempt to talk to Sarah again about that at that time? Okay. And so did you let your detective partner know about the videos on Sarah's phone?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Did you let your partner know about that evidence? Okay. And did y'all discuss that issue?
Objection relevance work product.
Sustained.
At some point, y'all had to, were y'all working together, or were you making all the calls, or were y'all making joint decisions?
Objection relevance work product.
Sustained.
Ma'am?
There's no pending question at this time, ma'am.
At some point, did you form an opinion as to whether you had probable cause to arrest Sarah Boone?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, at some point I did.
Did you make that decision by yourself, or was it collectively made by others with the department?
Objection relevance.
Sustained. You don't need to answer anything.
Detective, at what point did y'all that next day, I think you had her coming in the afternoon?
I believe it was around 3 p.m.
Did y'all work on trying to get the search warrant for the phone?
I got the search warrant for the phone, and I believe I submitted it that evening. I would have to look at it though.
Okay. Do you know what time the search warrant came back signed by the judge?
It's documented in my investigator report, but I don't know.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you told Sarah to come in later that afternoon or the next day?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you worked on the case that entire day until Sarah Boone came in?
Yes, I attended an autopsy in the morning. That's why I asked her to come in at 3.
All right. And what time was the autopsy that morning?
It starts at 8, but I did probably get till 10. It takes quite a few hours.
Okay. And were you there alone with the medical examiner, or were there anybody else there?
I don't recall if Detective Lowen was with me or not, but yes, of course, there's doctors there.
Okay. And so in terms of your determination as to whether or not Sarah Boone was a suspect, did she become a suspect after you watched the two videos from her phone the day before the autopsy?
Objection relevance. Custody is not disputed on the February 25th statement.
How's this relevant? If the issue is knowing and intelligent waiver, the sufficiency of Miranda and coercion, what does the formulation of probable cause have anything to do with anything?
Well, I wanted to bring out the fact that they had already made a decision before she came in for the interrogation on the 25th that they had probable cause to arrest her. So that if she, A, either didn't come in, they were going to go arrest her that day, or B, if she did come in and she exercised or invoked her rights to remain silent, that they were going to arrest her anyway. That they had already made a decision that she was the prime suspect. They had probable cause.
What does that have to do with any of the three issues that are raised in the motions?
It's whether or not she was in custodial interrogation, whether she was free to leave.
I don't know that that's being disputed by the state.
I think my response.
That's my understanding. The state's not disputing that there was a custodial interrogation, which is why, on February 25th, which is why Miranda was provided prior to that.
Judge, it was provided the day before, and she's just testified she was free to leave at any time.
Okay.
So Miranda was given on 2 separate occasions. She wasn't in custodial interrogation. Detective, am I right? The day.
Well, hang on. Before we ask any questions, let's deal with the evidentiary objection first.
Okay.
The objection is sustained.
Okay.
You may proceed.
All right. Ma'am, you would agree that when Sarah Boone arrived that afternoon for the interrogation, she was not free to leave?
She was not.
Excuse me?
She was not going to be free to leave. No.
Okay. And so if she would have remained silent and exercised or invoked her right to remain silent, she would have been arrested anyway.
Correct.
And that was based on your investigation that you had the night before at the scene. It was based on her statements that she had given you in the squad car. And it was based on the autopsy that was performed the next day that you were present for. And it was based on the 2 videotapes that you saw from Sarah's phone.
Objection relevance as to what the probable cause basis.
Sustained.
You had all that information before you began your interrogation on the 25th of Sarah Boone.
I had all what information?
All the information that I just related to you before you began your interrogation of Sarah Boone.
On February 25th?
That's correct.
Yes.
And you would agree that you wanted to speak to her on the 25th?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you wanted to get statements from her relating to the injuries to George Torres from the autopsy?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, I wanted to have a follow-up conversation in reference to what she told me the night before and in reference to the injuries that she failed to mention.
And you also wanted to question her about the 2 videotapes that you had found on the phone?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, I do
Okay.
want to show her the videos.
And you agree, in your opinion, the video, the 2 videos, and the autopsy were inconsistent with the story she had given you in the squad car the day before?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
The videos, I'm sorry, repeat your question one more time.
You would agree that the autopsy results and the videos that were extracted or taken from her phone, recording George, those 2 pieces of evidence from your investigation were inconsistent with the statement that she had given the day before in your squad car?
Same objection for the record.
Overruled.
Yes.
And I believe that's ultimately the reason you arrested her, because of her inconsistencies.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Now, you said you had a chance to review the interrogation video at the Orange County Jail on February 25th of 2020.
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
The Orange County Sheriff's Department. And also, I believe the state attorney had it transcribed. Have you had a chance to read the transcript?
I have not read the transcription. I watched the video with the audio.
Okay, have you had a chance to look at my motion where the question and answers are typed out, at least the first minute or so?
No, I have not looked at your motion.
Okay. Do you recall you saying to her, I'm going to have you sit in the green chair?
Objection. Best evidence is the recording.
He's right.
Okay.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Do you agree, prior to reading Miranda, that you mentioned to her that you had received his autopsy and that you were going to read her rights again, but that we had to talk about that, referring to the autopsy?
Objection. Best evidence.
Sustained.
Do you recall making some comments to her prior to reading her the rights?
Objection. Best evidence.
Overruled.
Is it the policy of the Orange County Sheriff's Department to make any statements to them about the interrogation prior to reading Miranda?
Overruled.
One more time?
I assume that's not the first time you've read Miranda to a suspect.
Objection, proper question.
Sustained.
Let me go back to the first question then. Is it the policy of the Sheriff's Department not to ask any preliminary questions prior to reading Miranda rights?
Same objection for the record.
Overruled as relevance.
You would have to show me the policy that you're referring to, but I was not asking her any incriminating questions during that time. I was explaining to her the purpose of the interview.
Well, have you ever been, I understand you must have undergone some training on Miranda rights and how to interrogate somebody.
Objection, proper.
Sustained.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
Since 2013,
How long have you been a homicide detective?
over 6 years.
Okay. Have you ever been trained or told to ask or not to ask any statements or any questions prior to reading Miranda relating to them talking to you?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Can you tell us if you recall saying anything to her prior to reading her Miranda?
I recall briefly talking about getting the autopsy results, and I wish to have a conversation with her.
All right. Do you recall again reading her Miranda rights to her on video?
Yes.
Do you recall again omitting question number 9 on the standardized Miranda rights form for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I did not ask her question number 9.
Okay. Do they have a Miranda cards form in the interrogation room? So you would have had that on your person?
You may.
Identification A. If you would, see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is our waivers and affidavits.
Is that filled out of waivers and affidavits?
It's filled out by me, but there's something highlighted that I did not do.
And is that form filled out as it relates to Cervera?
We're talking about just this top, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Does it what?
Does that form, is it filled out as it relates to Cervera?
In case, yes.
Is that her signature or not?
Yes.
Did you see her sign it?
Yes.
Is that your signature below?
Yes.
And is that the consent for the phone?
The consent to search, yes.
On that form, is there also the Miranda warnings?
Yes.
That is a form that's standardized by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And you did not read a Miranda from those rights?
From this piece of paper
Yes.
that's audio and video recorded, that, no.
Okay, you would agree that there's non-questions on the form?
Yes.
Judge would like to offer this.
Same objection to the relevance. As far as it being a consent to search her phone, we're not disputing that she was in custody on February 25th, 2020, when she gave a statement to the detectives. And again, under the case law, there's no requirement for this question 9. Under any state case law regarding the Florida state constitutional right to not be compelled to testify against oneself, nor any federal or state case law regarding the United States Constitution, the Fifth Amendment applied to this state through the 14th Amendment that requires that question to be read. It does not go to the totality of the circumstances of the voluntariness of her waiver of her Miranda rights.
Response. Judge, obviously we disagree.
Then where's the case that supports that? Because as I addressed previously, I read all the authorities. I mean, State versus Owens, State v. Thomas, Powell from the United States Supreme Court, which reversed a Florida Supreme Court decision. I'll talk about what's required by Miranda, and that question number 9 that you're focusing on isn't included in any of those.
I understand that, Judge.
It's the right to remain silent, the right to an attorney, before and after questioning. If you can't afford one, one will be provided to you. Everything you say can and will be used against you. Those are the things that Miranda highlights. That Miranda opinion itself says that. So what does question number 9 have anything to do with those things if the state case law and the federal case law, including but not limited to Miranda itself and Powell, and then the state case law of Thomas and Owens, all of which were provided either by yourself or by the state, identify what's required, and that's not one of the requirements.
She has a duty to read the rights.
But they were.
I want to finish my argument.
Okay.
She has a duty to read the rights. She has an obligation to ensure that Sarah Boone understands her rights by asking that question. Do you understand the rights I've just read? And then there must be a waiver. Yes, I understand the rights, and I agree to speak to you now. So for that to be freely and voluntarily given, that statement, there must be a conscious waiver of the rights. The problem with the detective is she reads the rights, do you understand the rights, and then she goes right into questioning. She goes right into questioning without saying, do you agree to speak to me? Understanding your rights, do you agree to speak to me now? That goes directly to whether or not it was freely, voluntarily, and knowingly given, the statement, and whether that waiver was. So under the totality of the circumstances, I think that evidence is relevant. It's the policy of the Sheriff's Department. Obviously, she had an old Miranda rights form, but she failed to read what we perceive as a critical question, and she's going to testify about what she perceived at the time that the detective failed to read that question and how it ties into the case. I understand that all they have to read is those 4, but I think under the totality of the circumstances standard that this court has to apply, that should be a consideration the court should consider. I know it was an honest mistake. She had an old card, but still, I feel like it should be considered in your decision.
Anything else, Mr. J?
It's essentially the defendant stating that they want to make new case law.
I'm going to sustain the objection as relevance by virtue of the decisions in Thomas 351, 7th, 3rd, 197, and Owens 41, 7th, 3rd, 352. There's, it's not relevant as to what the questions need to be asked for the purposes of whether a sufficient Miranda waiver was given.
Do you agree, Detective, that after you read her those Miranda rights, you would agree the situation on the 25th, when you were reading her Miranda and about to question her, was different from the situation the day before when you read her Miranda in the squad car?
Yes, I had more evidence.
That was without the autopsy. That was without the 2 videos from her phone in the squad car.
Yeah, I did at the time of the interview. Yes.
And in the squad car, she was free to leave.
I mean, I didn't tell her she was free to leave, but I mean, if she didn't want to talk to me, she didn't have to talk to me.
Okay. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right. Can this witness be released?
I'd like her to stay.
All right. Subject to recall. Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
No additional witnesses or evidence on this issue, Judge.
Okay. All right. Anything from your side of the ledger, sir?
Judge, I would like, you stipulated to the introduction.
No, I don't object to the authenticity.
All right, Judge, I would like to introduce. I need more witnesses. Just that one.
What is it that's been marked as Defense Exhibit B? Any objection?
Same objection. It's irrelevant.
Is it the form as of now, or is it the form as of 2020 when the? Okay. Can I see it for a moment, please? Thank you. Any additional argument with regard to the state's relevance objection?
Same argument.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. J, I wasn't specific enough. Mr. Owens, to you. Any additional argument?
Same argument.
All right. I'm going to sustain the relevancy objection for the same reasons the court articulated previously. And Mr. Owens, you had one additional exhibit as well?
This is a composite exhibit, Judge. It's the policy of the Sheriff's Department.
Do you know what page specifically those policies are on?
Page 14 of 22. I'm going to give you 2 more pages.
Is it beginning of paragraph 4, waiver of constitutional rights?
Yes.
Okay, I've read pages 14 and 15.
All right, Judge, and then you go to 13 of 28?
13?
13, well, it's the next.
Oh, there's two different sets. It's a
Split up.
composite. My apologies.
It's split up.
Got it.
13 of 28 at the bottom, P.
Mhm.
And then it goes on to the next page, 14 of 28. Specifically 2A on 14.
Anything else?
No other argument, Judge,
Okay.
other than what we've talked about.
Anything further?
Same arguments.
Okay, all right. I'm going to overrule the objection as to relevance as to what was pre-marked as composite C. And that'll be received into evidence. Over objection is states 1. I'm sorry, defense is 1. Any further witnesses, evidence, or testimony, sir?
Judge, I'd like to call Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone can approach the podium. She was previously sworn at the beginning.
Judge, I'll be here.
Yes, sir. Hey, and the deputy's got a mover. Ma'am, you've already been sworn. Counselor, you may proceed.
And would you please state your full name?
Sarah Boone.
Well, you're going to have to speak up or move the mic.
Sarah Boone.
Yes.
Where are you currently housed?
At the Orange County Corrections Department.
Have you been there since February the 25th of 2020?
Correct.
Was that the date of this interrogation that we're here for on this motion?
Yes.
All right. Let me take you back to the morning of finding George Torres in the suitcase. You called 911?
Yes.
Is it true that Detective or Deputy Keila Rodriguez of the Sheriff's Department arrived?
Yes.
What mental state did you have at that time?
I was very confused. It was very hazy. I didn't understand the monumental amount of people that were there and what they were doing with taking things from my home. I was worried about my dogs. I was worried about my son. I was in shock. I was traumatized by the situation, and then trying to focus on everything that was going on at my home. I was hungover. I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree.
Objection, Judge, move to strike. This is outside their motion to suppress. They have not made any allegations that her statement was involuntary because of her mental state or state of intoxication.
Response?
Judge, we're talking about, I'm just getting some preliminary information. Her interrogation is the next day.
The state has an obligation, and the case law cited by the state requires specificity in the motions. So it's not a game of 20 questions and a surprise.
Okay, this is the day before the interrogation.
I understand that.
We're not talking about an intoxication.
But are you going to be arguing anything in conclusion as to what happened on February 24th led to any coercive or coercion behavior on behalf of the Orange County Sheriff's Office on February 25? Are you going to bootstrap or link any of those things together?
The interrogation in the squad car and what was said to her prior to getting in the squad car that relates to what she said about it being routine protocol, yes.
All right, I'm going to sustain the state's objection.
Relating to the intoxication?
Yes. Okay. It wasn't raised in any of the 3 motions that have been filed.
Judge, I didn't ask her that. She volunteered that.
I understand it. Okay. Objection sustained and stricken.
Right. Did you speak to the deputy about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And then, were you asked to stay on scene?
By both, yes. By both detectives, yes.
Okay. How long did it take the detectives to arrive after you had spoken initially with Deputy Rodriguez?
It was not right away. I don't know specifically, but it was not quickly.
Okay. Did the two detectives, when they arrived, did they take over the investigation?
It was my understanding, yes.
No foundation for her to conclude anything.
Sustained.
At some point, were the detectives directing you what to do and where to go?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what the detectives told you as it relates to you getting in the car? What, was the phone issue before the car?
Yes.
Sustained.
Let me ask you about the phone. When were you first asked about your phone?
From my remembering, it was once they arrived, one of the first questions that Hopesell asked me was if I owned a phone.
And what did you tell her?
I told her it was on the kitchen counter.
All right. And what happened next as it relates to the phone?
I believe that it was brought to her with someone else. I don't remember.
Sustained.
What was the next thing that you were told or talked to about as it relates to the phone?
Unlock it.
Who told you that?
Detective Hopesell.
How did you unlock it?
She handed it to me and I unlocked it.
How do you unlock your phone?
It was with a passcode.
Okay. And when you unlocked it, did you give it back to the detective?
I did.
All right. Did you ever see the phone again?
I did not.
Okay. After that incident, was the next time you were spoken to by Detective Copesel was in relation to the interview in the squad car?
Yes, she told me I needed to go with her and Detective Lowen to her unmarked vehicle.
And did she tell you anything about what was going to take place once y'all got inside the vehicle?
That she was just going to be asking me general questions.
Was there ever any mention about normal protocol?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. What about once you got in the squad car?
I don't recall the squad car.
Okay. And that was recorded for the court to consider. And so she read you your Miranda rights?
Yes.
All right. Did you answer the questions?
I did.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a suspect?
No.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a person of interest?
No.
Did they ever refer to the videos that you recorded on your phone from the night before?
No.
Were you ever questioned about those videos at the scene?
I was not.
All right, after they finished interviewing you in the unmarked vehicle, were you allowed to get out?
Yes.
Were you allowed to leave the scene at that point?
I was instructed by both to not.
Okay. And how long did you stay on the scene?
The entire time.
How long was that? How long did it take before the investigation was completed?
10 hours or more.
Okay. At some point, did they all leave?
Yes.
And at some point, did they tell you they were finished with the work there at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I went inside my apartment and gathered a few things, and then I went to my former husband's residence where my son was located.
All right, and how far was that away?
About 5 minutes.
How did you get there?
I drove
Okay. What was the reason that you wanted to stay over there the night?
because I was terrified of his family.
Now, later that evening, you were going to spend the night there with your son and with your ex-husband?
Correct.
And did you do that?
My son, yes.
All right. Later that evening, did you attempt to contact Detective Kopsel?
I did.
And whose phone did you use?
Former husband, Brian Boone.
You said your phone had been seized?
Correct.
And you had consented to that? You signed a form allowing them to take the phone?
Yes.
Have there been any discussion about returning the phone?
Kopsel told me she or Lowen or both would return back to my apartment to return my phone
And when did they tell you this?
before they left the scene.
And did they tell you they would return your phone where?
To myself at the apartment.
And is that what you understood they were going to do?
Yes.
Was there ever any talk about you coming to the sheriff's department the day of this event?
No.
All right, so later that evening, you borrowed your ex-husband Brian Boone's phone and made a phone call. How did you know Detective Kopsel's private cell number?
She gave it to me before she left the scene.
And did you call her?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you called her?
I believe it was around 9:30 or 10 o'clock.
And that would have been on February the 24th of 2020?
Yes.
All right, can you tell us why you were calling her that night?
Before she left and giving me her personal cell phone number, she told me if I were to recall anything or if I just wanted to talk to her about something regarding the case for me to call her. So I took that to heart and felt very uneasy about how they left the scene.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
There's no pending question at this time.
Okay, you were concerned about the case and you wanted to call her?
Yes.
And did you talk to her?
Yes.
What did you say to her?
I told her in all honesty that I felt that she was trying to trick me.
Sustained.
Did you have a conversation about your phone?
Yes. I asked her.
Oh. You may answer the question, ma'am.
So did you call for a yes or no? She said yes, and now I don't know what's pending and how to check.
Did y'all have a discussion about your phone?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that discussion?
She told me that I needed to come down to the sheriff's department because she was pregnant and asked me if I remembered about when I was being pregnant, and it would just be a lot easier for her if I were to arrive at the sheriff's department to pick up my phone.
Was there any discussion about you being interrogated at the sheriff's department?
No.
Was your understanding the sole purpose of you going to the sheriff's department the next day was to pick up your phone?
Yes.
And the sole reason for the change in plans from them bringing the phone to you was because Detective Kopsel was pregnant and not feeling well?
Correct.
So the next afternoon, did you drive to the sheriff's department?
I did.
Tell us, when you parked your car, where you went, what happened?
I parked my car and left everything as regular in my car and walked through the front door and went to the window asking who I needed to see, and they, I guess, rang them upstairs, and Detective Lowen came downstairs, and I thought I was supposed to be picking my phone up over at a particular window, and he says, no, your phone is upstairs, so we would just like for you to come upstairs, and that's where you can pick up your phone.
All right, and so did he escort you upstairs?
He did,
How did y'all get upstairs?
in an elevator.
And what was he wearing?
I believe he was wearing a red shirt along with his firearm and black pants
His firearm was on his waist?
the entire time, yes.
Okay. So y'all got off the elevator? Where did you go from there?
He brought me into a very small room, and they had me sit down, and then from there I had a list of things that I was going to ask them that I might need to do or that I could do.
Okay. So from the elevator, Detective Lowen escorted you directly into the interview room, and we've got the recording, the audio and the video. You didn't go anywhere else prior to that time. Was there any discussion that you made outside, any discussion between you and either detective about anything, the phone, questioning, anything before walking into that room?
No.
Okay. So directly off the elevator and walked into the interrogation room.
Correct.
And then we've got the video on that. Now, you and I've watched the video, correct? And you've seen the motion where I've referred to the questioning where she asked you to sit down.
Yes.
You recall that happening?
Yes.
Did that refresh your memory watching the video?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying that she had received the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying, I want to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that, referring to the autopsy?
Yes.
This was prior to you being read your Miranda rights.
Correct.
And she also said, we're not done talking about the incident. You recall that?
Yes.
And then she said, we just have to do it.
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Sustained.
Were you trying to comply with the officer's demands?
Overruled.
In every way.
Were you trying to cooperate?
In every way.
Were you polite with them?
Very.
And when she said that, we just have to do it, you said just like we did yesterday.
Yes.
And then you said normal protocol.
Yes.
Is that what she had said the day before?
What do you mean?
Normal protocol.
Yes.
Had she said the same word? You said normal protocol to her.
I was reiterating to her what she had said to me the day before.
So she read the Miranda rights to you,
Except number 9.
except number 9. She read the rights and then she said, do you understand what I've just read to you? And you agreed that you had.
Yes.
But you were not read having these rights in mind. Do you agree to speak to me now?
Overruled.
I was not asked that question.
Is it fair to say that after she read the Miranda rights and after she said, do you understand the rights that I've just read to you, that she read right into the questioning?
She did, correct.
So she never got the answer from you. Do you agree to speak to us now?
I was never asked that.
The way that she acted, the things that she said, the fact that they had your phone. Did you get the impression you were not getting your phone back if you didn't answer the questions?
Sustained.
She was in custody?
Yeah, it's been conceded by the state in their response that it was a custodial interrogation.
Okay, but she wasn't aware of it. She wasn't aware she was in custody.
What does her subjective perception matter?
Well, under the circumstances, it would matter. I mean, she didn't feel she was free to leave. She was in an enclosed small space.
That all goes to whether or not.
She was being questioned by 2 lead detectives, homicide detectives. One of them was wearing a firearm. She was trying to cooperate as best she could. I think her her position is that she was coerced into answering the question.
What does that have to do with coercion? Those are all factors that under Ramirez as to whether or not it was custodial.
Well, I know some of the factors are whether or not the interrogation actually happens in a police station or not, or whether it happens outside a police station. So just that environment alone.
That goes to whether or not it was a custodial interrogation. I'm struggling with the connection on that being noncompliance with Miranda, coercion, or the third ground of voluntariness.
Well, I think it goes subjectively to her and what she was feeling, if she had a free choice or not,
Subjectivity matter.
Excuse me, based on
subjectivity matter under the case law.
Based on the circumstances that she was dealing with at the time, whether or not she felt she had a choice.
But what does her subjectivity have to do with that?
I believe it's relevant.
Objection's overruled. I'm sorry, the objection's sustained. I apologize.
Did you understand you were not going to get your phone back until you answered their questions?
Sustained.
Did you have some questions for them at the end?
I did.
Did you feel like you had a choice in answering their questions?
Sustained.
Ma'am, that day, you came to the sheriff's department to get your phone?
Yes.
Did you know that you were going to be placed in custody?
I did not.
Did you know that you were going to be arrested?
I did not.
Did you know that you were going to be questioned?
I did not.
Were you trying to cooperate with law enforcement based on her statements that you have to talk to us?
Yes.
Overruled.
Were you there answering her questions because she confirmed that this was normal protocol?
That was my understanding, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination?
So that afternoon on February 24th of 2020, when Deputy Kayla Rodriguez arrived at your residence shortly after 1 p.m., you were under the influence of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were impaired by alcohol, correct?
I don't know as much as impaired means. It did affect, yes.
Okay. And that was consumption from the night before, correct?
Yes.
So you did not go to brunch that morning and have mimosas or anything else to drink, correct? You consumed no alcohol in your home that morning, correct? So does that affect in any way your memory when you testify about the events that transpired between you and Detective Copesel that afternoon?
Ask one more time, please.
Did the alcohol have any effect on your memory of what happened between you and Detective Copesel that afternoon?
Now or then?
Then?
Did alcohol affect my conversation with her?
There's a jury instruction that says a witness's memory and perception is pertinent. And I'm asking you, did the alcohol that you were under the influence of affect your memory or perception of the events that you've testified to today that you said happened on that afternoon of February 24th, 2020?
So did they affect? My answer?
Judge, I don't think she understands the question.
I don't.
Okay.
It's been asked 3 different ways.
So we'll leave it at you were under the influence of alcohol that afternoon, correct?
Judge, I think she said she doesn't know what. She said that she had alcohol under the influence or impaired.
The objection is, the court does not entertain speaking objections. The legal grounds need to be provided. What are the legal grounds of your objection?
I know that she said she didn't know what it was.
What are the legal grounds of your objection?
I'll withdraw.
All right, you may proceed.
All right. And you understand that you're charged with second-degree murder in this case, correct? You're facing a potential penalty of life in prison, correct? Do you understand that the score sheet minimum is probably about 22 and a half years?
I don't know.
Okay. And it is your desire to have these statements excluded from the jury's consideration, correct?
Judge, I would object to that.
Sustain the objection.
your intent is to testify differently than you have testified in the statements in State's Exhibit 1, correct?
I would object to that. I'm not understanding the question.
Mr. J.
Judge, a witness's bias is always at issue when they take the stand, and it's our position that her credibility for all the things that she has testified to today, that particularly the things in conflict with Detective Kopsel's testimony, and the court, of course, in a motion to suppress has to consider the credibility of the witnesses, and you are in the best position to do that. The appellate courts are going to be very deferential to you. It's our position that she's biased. She is charged with second-degree murder. She's facing life in prison. Based on the examination that both state attorneys and defense counsel and the state's expert witnessed today, it is the state's belief that she is intending to testify differently than she testified in the statements that she provided to law enforcement in State's Exhibit 1, and therefore she is biased in all the things that she's testified about today because it is her intent to get this statement, all these statements, or the statement on 225 thrown out, so that she is not going to be cross-examined and impeached with it so that she can testify the way that she testified this afternoon.
Response.
Judge, I agree with the impeachment about being under the influence. I agree with the impeachment about what she's facing, that she may be biased because she's facing potentially life in prison. He claims 22 years on the low end. I agree with all that. We just got through at the jail meeting with the state's expert who evaluated Sarah Boone. I was present. The two prosecutors were present. It wasn't recorded. He can't be a witness now. If he's going to question her about what was said during that evaluation, then he's putting himself potentially to be a witness down the road. I don't think that's proper cross-examination about what she said there versus what she's saying here.
Anything further? Mr. J.
I am not specifically asking her what she said that was different. And obviously, if I did and she testified differently, I would have to accept that answer. There's no way for me to extrinsically impeach her with that due to the brevity of the time frame that we have all been subjected to. But I do believe it's a fair question to ask her whether or not she intends to testify differently than her statements that are in State's Exhibit 1 and consistently with how she testified this afternoon, and that she understands it would benefit her if these statements are excluded.
So I'm going to sustain the objection based on how the question was asked. I'll allow you to revisit it based on how you just explained it to me.
You gave statements to an evaluator this afternoon, did you not?
I did.
All right. And without going into the details, would you agree that there are some differences in those statements as to what is in the statements you provided to law enforcement on February 25th of 2020?
Yes.
And you understand that I would be able to cross-examine you on giving inconsistent statements at trial if you take the stand, correct?
I understand.
And so you understand the benefit of this motion to suppress being granted?
Of course.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination? Okay. We can have Ms. Boone return back to counsel's table. While she's in the process of returning to counsel's table, anything else further from an evidence or testimony perspective from your side of the ledger?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else from the state other than argument?
Just argument.
Okay. All right. Once Ms. Boone's seated, we could proceed with any argument. And as the court identified previously, I have reviewed all y'all's authorities that were provided. Mr. Owens, it's your motion, sir. You may proceed.
Judge, my understanding of the law regarding Miranda, first issue is, was the defendant in custody, was the suspect in custody? Was it a custodial interrogation? We have agreed or stipulated to that fact. We're referring to the 2-hour interrogation at the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Specifically, we're referring to about the first minute or two of that video. And I think under the totality of the circumstances, the court has to determine whether freely and voluntarily and knowingly given under the circumstances. Judge, law enforcement, after they get a valid waiver of rights, that I'm not going to be silent, that I'm going to answer questions, go ahead, ask me and I'll answer the questions. Once that happens, law enforcement is trying to get a confession. Law enforcement is trying to get admissions that they can later use at trial to impeach the defendant and convict him. The law allows law enforcement at that stage to use deception, to lie, to trick. We found the murder weapon. It's got your DNA on it. Your co-defendant has come in here and confessed and implicated you. All those techniques, when it's really deception, they don't have the DNA, they don't have the murder weapon, they don't have the co-defendant, it can be utilized to obtain a confession or an admission of guilt. But prior to Miranda, you cannot deceive. Prior to Miranda, you cannot trick. That right is fundamental. You cannot be compelled to incriminate yourself. You cannot be forced to talk. It's got to be free will and a choice. And so you can't seduce or coerce someone into giving a statement. And the law is clear. When that happens, we've got to punish law enforcement to correct that type of misuse behavior. It's illegal. So you got Detective Kopsel on the one hand. I got to read your rights. And you have a right to remain silent. But within a minute before, the detective is telling Sarah Boone, we have to do this. We have to talk to you. Now, that's confusing. That's deceptive. There's nowhere in policy that should be allowed or is allowed. There's nowhere in the law that should be allowed. It's actually illegal to tell a suspect, we have to talk to you. We just have to. Before reading Miranda rights. That is an illegal statement. Sarah Boone did not have to talk to them about the autopsy. Sarah Boone did not have to talk further about what had happened. But that's the implication this detective gave Sarah Boone. It taints the Miranda that comes before it. Here's a law enforcement officer. I'm trying to cooperate. We've got to talk to you, but you have a right to remain silent.
But the statement of we have to read you the rights was made before we have to talk to you. So your argument transposes those two things chronologically.
Why are we even having it? I mean, why even have the confusion? I mean, we're sitting here Monday morning quarterbacking, but Sarah Boone was brought up there under false pretenses. A traumatic event, she lost her boyfriend. I'm coming to get my phone. I've been tricked into coming up here to get my phone. And I'm sitting here having to figure out what to do about whether to talk to these people or not. And she's talking about my rights, but then saying, we have to talk to you. We just need to do it. And then she reads the rights. Right there within a few seconds of each other. That's improper, it's illegal, it's coercive. It forces this not to be a valid waiver of her rights under that circumstance, coupled with the fact that she came down under false pretenses. Coupled with the fact she doesn't have the 9th question. If you think about it, okay, you got a right to remain silent, you got a right to a lawyer, those 3 or 4 questions, and then, do you understand what I've just read to you? I'm paraphrasing. But then Detective Kopsel goes right into questioning. Once Sarah says, yes, I understand, it's an acquiesce to authority. Okay, let me start asking her questions. The critical question is, having these rights in mind, do you agree to speak with us? That is the time of free choice. That is the time of decision for Sarah, to be given that opportunity. But the way I understand, Detective Kopsel had the autopsy. She had the blunt force trauma. Those were not questioned. Sarah Boone was not questioned about that. They didn't know about that until the medical examiner. So she had additional information that she wanted from Sarah Boone. She had the 2 videos from Sarah Boone's phone. She had additional information from the phone that was inconsistent with the statement that Sarah had given the day before. So sure, any detective worth their salt would want a statement. She'd already said we had probable cause. We'd already made our mind up that we were going to arrest her. If she didn't come, they were going to go get her. If she came and said, I want to invoke my rights, she was going to be arrested. They wanted to get some type of admission, confession, statement that they could later use, which they're trying to do now. But under the circumstances, the totality of the circumstances about how she was induced to come down there, about telling them that she had to talk, Judge, it was coercive. We would ask that you suppress the evidence.
Any response?
Judge, the United States Supreme Court has said that confessions are good. They are good for society. It is good when guilty people are convicted. We stand by all the case law that we've cited, and you have reviewed the evidence from start to finish. Under the totality of the circumstances of that 2-hour and 6-minute statement that she gave to law enforcement, she knowingly and intelligently and voluntarily waived her Miranda rights. And under the case law, it was done perfectly fine. There is no requirement that that question number 9 get read. And as far as any credibility issues that are pertinent to the court's analysis, which the state would submit there is not, because we are conceding there was custody on February 25th. They are allowed to use subterfuge and deception to get somebody to come to the police station under the case law and authority cited. But if there is anything that is dependent upon the credibility of either the defendant's testimony or Detective Kopsel's testimony, the state would argue for the reasons of her being impaired by her own admission on the afternoon of February 24th, still from the night before, that her credibility is less than Detective Kopsel's. And of course, she has a bias and interest in the outcome of the case, whereas Detective Kopsel has no motivation to not tell the truth about whether she used deception to bring the defendant down to the police station, because that's perfectly acceptable. So we're asking you, for the reasons that we stated in our multiple responses to their multiple amended motions, to deny their motion to suppress. Thank you.
Any further argument, Mr. Owens?
No, Judge.
All right. Tomorrow is a court holiday. The court has had the opportunity to review all the case law. Court's going to prepare a written order, and you'll have it before the close of business tomorrow. Courthouse may be closed, but I'll be here working.
Judge, for the record, there's 2 exhibits that I tried to introduce. They will be admitted to the record.
Yes, of course. They were pre-marked. Moving now to the defendant's motion for a right to hair, cosmetics, and civilian clothing without restraints for trial. State, what, if any, positions do you have with regard to the restraints?
Again, we've already decided that issue. I don't know that there's been any new allegations alleged in the motions by Mr. Owens on behalf of the defendant, but the court has decided that already, and unless there was some sort of change in position or authority, then the court should maintain the law of the case.
Response.
Judge, just one clarification, but she's here today and she's in handcuffs, so she has difficulty writing. She has.
Let me just interject for 1 second. She will be hands-free.
Okay.
So the issue is the leg restraints.
And Judge, she's presumed innocent. I understand security has an obligation. There's 3 doors. I assume we're going to be trying the case in this courtroom. There's 3 doors. I know that we've got several security officers here in case she were to try to flee. But she's got no access to weapons or anything of that nature. She has a fundamental right to a fair trial. She has the fundamental right to a presumption of innocence. And if the jury were to see any restraints on her freedom, they're going to automatically assume the worst, that she is a danger. And people automatically will take that to heart, and it will affect their decision when they go back into the jury room. So, yeah, she's going to be at the table. I don't know if we switch it. Does the prosecutor go over here?
No, that's your table, sir.
That's my table, closest to the jury. So she'll be sitting here with the other 2 lawyers and I. And the only time they're going to see her walk in and out is she's always going to be in the courtroom.
They're never going to see her walk in and out.
So the only time is when she testifies. So I guess I don't know if you have leg restraints that she can wear and walk, but we believe it's not necessary. And of course, we definitely don't want them to see her walking funny or hear something funny or see something funny as she's walking from the defense table to the witness stand to testify on her own behalf. But I don't think it's necessary to have leg restraints. I think once she gets in here in the trial, beginning Monday, jury selection, and I assume the tables are going to stay here.
The privacy panels will be located in front as well, which will prohibit our jury from being able to see any of the leg restraints that she has.
I don't think it's necessary to have the leg restraints, Judge. I think you can bring her in with the leg restraints, but take them off right before we get started. I don't see a problem with that. I don't think she's a threat. There are times when criminal defendants are in a trial and they misbehave in the middle of the trial, so they have to be restrained. But Sarah Boone, as far as I've been involved, and I think prior to that time, has always been polite and cooperative, and she understands the importance of behaving, and I have every intent that she will comply with the court's directive and she will act appropriately throughout the trial. I do not believe any restraints are necessary during this trial.
Anything further as to that issue?
I don't believe that's case law authority on the issue.
Okay. Police. All right, thank you very much. With regard to your request for clothing in that, you could certainly go to the jail and provide, have whoever it is that you want to meet with her in the meeting area to get measurements from her and provide clothing. The clothing for trial will have to be provided to her at the Orange County Jail. That will be brought over with her in the morning, and then she'll be able to be dressed out downstairs. So your motion will be granted with regard to the clothing. You'll have to address with the jail, having a person come in there to take her measurements. They may have to be with you, counselor, in order to facilitate that. But the clothing will have to be dropped off at the jail, and it'll be transported with her in the morning each day of trial. Okay. With regard to the appearance issue, do you have any other further argument as to that?
Judge, just what's stated in the, I made some legal arguments in the defendant's motion for the right to hair, cosmetics, civilian clothing without restraints for trial. Just the arguments in there.
And the Estelle case that you cited spoke to being dressed out in a prison garb. Doesn't really address a prison guard in shackles. It doesn't address any beautification or anything along those lines.
I just think it's, it's just part of a fair trial.
The other problem is it's contraband. That stuff's not even purchasable at the commissary at the jail, any makeup or anything along those lines.
Well, I'm gonna have the two paralegals here. I say the paralegals. One's a lawyer now, and the other is a consultant. But they're females, and they can bring the cosmetics in and apply it either here in the courtroom or just outside the courtroom. I'm sure there's a waiting room. There's no place where we can apply any.
You can't put them back there because we can't allow access back there. That's for corrections and for the sheriff's department and for the inmates.
Can she be allowed? Can the two females on the team can they be allowed to apply some type of makeup to Ms. Smith?
State?
We don't have any dog in this fight. I've never heard of it happening. That doesn't mean it's not permissible, but
If you want to try to do it here in the courtroom, that's fine. But be advised that, when we start court, we start court. So, and I intend on starting at 9 o'clock every morning. So I'll have pleas every morning in other matters because the court still has other business at 8:45. And I plan on bringing the jury up at 9 until we select one, and then starting at 9 every day thereafter. So your motion will be granted with regard to the clothing. You can perhaps someone attend, travel to the jail with you, sir, Mr. Owens, to take the measurements. You'll have to provide clothing at the jail. With regard to the appearance, it's denied to have anything happen at the jail or happen in any of the secured areas. But if you want to attempt to have members of your staff apply makeup prior to trial, you certainly can do so. Court will provide you a written order with regard to the request for removal of the leg restraints. But the hand restraints will be removed.
Judge, and then I think there's something about hair as well.
I think that it falls under the same analysis.
It needs to be done in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. And then the last item teed up for today is I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. So corrections in the Orange County Sheriff's Office have just advised me that the concern is if makeup is affixed and then she's taken back downstairs and then taken back to the Orange County Jail, they don't know if it's contraband, they don't know what's placed on her person. That's the concern.
It's just going to be some facial makeup.
I understand, but
I don't see
DOC and Sheriff's Office are telling me they can't do it because of the concerns that were just outlined. After she's returned to the Orange County Jail facility.
Okay.
All right. You'll get an order with regard to the restraints no later than tomorrow. Moving now to the state's request for protective order. I've reviewed that. I need to understand what you're looking at, Mr. Owens, with regard to these custodians and supervisors at the state attorney's office.
I did not realize that was going to be addressed today.
Yes, my JA had emailed all y'all, I think last week after it was filed, that said this would be added to the hearing for. I guess that was filed on Monday, forgive me. I had emailed y'all and said that it would be addressed today.
That was relating to me subpoenaing and listing I think it was
It's the third amended witness list lists certain people as witnesses: custodian of records, Orange County Office of State Attorney, domestic violence supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney, victim advocate supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney, and misdemeanor supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney. And the state is seeking a protective order on the grounds that it's work product or opinion product, and requiring prosecutors to disclose work product and impede criminal prosecutions is violative of Florida law.
Judge, as you know, we have filed our notice of intent for battered spouse syndrome in conjunction with self-defense. And we have listed and plan to introduce the fact that George Torres had been arrested, I think 3 or 4 times prior to this event. And I think on 3 of those cases, the case was dismissed against Mr. Torres. And it's going to come out that Sarah Boone had requested the charges be dismissed. And I believe it's going to come out probably through expert testimony that that's one of the conditions, or that's one of the things that they try to do, bond you out of bail and then get the charges dismissed as a battered spouse. That's a common theme. So ultimately, the jury is going to hear about that, but the jury needs to know it's the ultimate position. The victim doesn't have the final say. It's the ultimate position from the state attorney's office as to whether to prosecute a case or to drop a case. Yes, they are to consider what the victim wants, and they are to consider their request, but ultimately, the state attorney has to make that decision about whether a case is dismissed.
What are you going to be asking from these persons?
That.
How would that not be protected by work product?
Well,
as to whether or not it was a decision.
If it comes out that she went down there and requested the charges be dropped and they were dropped, then that gives the impression that she had the power and authority just to come down to the state attorney and ask the charges to be dropped, and they would. When in fact, the ultimate call is the state attorney's office. They don't have to drop cases even if a victim claims they do. So just that decision by the state attorney to drop it was their decision. They considered the victims, but it was their decision to drop it and their power and authority to do so, not the victim's authority.
Okay. Response?
Judge, that's opinion work product. That is absolutely protected. I don't understand why he believes that arrests and dismissals are relevant. What is relevant in a self-defense case is if the defendant is aware of specific instances of violence that the victim has committed, or reputation evidence that can come in from anybody, and it does not matter whether the defendant's aware of it. The notion that this sort of evidence would be admissible, much less through the vessel of sworn prosecutors, and they have now gone ahead and named people who aren't even involved with the cases. Matthew Storch, Christina Mills, and Aaron McCullough, our head victim advocate, have all now, I learned while we were at the jail this afternoon, been served with subpoenas by the defense, and we are moving to quash those. Prosecutors and victim advocates and other support staff cannot be forced to come in and say why they dropped a case. That is opinion work product. And if they want to get public records about these cases and try to get them moved into evidence, then they have to do public records requests or compel discovery from the state attorney's office, which I believe we all have. The state has just been dropped with her medical records that Investigator Lane got in 2021, even though they keep on saying in their amended discovery exhibits that they don't even have this evidence. We got dropped last Friday, the Aspire records and the Advent Health records that have documentation that Billy Lane picked them up in 2021. So the defendants had these things that are getting dropped on the state for years, and we're just getting dropped on us this Friday. And now we are having to combat subpoenas and requests for documents. It is opinion work product. The people that they have listed didn't handle those cases or make those decisions, but that is the ultimate protection, is why we drop these cases. And it's up to the defendant if she wants to come in and say, yeah, I asked to get these cases dropped. I mean, that evidence is coming in anyways through her phone extraction. She is immediately working to bail the victim out. She's immediately working on dropping charges. In fact, there's a video of her coaching the victim on how to drop charges against her on her phone. So all that evidence is going to come in, but it cannot be coming in through opinion work product of the assistant state attorneys and our support staff.
Any further argument?
I didn't make the argument. I did not make the argument that the state attorney was going to be called to ask why they dropped it, as he just referred to, where they had to explain why the case was dismissed. No, the reason for that is just to explain that they have the ultimate power to dismiss, not the victim in a case. Not why we chose to drop 3 cases against George Torres, but They have the ultimate authority. The victim does not control the case. The state attorney does.
You have a written order on the motion, protective order for tomorrow, by tomorrow as well. Anything else, state, we need to address?
It appears, and again, been conducting motions all afternoon. It appears that we are set to allow the defense to depose our battered spouse syndrome expert at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah. And that will be done virtually.
With regard to the deposition of Dr. Brannon, the deadline is tomorrow.
That's set at 3 p.m.
Okay, that's still set at 3 p.m.
Yes, there will likely be a pending motion to strike if his testimony is duplicative with Dr. Harper's. My understanding from the defense is he's just going to explain what battered spouse syndrome is. It's unclear why or how that would be different than Dr. Harper explaining that.
Is that taking place here or is that taking place in South Florida? Virtually?
Unfortunately, due to time constraints, I cannot be everywhere at all times.
Okay. All right.
Judge, and then on Dr. Brannon's deposition, yes, it's set for 3. I'm just learning now that the expert is going to be available at 10. Y'all's expert by Zoom. And we did talk about that at the jail, trying to schedule something for tomorrow. So she just evaluated Sarah Boone from noon to 2, and then I'm going to take her deposition at 10 tomorrow morning by Zoom. And then we're taking Dr. Brannon's deposition. If they file some type of motion about that, then of course I'm going to respond. We're going to need to have a hearing on that.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Those 2 things are the only 2 things that I believe we have left prior to jury selection on Monday.
Okay. If any motions are filed by anyone moving forward, please favor a copy to my judicial assistant upon filing. And if there's any authority that you intend on arguing that's not cited in the motion, please provide me that authority as well. Although it is a court holiday, the court will be working tomorrow. I will endeavor to get you written orders on all of these things no later than the close of business, hopefully earlier than that by tomorrow. On Monday morning, state if you could please bring a copy of the score sheet so that when I colloquy Ms. Boone prior to trial about the charge, the potential penalties, everybody's on the same page as to what those are. Okay?
Yes. And if y'all could send me that, I'll go out to the jail. I'm going to be here.
If you could favor him a copy of that tomorrow or Friday so that he has the opportunity to review that score sheet with Ms. Boone in advance.
Yes, and we're going to be filing a motion in limine to exclude the battered spouse syndrome testimony that will need to be addressed. Just waiting to see now how the depositions pan out tomorrow. But based on what we witnessed this afternoon, it's the state's position that we're going to need to file a motion in limine.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you all very much. We'll address scheduling of any motions on Monday. And it may be a circumstance where, as the court had identified earlier, that we're just going to be looking at cause issues and what people may know about this case. That'll be happening before we turn it over to you all. Which would include, Mr. Owens, your opportunity to voir dire on any defenses that may be being raised in this case. So it may be we may get a panel and then ask them to come back later in the week so that we can have those motions after we get that panel of 50, once we deal with all the cause challenges. Okay? All right. Thank you all very much. We'll see you Monday morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Bing bong, a bing bong bay, bing bong, a bing bong bay, bing bong, a bing bong bay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies, boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies, boobies. I'm on mute, motherfuckers. Hang on. There you go. Let's look at my pits again. There you go. So yeah, the trial starts. Lee Dyke said, I can't believe the trial starts tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's a court holiday. So Monday they are choosing the jury. So as you heard there, they're going to bring people back later on the week. I do not suspect the trial is going to begin until probably Thursday. Earliest will be Wednesday, but I think it's probably going to be Thursday. It wouldn't surprise me if it takes all week, baby. So yeah, it might take all week, people. I don't know. So what I plan on doing next week is I'll be live every single day, and we'll just be watching different shit every single day, and we'll have a bit of fun on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then when it goes live, we're live. We're going live, people.
It's like, let's get it on, people. So I am 100% doing a Wade Wilson day. 100% doing a Wade Wilson day. For those of you that don't like it, I'm definitely doing one. Probably Monday, I suspect. Then Tuesday, because definitely they won't be due for that. Tuesday, I will probably do some in and out stuff. I don't know what I'm going to do. Then Wednesday, we're getting closer to the jury, so I'm going to be keeping more of an eye on that. So we'll see. We'll see what we do tomorrow. I don't know what we're doing. Some trials that we could watch and zoom it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, hang on, people. Hang on. Somebody just surprised me. Somebody just surprised me. Hang on. Let me get this here now. Hang on. Let me get it. 2 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone loves Shari. Tits and clams, that's our Shari D. Tits and clams, that's our Shari D. Thank you so much to Shari D, who sent me. Obviously, thank you to Catherine, Deb and Kathleen yesterday. Kathleen, sorry I missed you yesterday, my darling. I'm so sorry, but I caught you now. I did message you on Facebook. Shari, thank you for the 3 coffees. Coffee, question mark? Smooth nipples like your pits. Your choice. Suck on my nipples, bitch. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. There's no limit. Boom, boom. Smooth nippies, smooth nippies, smooth nippies, nippies, smooth nips. Shari loves them. Shari will suck on smooth nipples. Daffodil, she'll suck on anything. But Shari is fussy. She wants no hair. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, right. I like that bit of rap. Little G's got a thing for Mazza, is she? Little G got a thing for Mazza? Little G likes Mazza. Where's Bill? I've not seen Bill. I didn't know that you had a thing for a Mazza. What a time to enter, Miss Gold. What a time for Miss Gold to enter to see the to see that. There you go. I do not. We get to meet him in Boston, which is good. So Shari, thank you, my darling, for the 3 coffees. I do appreciate you, my darling. Let's have a quick look to see if the trial, what's going on. Has there been anything, in case I missed anything? Jury's still deliberating, allegedly. They've been deliberating for technically 2 hours and 54 minutes. 2 hours, 54 minutes. So, Miss Gold, Shari D does not like my pits. She does not like my pits, so she bought me coffee so I can smooth my nips. Where's Luby Lou? Luby Lou, where are you? Lou, are you making my nips hard again, Lou? I'm not sure, but yeah, that was a bit of a bad shot there. Thank you, Dana Leonard, who made that for me. The glare instead, yeah. In general, I'm not a pit fan. You like my pits, though. You like my pits. Bill, she thinks Bill's hot. She loves Bill. The glare is hot. Get them pits smooth. I know I should, shouldn't I? It's not. It's actually quite smooth. Like, people say it's not, but it's actually quite smooth. You love the glare, Robin. Actually, Luby Lou,
I'm here making nips hard with the power of thought. Do you know what? They're not that hard today. They are now. Do you sweat a lot? Yeah, a little bit, because, you're inside here. Claire has a girlfriend. Is that Sherry's girlfriend then? Is that Sherry, his girlfriend? Lou, it's hard. It's hard. It's getting hard, Lou. You're making it. It's working. The other one's soft. Oh no! The other one's fucking hard! The other one's hard now. Fucking hell. Lou, that power of thought worked, my darling. You've got the magic. Yeah, nipple here. Yeah, I got a bit of nipple here. I've not got that much here. It's not that bad. Oh, this one's hard as well now. So, it's not that bad. Native ad. Yes, it's just too hard. But that's not too bad. I'm not that hairy. Dana said I'm not hairy at all. Dana said he's a lot more hairy than me. Oh, Sherry, yeah. Is that his girl? I didn't know. Because Sherry's from London, Miss Gold. Sherry's from London. Anyone new here? I'm sorry, everybody. Who new here? Had to set it off because son walked in. He must be like, Mum, get that porno off, Mum. Oh, we got to have fun and games here. Do you know what? I have been banned once for indecent exposure. I got a strike. They're like, you can't show your tits. But so I did a stream with Lady Law, and she made me take my top off because I was doing the all the girls in the yard like it. They like it like this, they like it like that, or something. And I was with my top off, spinning it. Hey girls, whatever that is, I don't remember what it is. But I'm not doing that. I've not done it since then. So, Josie, tell me behave. Like, I love Josie, right? Because Josie does this a lot, right? She goes, behave, and behind in private, and she goes, take your top off. Fuck RP. Just take your top off. Doesn't matter. Get it all out. Yes. And in public, she's like, no, don't. Behave. Cheese and rice. I'm sorry, everybody. I went silent as I had to rewind and screen record that shit. Oh my god, my plugs come out. I don't know where this is going. Oh, it's from my here. I'm sorry, everybody. So I've lost it laughing now. I needed a giggle. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to do. Tweaking a nipple. I try and make you laugh. Lou, you know I try and make you laugh. You know that. I came back from getting dinner and all I see is titties. You see? Nothing wrong with a bit of titties. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. They're bigger than yours. Not the, I don't know. Something about tits it was. I'm telling you, Lady Law's a bad influence on me. But people are paying for me to do it, so it's fine. Bust it. Just call me out. I know. Nate, I hope Nate knows what you're like. I'd sub me. You would. You love my tits. You love it. I tell you who has just collapsed and just gone to heaven is Daffy Dill. Daffy Dill, I know you're wet right now. I know. Daffy Dill's excited that I said I'd hug her in Boston, and now I showed my tits and my pits. Daffy Dill, I'm surprised you're still standing, my love. And she said she's going to strip me off. I think she said strip me off anyway in Boston. I hope that's what you meant, not something else off. Some people don't like this because we just lost 10 viewers. So apologies to you guys. I'm joking. I don't care. Luby Lou, my other son walked in the living room and see the 3-foot nipple. Yeah, Truck. I hope you're feeling better, my darling. Hope you're feeling better.
You know, I know you've been ill. Hopefully you're okay, my darling. Yeah, and thank you. That's what I try and do, people, is make your day. That's all I try and do. You're on today. There you go. It's been a good day today. And I'll say this, right? I had a really good start today. I feel violated. That'll be me when I meet you in Boston. I will have to turn around and go, fucking Daffodil just violated me. 10 people did leave. Oh, one's come back. 10 people actually left when I got my nip. So she does. Daffy does. Thank you, Lou. House pounding Terry going. The look on his face, I can imagine. He was thinking, Mum, stop with the pornos. Laughing his nest. I think so as well. Full both nipples. Shari, thank you, darling. I need to get Dana on, see his nipples as well. The one you just said you unplugged. I did by accident. 10 people left. They did. I don't know why, but fuck them. Oops. I did it again. Okay, so what was the schedule for tomorrow? So tomorrow is Verdict Watch, Lil G. There will not be any Wade Wilson tomorrow. There'll be Verdict Watch tomorrow. And then we probably watch the Bridigan hearing for his ex-wife. We'll probably watch that one. I'm not sure how long that one's on for. And probably have a short stream. Or maybe find a trial and do a Zoom, maybe. I don't know. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Getting it done one day at a time. Thank you for asking. No problems, my darling. Oh, Brian Walsh. So we might do Brian Walsh hearing then and the Bridigan hearing. Maybe we'll do that then. Just remind me. That's all. People remind me about that. How long are you on for today? Not long. It's been 9 hours and 10 minutes. What time is it now? I'll probably stay on for another 15 minutes. Yeah, I hope all is well. There you go. Brian Walsh, there you go. I think it's funny. Thank you, LC. Delan, thank you, Krista. Delan, you look really good in that shirt and hat. So glad that you're feeling better. Thank you, my darling. No worries, Robin. See you later. I know where you're going. You're going to the Glera. I know. It's fine, ladies. Go to the Glera. It's fine. I'm joking, Robbie G. Happy birthday, my darling. Hope you have a great evening. Caught a bug and it's knocking the heck out of my whole family. Yeah. Hopefully you get better, my darling. What was I going to say? So today's been right. So I'll be honest with you. Today started off really good. Yeah, we might not do it tomorrow, but we'll do something. Leave it with me, ladies. Leave it with me. I'll sort it out. I never let you down, do I? So I'll sort it out. So I had a really good morning. One of the best mornings I've had for ages today. Really good start to the day. So that helps. And then I start streaming, obviously, with you guys. Loved it. Then shit hit the fan, which you guys don't know about. Shit hit the fan. I went fucking nuts today on some people online. Went nuts. If you want to piss me off, call me a liar. Lil G liked it as well. What I posted. Fucking. Oh, I was pissed, Lil G. I was fucking pissed. There's a guy that came after me ages ago, whatever. But I'll be honest with you, right? We took it to Facebook and we hashed it out. It's on some of it's on my Twitter. Last few posts. It's the old ones before about me, whatever. Everything out of context. Julie Carpenter and all them are involved, motherfuckers. But I will give you this, right? Eric Neal, Lil G, Eric Neal, who I was going up against, right? He reached out to me on Facebook, posted. I had to go back at him, and what do you call it? And after that, then we've virtually shaken hands. And we are going to meet for a drink in Boston. He said he'll buy the first round, and I said no problems. We shall do that. So we're gonna and he said he's going to delete all the posts about my nieces and everything like that. And we moved on. We've been men, and we moved on. No, don't worry, I won't. Don't worry, I won't. Don't worry, I won't. So it's something that happened in the past. I don't want to drag it up because we've sorted it. we've sorted it. But that really put me in a mood this morning. I was a fucking mood after. Great morning. Then I go in a bad mood. And then tonight, I've had a great night as well. So I feel good finishing her off. I feel good finishing her off now. Yeah, do you not remember Julie Carpenter and stuff? So Julie Carpenter's posting stuff about me, saying that I was going to dox her family. So she's basically posting stuff that was out of context. If you just read what she posted, you'd think that I'm a douchebag. But you actually read the whole thread, you'd understand. I never said dox it. Julie was saying it's fine to dox people, basically. And I said, oh, so it's okay for me to dox your family, basically. But she just took that and say, so it's okay, I'll dox your family then, Julie. She doesn't put anything else in there, just that. And then this guy jumped on here saying I was going to dox people, so he doxed where I live, my nieces live and stuff like that. This guy did. And also, but again, I don't want to reiterate all things, do you know what I mean? It's done. It's done. Good, we don't need to talk about it, but that was highly charged. I was ready to go to war, LG. I was ready to go to war. I had people DMing me going, please, mate, don't. I was like, I'm fucking ready. But no, so it's not a woman, it's Julie Carpenter and all that gang, right? But it's done, it's dealt with. It's a guy that we're good now. We'll meet in Boston. He's had problems with a lot of people. Him and Turtle Boy had arguments and stuff like that. So I don't want to bring it up. I don't want to say his name because, in fairness to him, we have sort of shaking hands now. So I don't want to bring it up. You know, for me, it's done. Yeah. So it's all good. It's all good. But it did put me in a mood. But because I used to fight anybody. No, I won't go alone. It's fine. It's fine. I used to fight it. So it all happened. A lot of people came after me during Alex Murdoch, you know. And then if you look on Shari D, if you look on Twitter, it's all there. I'm not taking anything down. It's there in my on my tweets. So I got a bit of a reputation because I'd go after. People go after me, so I'd go back after them, and people just associate me with that. I was like, well, if people attack you all the time, I'll attack back. But I've grown up since then. You know, I try not to engage in harassment and stuff anymore. And I called Eric Bland out because I thought he was a piece of shit for dragging his clients in front of the camera just for his own take. He's a media whore. So there's a lot of stuff I've said. So you know what? The one thing I never do is delete my Twitter stuff. I've got some messages out that I cringe at some of my responses. But this is how we grow, people. This is how we learn. This is how we, you know, I'm not the person I am without getting into some arguments. I'm not the same person if, you know, you don't learn from your mistakes and stuff like that. I'm not perfect. But I'm here now. I'd like to think I'm a nice person in general. Somebody posted, Terry, the motherfucker, posted that I'm not a nice guy or something on Twitter. I went after her as well. But fuck her. Fuck them. Anyway, let's not go into it. It's fine. I'm happy with you guys. It's fine. But if you ever see any out of context tweets about me, let me know because I'll explain everything to you. I'm not ashamed of anything. Well, I am, but I'm not. There's always a reason for everything I've done. So people always have a lot to say behind the screen. Yes, they do. They do. And a lot of these people do, let me tell you. That's why I try and keep away from Twitter. But as I say, it's like a shit sandwich. Great start of the day, shit middle, great end, people. So that's a shit sandwich. So yeah, look at this. I see I left the terrier off now. Fuck all them bitches, men and women. You know, this is why I made the fucking song, people. People say, oh, why do you make that song about Josie? Well, Josie and Murph Turf, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely. Thank you, Yaya Truck. I appreciate that, my darling. I appreciate that. And I'll say there's lots of good streamers out there. You don't have to be just loyal to me. Yeah, it's like I love the Glera, for instance. So hopefully lots of you will go to the Glera and stuff. So when people say whatever online, I love how you're saying we all grow up and we're all 100%. I'm not nowhere near perfect. You know what I mean, you know, You know, so and there's no point me pretending I am or pretending something I'm not. I've learned a lot and I've grown. Maybe Boone's last meal was shit sandwich. Maybe we probably will be. Nobody put Still in the corner. No, there you go, Josie. That's why Josie was and Sarah P were my first two proper mods. So love your loyalty. We love you. Thank you, my darling. Thank you for that, Crystal. I appreciate you. Appreciate you joining us. No worries, Daffy Dill. You go and cheat on me with Will. It's fine. Daffy, it's fine. It's fine. See you later, my darling. See you tomorrow, Daffy Dill. Only way to become better within ourselves is to see admit to Jay. Oh yeah, no one admits more than me that I'm not perfect, people. I've made mistakes, but I like to admit my mistakes as well. I'm a stubborn fucker, but I like to admit them when I feel like I've done something. So wrong. Amen, Josie. Ruka Shrew, Night Daffy Dill. Daffy Dill cheats on me with Will. Enjoy your evening. See you later, Daffy Dill from Little G. I think people judge others by their own standards. They can't believe others are honest when they're not. Yeah, and look, I've said some stuff before that does not put me in the best light. You know, like I've told Julie Carpenter to go shove a dildo up her ass. You know, on Twitter, she brings her up all the time. You told me to shove a fucking vibrator up my ass. I was like, yeah. I told her husband to go wank himself because no way can he shag her. Anyway, so I've said stuff that it's not very good. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. But I don't mind it. I fucking hate that bitch. No worries, Yaya Trucker. You go and have a rest. We'll close it out then, people. There's lots of people who will never ever admit fault. Suck my dick. Yeah, I agree. Bye, Ashley. Thank you again for buying the hoodie. Thank you, my darling. Bye, friend. Bye, LC. See you tomorrow. Oh, shit, LC. Sorry. Fuck. Hang on, LC. Don't go. See you, Lil G. Hang on. Let me post this for you. You sent me something. I tried to do it now. Hang on. Where the fuck is she? Yeah, she is. Beautiful LC. Hang on, people. Don't go anywhere. Oh, fuck. The first one doesn't work. Here we go. Hang on. Looking hot, LC. Fucking hell, LC. LC's looking hot stuff, baby, this evening. I'm showing you a pair of great tits here, so hang on. Shari D, don't you go anywhere. LC's got a great pair here. Hang on. Let's have a look. So this is Murph to start off with. That's Murph. Cutie, we've got to use that one. Love Murph. Murph, treats. That one went a bit wrong. Look at Murph and LC. This is LC, everybody. There she is. Beautiful. Both of you, beautiful. Look at that. How cute are you both there? That's amazing. Look at that. Free Karen Reed. Look at that. Happy days. Even though it's not my t-shirt, I still forgive you. Murph got a haircut. There you go. That's a great photo. Great photo. I love you women. You all got cracking pair of tits. Honestly, lovely. You look gorgeous there, Elsie. Look gorgeous. Can't wait for you to put my stuff, my t-shirts on and stuff like that. That's going to help me sell loads. Sorry to all ladies for my PP comments. Whoever went against the Langon. That's all right. Hey, in the replay, look at you like this. No. Let me tell you, that's a great set of tits. That's a great set of tits, Elsie. I'm not even lying to you. That's a great hot stuff. Exactly. There you go. My babe, Murph. I know. Murph's cutie as well. But Shari D, you'll be really impressed with this. Let me tell you. I hope you know that I'm endearing by saying this. I'm not being a pervert, but you look very hot there. He's kissing me. Fucking hell. Let's get Murph back up. There she is. Hello, Murph. Murph. That's very cute. I love the photos. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate that. And they're very cute. I cannot wait for you to wear my gear and send me some pictures, Elsie. Looking very hot. Very gorgeous. To be fair, you all look gorgeous. So, honestly, I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. No, don't thank me. I wouldn't say it unless I meant it. Charity's gone quiet. She's like screen grabbing all these now. But there you go. Sorry, I didn't do it before now. Do you know what? It was playing up. My Facebook was playing up. Thank you, my darling. Oh, I think that was it. So yeah, I'm still here. We just showed Elsie and Murphy. Go back a little bit, you'll see it. Well, great photos. Good, great looking women in this chat. I'm very impressed. I cannot wait. Elsie, you coming to Boston, Elsie? Yeah, you are in Boston, Elsie. Yeah. Hang on, let me think. I'm pretty sure you are. In Elsie, Candice. Hello. How are you doing? I'm always the lurking one. This fine, my darling. We like lurkers that come in. It's fine. And Charity is look at hubba, not down to your belly button, Elsie. See, Charity is impressed. Charity likes women. She likes tits and clams. So Charity be all over that. Yeah, Elsie, you're from Boston though, right? I'm pretty sure you're a Boston girl. You will be coming to Boston, won't you? So my kitty's taking her meds so good now. Oh, happy days. Happy days. Shari, thank goodness. Now I gotta see PP comment. Lurkers are gone, Stacey. They're like, what the fuck is this shit show? What a shit show. This Welsh guy we can't understand talking about great set of tits on some women. I'm sure people think I'm a chauvinistic pig, but I don't. It's a compliment. Absolute compliment. I was screen recording it. You made it seem like I was going to see cleavage. Well, you got a great set of tits in your fucking face. You know, so it's fine. Oh, Michigan. That one's like, Southwest. Yeah, well, Lisa Reed's coming from Michigan. I think her husband's going as well. I think Lisa Reed's husband's coming. Charity, what? Begging the hubby to visit, though. You should bring the hubby with you. It's fine. Bring him with you. Drag him along with you. Spacey Stacy, who's coming out of that? No, it's fine. You can see it on my Twitter, but it's fine. Let's not. This person might be watching. I don't want to put any bad juju out there. We sort of sorted it. We'll meet in Boston for a few drinks and bury the hatchet. You know, I think that's the only way to do it. Do you know what I mean? Online. I'm glad you reached out to me. Glad we were able to sort it out and put it to bed. You know, so it's fine. Right. Right. I think I got that. Daffy Dill, my sick kitty cat. Kitty cat. Not sure if you saw it earlier. Mum sprinkling, putting rubber duckies out and about in Raleigh. No, I didn't see that. I was busy doing other stuff, to be quite honest, this afternoon. But I didn't see that. That's good. I mean, do you see my name in the document as well? The 36-page document. I've not read the document yet from that, whatever his name is, from police department, but I'd love to see my name in there. Obviously, Al Hefe's in there fucking loads, but I'm only in there once, I think. So, just lonely, oh so lonely. That's how I feel. That's what I sing whenever you leave Daffy and go over to Will. I'm so lonely, oh lonely. I have a Jeep full of those. I need to bring some back with me. Well, yeah, that too long. Right, I think we end the stream, shall we? It's 9.5 hours, people. 9.5 hours. Ooh, it's been good. It's been a long stream. You're always leaving. Oh, the Glader kicked you out, probably. Glader kicked you out. It's been a long stream. I love you all. There'll probably be verdict watch in the morning. I don't think there'll be a verdict tonight. We hate to leave. Night, Looby Loo. Hate to leave, but you still do it. You're not supposed to mesh with G people. Oops. But for cunt, I did all 150 duckies. I love it. No, I can't leave you, Dylan. It's fine. I'll leave you instead now because I have to go. So it's 9.5 hours stream. Fuck. But it's good. I've loved every minute of it. So tomorrow, I'm probably going to go live at 9 o'clock tomorrow. 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. Oh, you mentioned. Oh, was I? I never thought I'd ever be mentioned on young jerks. If you get a timestamp of that, let me know. Saves me looking at the whole thing. Any mention, I like to see that. Even though it's not a mention, it's just just say my name and that's it. Move on. Thank you, Ruka. Thank you, my darling. Appreciate you, my darling. Yes, I'm going to be going on tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Oh, did she read the doc as well? Did she, Melly Little? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably just my name. Anyway, which is there. So, Para Women Radio. Hello, Para Women Radio. Thank you for popping in. And whoever gifted you membership. So whoever it was either, oh no, not Clarissa. Clarissa became a member. No, Robin G, Lady Di, or DQ Carol were the ones that gifted you memberships. One of those three. And Miss Go H Go became a member as well. So that's who gifted you. But do you know what? I really appreciate you coming in and saying thank you. So thank you, my darling, for doing that. I do really appreciate that. Not everyone does that. That shows class. So thank you, Para Women's Radio. If you're a weirdo, please come back anytime you want. We're a good bunch here. So thank you, my darling. Right. Luby's 6 p.m. for me is 11 o'clock at night here. So 3 p.m. there. Shit. There you go. No worries at all. Thank you for popping in, my darling. 11 p.m. here it is. Right. Luby Lou needs to go and pound Terry. What are you going to do, Luby? What are you going to do?
Luby, Luby, Lou, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Luby, Luby, Lou, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry.
Don't waste all your energy on Terry. Remember, you got that treadmill as well, okay? So, thank you, everybody. I love you all. I adore you all. You are beautiful people, inside and out. Terry's a lucky guy. He pounds you every day. Fucking hell. I don't know where you get the energy from. But yeah, thank you so much. I will be live 9 o'clock tomorrow, 2 o'clock UK time, 3 o'clock European time, 6 o'clock Pacific time, 7 o'clock Mountain time, 8 o'clock in the morning Central time. So good night, everybody. I'm just going to end it. I'm going to end it with my laugh, with the burp. I'll end it with that. So you've got 2 minutes of that, and then it'll end. So here you go, everybody, once I find it. Good night. Love you all. Peace out. Ta.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. He just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. That's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Go back and watch it again.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Let's go back again. Hey, Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
What's going through his head right now? What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious, everybody. He just fucking burps. That's just a fucking nightmare. Anyway, sorry.